Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter manifested evil blood magic by Snape? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry nodded. A bit more by what happened here last year and by what could happen to Remus. You've seen how the werewolf edicts have been getting increasingly stringent. If he neglected to register his whereabouts on Wednesday, that would be enough to have an Auror after him. I don't want to be chasing someone down for that. Still, Aurors have a great deal of leeway, once appointed. You may even be able to lessen the impact of unjust laws by laxity in enforcement. Not that I would condone such a thing, she added quickly. But I shouldn't spend 5 years working to get a job that I intend to do wrong, Harry argued. Yet, if you do not, who else will have that job? McGonagall countered. We need Aurors who understand the difference between right and wrong, Mr. Potter, not just the difference between legal and illegal. She smiled fondly at him. And you are certainly stronger on the former than the latter. I think I'm going to need to think about it more, Harry said. Maybe talk to some people who work for the ministry. I should probably plan my schedule, though, as if it's my goal. That should be adequate for anything else I want to do. Quite. I took a look at your OWLs, Mr. Potter. You failed history of magic, divination, and the astronomy practical. Sorry. Hagrid, I understand there were extenuating circumstances for the astronomy practical. The examiner noted that the scores should be interpreted liberally. Even so, that is 11 OWLs, which is not bad. Of those, you barely passed herbology and the charms practical, but you achieved outstandings in the defense against the dark arts practical and care of magical creatures, and exceeds expectations in all other subjects. Normally, Professor Snape will not take advanced students who achieved less than outstanding, but in your case your marks were so close and so unexpectedly good that the headmaster and I have persuaded him to allow you to continue on a probationary basis. He has assured me he will drop you at the end of term if you cannot keep up with the class, so you must give it your best effort. I suggest you take potions, transfiguration, charms, herbology, though you are not strong in it, and defense against the dark arts. Just that, the upper-level classes are longer, and the homework loads higher. You may continue with care of magical creatures, if you like, but I would not recommend a second non-essential course. When Harry headed back to his room, his schedule was set. He had refused to continue with herbology, suggesting, instead, an independent study in wizard law. McGonagall had been intrigued by the idea, and suggested Professors Flitwick, Dumbledore, and Lupin as people Harry might ask to advise him, or set projects for him. She had been somewhat taken aback when Harry suggested adding Professor Snape to the list. Whatever you may think of Professor Snape's history, Harry had said, he has a very strong understanding of what magics are restricted and when they became restricted. Also, he's the logical person to teach me about restrictions in potions components. Very well, she had agreed. Write up a proposal and return it to me by Thursday. So now Harry thought he had a new assignment, and it was time to go to talk to the proposed professors and figure out what he wanted to learn. He decided to read the letter from Hermione first. Dear Harry, I hope that you did not get into too much trouble with Snape. If it makes you feel any better, I got into trouble with my parents for showing up smelling of smoke. My father thinks I should spend less time with you. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I'm not going to say I'm sorry, because I'm not. I'd do the same thing again. I just want you not to be angry with me like Ron is, or at least to say you understand why I did it, even if you are angry. It's not as bad as telling Professor McGonagall about the firebolt, is it? Please write back. Love, Hermione. Harry forgot about his research project and set about writing a series of replies that ranged from go away and leave me alone to I love you too, and tore most of them into increasingly tiny pieces. Finally, he decided to sleep on it and write a reply in the morning. He took some parchment, quill, and ink, and went looking for Professors Flitwick, Dumbledore, Lupin, and Snape. Dinner, that night, was an improvement over all previous staff dinners Harry had attended since his return. Snape and Remus behaved civilly towards each other, and Harry, Remus, and Professor Flitwick had an interesting discussing about dueling hexes. Snape even contributed some observations on aggressive versus defensive magics, and Dumbledore some vaguely related and scarcely credible anecdotes about amusing duels in his younger years. Harry enjoyed all of it. Altered states, altered states. Snape woke Harry up again the next day, but did not stay to have breakfast with him. "I have an all-morning staff meeting today," he said, scowling. "You can imagine how delightful those are. I'll be making more of the wolfsbane potion this afternoon. Will you assist?" "I'd love to," Harry said promptly, rather to his surprise. "Good. See you at 1 o'clock in the lab." Snape swept out in a cloud of back robes, leaving Harry staring at the empty doorway, still musing over his reply. He was usually willing to help, certainly, but did he actually like it now? After breakfast, he went and wrote a reply to Hermione's letter. "Dear Hermione, no, I'm not angry with you. I'm sorry I upset your parents again. They must think I'm a horrible companion for you. Professor Snape wasn't too bad, but he has threatened dire consequences if he catches me once term starts. He'd done that before, actually. I suppose that was part of why I did it. I mean, beyond standing there staring at the cigarettes for 15 minutes while Ron tried to figure out if a lion bar contained any actual lion bits. It was sort of the last time I could without costing Gryffindor house points. It does bother me a bit that so much of our relationship seems to consist of you trying to scold me into doing what I ought to do anyway. I think you do that as much as you help me with research. I don't think I should need so much of it, and hope I wouldn't if you held off a bit. But perhaps I'd just get into more scrapes. See you soon. Love, Harry." He put the letter aside to send in the evening, when Hedwig would be more alert and less conspicuous. He spent the morning finishing blood magic, had the fanciest lunch he could think up, and then went to Severus's lab to help with the wolfsbane potion. Harry arrived at Severus's lab to find a gold cauldron set out at the second bench. Slowly, he walked forward and touched the gleaming metal reverentially. "Wow," he breathed. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Severus said, as he emerged from the storeroom. "I wanted to buy one when I was 11, Harry confessed, but Hagrid wouldn't let me." Severus choked. "A gold? Oh, Merlin, I would have hated you even more." "I suppose it's rather a waste," Harry said wistfully. "But you have one?" "Gold is necessary for certain very delicate potions," Severus said. "The school has several gold cauldrons, which I occasionally use in my 6th and 7th year classes. Up until now, everything you have brewed has been standardized for pewter. Some of those potions would change slightly if you brewed them in gold, or iron, or copper, or brass. Others would be the same if you brewed them in a turtle shell." He shrugged. "There are only certain stages of making the wolfsbane potion where your help will be needed, or welcome. I thought that, in between, you might like to experiment with making a simple potion in the gold cauldron. If you choose something safe, you can try a minor ingredient change as well." "Brilliant." Harry was already running through possible potions in his mind. "Simple and harmless. How about a calming draught?" Severus's eyes half closed while he silently thought. "A fine choice," he said. "I see no way a single ingredient alteration could be harmful, unless the ingredient added was harmful in itself. I was thinking of catnip." "Acceptable." Severus motioned him over. "Now help me prepare here, before you get too distracted." Several hours later, the material in Harry's cauldron had clarified and turned an iridescent pink. Weird, Harry thought. Wonder what made it that color. He pulled out the spoon to check for consistency. The liquid cohered to itself and the spoon, and slid off in a single thin stream. It looked to Harry like nothing so much as a strong soap solution. Like a soap solution, it remained stretched across the holes in the bowl of the gold spoon. Impulsively, Harry lifted the spoon up and blew on it. 12 tiny bubbles shimmered in the air like floating jewels. Harry reached out to catch one, and it broke at his touch, as did another, beside it. He giggled. "Look what I made," he crowed. Severus did not turn. Harry touched more bubbles out of the air, then blew another batch. They were beautiful. He laughed again. "Look, Severus." "Father, look." Severus turned and frowned slightly. "Harry?" He stepped forward. Harry blew a spoonful of bubbles into his face. Severus snorted, then laughed. "You impossible child. He growled in mock anger. He took the spoon from Harry and blew bubbles back at him. His face scrunched up with concentration, making Harry laugh again. Severus stepped back, still grinning unnaturally, but handed the spoon back to Harry. What is this? Calming potion, made with all gold utensils, and catnip substituted for valerian. Catnip should just make it milder, right? Harry attempted a little meowing noise as he swatted at some lingering bubbles. Severus choked. Stay right here. Severus went back to the other cauldrons. You're running away, Harry sang at him. You're afraid of pretty bubbles. I am securing everything so we don't have an accident. And getting my transcriber. Severus doused the remaining cauldron fire and put away 2 of the 5 ingredient jars that were out. He then unlocked one of his desk drawers and pulled out something that looked like a crystal ball with a quill hanging from it. He set this up in the center of the room with the quill on a long roll of parchment. He started writing immediately. Now, he said lazily, as he came back to where Harry was sitting. Harry was sending short, uneasy glances at the quill. What's it doing? He asked plaintively. Severus slipped the spoon from his fingers, dipped it, and blew more bubbles at Harry. Harry thought this was immensely funny, especially combined with Severus's serious demeanor. Taking notes, Severus answered. Detailed, impartial notes. Gimme that, Harry said, grabbing at the spoon. He dipped it and quickly blew as many bubbles as he could straight into Severus's dar face, and Severus laughed like he was being tickled, causing Harry to do it again. After Severus had been thoroughly bubbled, Harry tried to keep aloft the bubbles that remained in the air by blowing at them from below. Severus sat cross-legged on the table and watched. To your left, he directed. Blow. No, softer. It's going to. Severus blew the bubble back into Harry's range. More light. He pointed his wand dramatically at the nearest wall sconces, setting them to burning cobalt blue. The pink bubbles reflected the blue lights in myriad little points. Half gold, Harry exclaimed. Severus complied readily, turning 2 of the 4 blue flames to bright gold. Yes. There was a distinct sound of someone clearing his throat. Harry looked around wildly before noticing Remus Lupin at the door. Remus, come see, but come look, Harry coaxed, reaching out to grasp the spoon handle. So pretty in the gold cauldron. Remus looked nervously at Severus, who sat up very straight, looking down his long nose so his hair fell to either side of his face. Severus crooked a long finger at him. Closer, little Gryffindor, he crooned. Come now. Remus edged closer, keeping Harry between himself and Severus. Severus smirked knowingly. Remus peered into the cauldron. Yes. Very pretty. What is it? Harry pulled out the spoon, turned it so that it shimmered in the light. Look, he urged. When Remus was looking, Harry blew a cloud of bubbles into his face. Remus jumped back, spluttering, but the splutter turned to a laugh. Harry cocked his head to the side. What a gorgeous laugh you have. Oh, doi. You look so weak, this close to the moon, all pale and breakable. But your laugh is rich and deep as the forest. Oh, Severus said suddenly. That was dangerous. I don't mind, Remus said carelessly. No, it could be different for werewolves. Could interact with wolfsbane. It could have made you psychotic or paranoid or... Harry dipped the spoon and handed it to Remus. Remus took it solemnly and blew bubbles at Severus. Hey! Severus swatted at the cloud, then shook his head into it and laughed. Ridiculous boy. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Severus swooped out his cloak like wings and caught Remus in it, then pulled him tight against the table. He bit at Remus's hair and Remus pretended to struggle. Harry intervened when Severus mouthed at Remus's ear. No baiting. He chided urgently. Severus let go immediately, and Remus darted away. They turned and grinned at each other. Remus licked up a finger suggestively. Arg! Harry covered his eyes. Remus, stop it. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. So much gray, Severus murmured. Still so soft. Such a lovely voice. Remus murmured. I could listen to you all day. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Liver? Anything. MMM. Well, first you slice open the wriggling salamander. Severus trailed a fingernail down the center of Remus's chest. Remus giggled. Yeah. Harry approached them cautiously. Yes, Harry? Severus asked absently, his voice as gentle as Remus's usually would be. Harry felt awkward. I feel obliged to point out, Harry said quietly, that you two hate each other. Not true, Remus complained. I have never, ever hated him. I've never even been angry except about Lily. It was all my fault or Sirius's fault. Then say so, Severus said, a trace less gently. I just did. I have 100 times. For all the good it's done me. Remus sat up. It was my fault. I should have told you. I'm ever so sorry, dear Hawk. Severus stared at him for a full minute. The wistful look slowly faded from his face, and his eyes shifted to impenetrable darkness. Analysis. His voice had no bite but no warmth either. Harry moved closer to him, as if feeling for heat from a dying fire. Did you? He asked. Remus, did you come down here for something? My potion. Can wait an hour or two if that is better. Severus smiled slightly, his voice gentle again. No. We finished it before Harry produced his invention. Let me get it for you. He moved to the covered cauldron at the front of the room and ladled out a goblet full of the steaming contents. Harry remembered how that potion had frightened him when first he saw it, and wondered why it was worrying him now. He knew what it was now. He'd helped make it, but it still seemed dangerous. Severus brought the goblet forward. Remus was just reaching out his hand when Harry figured out why he was afraid. Interactions? Harry asked. Severus frowned at him. Darn. He shook his head slightly, as if to clear it. You're right. How did you? I'm about 5 minutes ahead of you, I think. This stuff seems to have a very quick cycle. Severus set down the goblet. Come back in an hour, I think, Remus, or I'll send Harry to you. Harry? I don't mind. Harry will bring it to you in your rooms, then. Severus focused on Remus. Leave now. We need to clean up. Remus nodded silently. Harry thought the shimmer in his eyes might be unfallen tears. The werewolf turned and left without a word. When Harry brought Remus his potion, the werewolf was pacing. I was afraid you had forgotten, he said. Quickly, he downed the draft, his face contorting from the taste. No, Harry said. I wouldn't. I couldn't be sure with the state I'd left you in. What was that stuff? Harry ducked his head. Something I just invented? If I hadn't accidentally had some, I probably wouldn't have been so reckless as to start blowing it at everyone else. Remus, to Harry's relief, chuckled. How very like your father. He grinned. And I do not mean James. Severus gave experimental potions to anyone who happened to be around. Severus invented things. If they turned out to be of purely recreational use, he would pass them around and observe what they did. Remus winked. It vastly increased his popularity, especially in his own house. Harry looked at him incredulously. My father supplied Slytherin with, potions? Remus coughed. In a haphazard manner, yes. Once he got bored with something, though, or, rather, was done observing its effects, he wouldn't make it again, which often annoyed people. And he didn't come up with anything that sweet that I recall. I wasn't intending to invent anything. I'd started out with a calming draft. He said I could experiment, but I needed to stick to harmless ingredient changes. I hope you're not upset. Do I look upset? Remus asked calmly. You did when you left. Remus grimaced. A taste of honey. He shook his head. If you don't mind, Harry, I need to sleep. This close to the moon. Oh, sorry. I'll get going. As Harry walked down the empty corridor, he wondered if Remus really needed to sleep, or if he just wanted to avoid talking about Snape. It would be best, Harry decided, if he restrained his curiosity, for once, and just let the matter go. Harry returned rather later than Severus expected. Did Lupin wish to talk? Severus asked casually, as Harry sat at the table. Not at all. I stopped at the library to check an almanac to see when the actual full moon is. It's Wednesday. I am quite aware of that, Severus said dryly. Harry took a bite of his roast lamb. Severus tapped the transcript. You were sure of your changes? Pretty much. Meaning, no, you are not, Severus retorted disapprovingly. You should see if you can duplicate it tomorrow then. Harry stared at him incredulously. Snape glared back at him. To confirm your procedure. There is no point in experimenting if you have no idea what you found. Okay, Harry agreed, but he didn't look as if he actually understood. Severus sighed. He picked up his wine and twisted the glass idly, looking into the red-black liquid. What you produced, he said, caused a brief surge of silly cheer, followed by roughly 5 minutes of unconcerned benevolence, both accompanied by a heightened awareness of some physical senses, at least sight and touch. After that, it faded off into an effect reasonably like a mild calming draught, but of shorter duration. The catnip might explain the short duration, but it is a fairly common substitution that certainly would not cause the silliness, benevolence, or heightened sensitivity. It seems unlikely that gold, which is extremely non-reactive, would do this either. Harry appeared to be thinking. You said gold is used for delicate potions. Yes. And the calming draught is fairly robust. Severus took a sip of the wine and put it down again. Are you sure? Perhaps the standard calming draught actually relies on some interaction of the ingredients being hampered or altered by pewter, or perhaps the tin in the pewter, which would make a bronze cauldron do the same. Severus permitted himself a slight smile. He had not expected the boy to understand the implications of cauldron material so well. Very good, Harry. Here is what you will do. After breakfast tomorrow, I will bring out a second gold cauldron. I would like you to try duplicating today's procedure in one, making a standard formulation of calming draught in the other, and making your formulation of the calming draught a second time, but in a standard pewter cauldron. I will watch to see if there are any errors in your procedure that might explain some portion of the change. Then what? Harry asked. He looked rather amused. We test them? Severus looked disdainfully back at him. Testing is a requisite part of the procedure, Mr. He stopped himself. Potter? Snape? What do I call him when I'm sneering? Whoever you are, he finished with a trace of irony. Harry snorted. Whatever. I think perhaps I should keep Potter. James more or less adopted me, and there's no sense confusing the Daily Prophet as much as I've confused myself. Besides, that's what you'll be calling me in class. Isn't it? It is. There you go. Harry rolled his eyes. You have my permission to call me Mr. Potter when you're looking for that tone. Severus snorted in amusement. Perceptive, Mr. Potter. Harry, to his satisfaction, responded with a grin. However, Severus added, you should not be so reckless about trying a new potion. Had something undesirable happened to you, I would not have known how the substance was created, which would make counteracting it more complex. Sorry. I wasn't thinking about it as a potion anymore, just bubbles. Harry grimaced. That was kind of stupid, actually. Wasn't it? Yes. Don't do it again. They ate in silence for a while. Harry became noticeably more preoccupied. Severus ate his own dinner almost without tasting it, dreading the near-inevitable questions about his response to Remus. I seem to get potions better than I did, Harry said finally. Severus looked at him curiously. This had not been the tack he was expecting. Do you suppose that's you being actually informative, or do you think it's genetic? Severus bit back an impulse to claim he was always informative. He knew that he had made more of an effort to deride Harry than he ever had to teach him in class. Both probably, he admitted. Many people in my family had a facility with potions, but you have never had close instruction. For a moment, he saw a flash of that hurt, resentful look he had come to dread, but then it was gone. That's good, Harry said, but I keep worrying. What if I'm not good at Quidditch anymore? I was rather good at Quidditch myself, Severus huffed. He nearly winced at the sound of the words leaving his mouth. But not like James, Harry said flatly. Right? And everyone says what a natural I am. What if I'm just... Okay. Severus thought about this for a moment. He took a swallow of his wine, then summoned another goblet from his shelf, and poured Harry a half-sized glass. Harry tasted it and grimaced, then tried a second sip and looked puzzled. Severus reflected that it was probably an overly complex wine for someone who was not used to the style, or, for that matter, wine of any sort. I suspect you will still be good, in any case, Severus said, returning to the question of Quidditch. You may have started from some innate talent, but you have built knowledge on that. Were you going the other way, I do not believe you would lose what understanding of potions you already had. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Yes. Severus nodded. For that, there is only one way to find out. Harry understood. He nodded, and to Severus's surprise, looked almost relieved. After we're done with the lab work, tomorrow. He began tentatively. Severus looked at him questioningly. Would you play with me for a bit? We can trade off Chaser and Keeper or something so I can see how it goes. Harry bit his lip. I'd like to know before the other students come back. Severus found himself taken aback by the request. He tried to recall when he had last had anything to do with Quidditch. A pickup game at Malfoy Manor, he thought, when Harry was still a baby. I suppose, he agreed, his mind still picturing Crabbe slamming a bludger at a laughing Augustus. Expect me to be a bit rusty, however. When Harry went into his room at bedtime, he found the letter to Hermione sitting forgotten on his window seat. He picked it up, reread it, and with a sudden smile, added a postscript. Thus, would you do me a favor? I'd really like one of those bubble-blowing things on a string, the sort you can wear around your neck. If you can find a glass one, please bring it for me. If nothing else, he thought, playing with it in front of Severus would be amusing, even without replacing the muggle bubble stuff. Grinning, Harry took the letter and headed up to the owlry. Loyalties. Harry was having trouble with the Quidditch drill. He thought it might be that he was thinking about it too much, or that he was too conscious of Snape being there, but he couldn't seem to adequately maneuver his broom while concentrating on the quaffle. Furthermore, he frequently missed it. Finally, he stopped, frustrated, and hovered in mid-air. The day was unseasonable cool, and a light drizzle was not improving his mood. Let's just stop. This isn't working. Snape eyed him unsympathetically. It is not working because you are too tense to allow it to work. You remind me of that Weasley friend of yours, last year. Every now and then, you have a few minutes where you are coordinated, then you think about it and you fail. I've completely missed the quaffle 5 times. Snape smirked. Well, you are also unused to your current proportions. You've overreached each time. He looked contemplatively at the stands. Perhaps I shouldn't practice with you, he suggested slyly. You might maintain this incompetence a game or two into the season. Harry let out a long breath. All right, let's try it again. They returned to throwing the quaffle back and forth, while flying up and down the field. Harry was still having problems with it. Snape threw wide, and Harry reached. The wet quaffle slipped from his fingers, certain that he would not get a purchase on it. Harry instead used the loose contact to fling it towards Snape. As the ball went flying, he saw something else come off his finger and fall in a flash of green. He had a panicked thought of, the ring. We'll never find it in that thick grass. Un thinking, Harry dove. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. It was a more direct, unabashed laugh than he had previously heard from Snape, except for under the influence of the pink bubble stuff. Harry looked over. Snape was doubled over the quaffle, nearly falling off his broom. What? Oh, you can't fly, you think, Snape said mockingly. Can't catch a quaffle. Obviously, you needed a shot of panic and a small enough target to be worth your while. Snape tossed the quaffle in the air and caught it. Let's get out of the rain, boy. There is nothing wrong with your flying. Remus was not at dinner that night, as it was a full moon. Harry wondered what the house elves brought him to eat when he was a wolf. Steak tartare? Kitfo? Dog food? Though the staff members discussed timetables, enrollments, and lesson plans for an hour, the absence of the defense against the dark arts instructor was conspicuously unmentioned. On Thursday morning, Harry came out to the kitchen to find Snape sitting at the table and spreading ginger marmalade on toast as he looked at the paper. As soon as Harry had sat down, Snape tossed the front section of the Daily Prophet at him. The top headline read, Ministry Official Savaged by Werewolf. I hope he didn't know, Snape said. Harry judged this was about as close to a supportive statement as his father was likely to make. I'm sure he didn't, Harry said, scanning enough of the first paragraph to see that the attack appeared to be deliberate. Remus wouldn't. Don't assume that, Snape snarled. I consider myself in truce with him now, but you are still not to trust him. Lupin does not merit trust. You will only be putting yourself at risk if you forget that. Harry sighed. It had been a pleasant 4 days, he reflected. He added sugar and milk to the tea Snape poured for him, and set to reading the article. Ministry official savaged by werewolf. Rumored unrest among the werewolf population of Britain came to a head last night with a savage and undeniably deliberate attack on Mr. Hereward Kane, an undersecretary in the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures. Mr. Kane, currently at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, is likely to have contracted lycanthropy as a result of the attack. This was a deliberate, premeditated assault, Mr. Chester Stewart, also of the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures, informed the Daily Prophet. Natural werewolves could not have planned or executed such an attack, which required going into a crowded area, targeting one person among many, and biting to infect, but not kill. This attack could only have been carried out with the benefit of the wolfsbane potion. The attack, in Mr. Stewart's opinion, supports what his department has been claiming all along. The wolfsbane potion gives a werewolf control, but does not override his elemental savagery. A letter purporting to be from the WFU, Wolven Freedom Union, claimed WFU responsibility for the attack. The WFU is headed by Randolph Lee Bear, born Ian McAndrew, a werewolf who has recently been preaching violent resistance to the new werewolf edicts. For too long we have argued our case to the willfully deaf, stated the letter. Now we shall give our persecutors hearing so sharp they cannot but hear us. For as long as you hurt us, we will give you our pain. For as long as you confine us with laws, we will confine you with fear. For as long as you treat us as your hunters, we will treat you as our prey. Liberate Lupis. The attack and statement mark a worrying trend in non-human unrest since the rise of He Who Must Not Be Named. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge stated that werewolves who had defied the full moon registration edict would be rounded up for questioning by ministry oars. Harry tossed the paper down the table. And that, he said, is why I worry about becoming an oar. You would rather have werewolves attacking people. They're not right, Harry replied, but the wrong they are doing is in return for a wrong done to them. And in any case, not everyone who failed to comply with that offensive edict should be regarded as a suspect. I don't want in on either side of this fight, but Mr. Stewart is right. A werewolf can still be savage on the wolfsbane potion, and a human can be savage without being a werewolf at all. The potion does not change one's human nature, it only gives the human control of the wolf. I have seen humans kill and torture without any magical excuse. A human that is a werewolf will be no better. Harry looked down at the paper. The full moon registration edict. Remus wouldn't do this, he said softly. But if I was a werewolf, I might deliberately maul people? Snape exclaimed. Deliberately maul people from the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures. Harry glowered at the folded paper. Ministry official Sava still showed. Fudge, if I could get to him. He smiled slightly. Definitely Fudge. Harry, Snape said fiercely, don't give them sympathy. They are just the new Death Eaters. They are torturing for a cause, and in time they will forget the cause in the delight of torture, of power, of wielding fear. He tapped the headline and the moving picture of a panicked crowd outside Mr. Kane's garden. They have already gone beyond the point where their motives might have held pure. I still sympathize. Snape stood. They have put a death sentence on Lupin, he said. Remember that. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. You think I should be kinder to Lupin? Snape said contemptuously, as they were walking back to the dungeons. Yes, but... Harry shrugged. I wasn't particularly thinking about it. What are you sulking for, then? Sulking? That look you had through dinner. Harry ducked his head nervously. I was thinking I'd miss having breakfast with you, actually. Snape stopped so suddenly that Harry took a step past him before noticing. What? He said. I'll miss having breakfast with you. Followed thinking that I won't miss these dinners at all. Snape smiled slyly. Dumbledore, he said, is the only person who could possibly miss these dinners. They continued on their way. In Snape's quarters, Snape poured himself some wine. With his back still to Harry, he asked, would you like to visit occasionally? The question was casual. Harry kept his voice equally so. Yeah. He saw Snape's back stiffen. "I mean, yes, sir," he tried, though lightly. Snape turned back, looking amused. "You won't get through the first week of term without getting in trouble for failing to address Lupin or me properly." 10 galleons I will, Harry countered, "but you have to be fair." Harry sat at the near end of the couch. "You have everything," he said. "You hate all the students. They're all set." Snape let out a bark of laughter. "Not all of them," he said. "Merely most." He sighed. "But at least I no longer have Neville Longbottom." "For which you are both grateful?" "I'm sure," Harry observed. Cautiously, he added, "Still, I think it's too bad you weren't nicer to him. He's so good at herbology that he should have been a natural at potions. If you'd been gentler with him, he'd have learned more." "I am aware of that, Potter," Snape said sharply. "I see no use in competency that only exists when not under pressure." "Potter?" Harry repeated incredulously. "I'm getting ready for term." "Oh. Well, if he had been able to learn in a supportive environment, he might have been able to do things under pressure later. I don't think people always need to learn both at once. Some people can't learn both at once." Neville was an unmitigated disaster in the potions classroom. "I would have dropped him the first year had I been allowed to." Harry shrugged. It seemed useless to repeat that Neville might have done better if Snape didn't scare him. Snape obviously considered this Neville's problem, not his. "I like Neville," he said instead. "He's a nice kid." Snape smiled slightly, his attention seemingly on his wine. "But even you say kid. He is your age, is he not?" "To the day." Harry felt a surge of wistfulness at the thought. If Voldemort had only attacked Neville, he thought, instead of me, my life might be more normal. He thought of Neville trying to face down Voldemort and laughed. What? Oh, just imagining Neville trying to survive the Dark Lord. It's probably just as well it ended up being me, even if it sucks. Snape shuddered, then suddenly straightened. "Is this that prophecy of Dumbledore's? Right? I either kill him, Tom, or I die." "I did not know it was that explicit." "You didn't?" Harry puzzled over this for a moment. "He didn't tell me not to say." He shrugged. "I figured all of his old crowd had heard it. And it could have been Neville?" "He met the original requirements." Snape grimaced. "My opinion of you as the savior of the wizarding world has suddenly vastly improved. Should I be insulted?" "If you like." Snape looked at him intently. His eyes narrowed. "You will miss having breakfast with me?" he asked incredulously. "Well, yeah." Harry shrugged. "Oh, you never made me that saffron milk thing." "On Sunday, perhaps. I need to be up early tomorrow." The end of summer. Hagrid returned on Saturday morning, and Harry spent much of the day following him about the grounds, talking and helping him. Sunday he spent entirely with Snape, though neither of them mentioned it. On Monday, Harry found himself waiting anxiously for the arrival of the train. In mid-afternoon, he went up to Gryffindor Tower, which he had been avoiding since his return. The fat lady looked startled. "A bit early, aren't you?" "I've been living downstairs all August," Harry told her. "Just thought I'd come up before everyone else got here." "Very well. Password?" "Gloria." The fat lady nodded. "Go on in, then." The portrait hole swung open. Harry had become accustomed to the dark colors of Snape's rooms and lab, and the sylvan ones of his own private room. Gryffindor's explosion of red and gold caught him as if he was seeing for the first time. The common room was clean and quiet, and the grate unlit, but even so, the room shone with riotous life about to wake. "Glory," Harry murmured. "Every bit." He walked through the common room and up the stairs, to the dormitory at the top of the boys' tower. The room was just as he remembered, only cleaner and lacking personal items. One trunk, his own, was the only student property visible. Harry wondered when the house elves had moved it up. It had been in his room in Snape's quarters this morning. He wondered if his room was empty now. Suddenly, he pictured it with the furniture gone, and the door moved back to the hallway. He felt a surge of panic. Without even opening his trunk or looking out the window, he turned and left for the dungeons. "Is my room still here?" Snape looked puzzled. "I don't think it would have gone anywhere." "Why not?" "It wasn't here a month ago." Harry crossed the room and went into the kitchen. By concentrating on the right section of wall, he could dimly see the door to his room. Quickly, he darted over and opened it. He stood in the doorway and looked around. Everything was in place except for his trunk. He relaxed and felt suddenly exhausted. He was aware of Snape walking up behind him, but that didn't seem to require him to move. Harry, is something wrong? No, it's just, my trunk was in Gryffindor and I thought, what if he'd moved everything back? The door, even? I had to see if it was still. Here. Snape's hands gripped his shoulders. It reminded Harry of the night he had arrived, except Snape wasn't shaking him now. He froze, waiting for Snape to start yelling at him. You will have a room here for as long as I am here, Harry. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, glad he was facing away from Snape, and his dizzying relief would not show. Thank you, sir, father. Snape's grip tightened briefly, then he let go and backed away. It's not going to be an easy year, is it? He asked wryly. It never is, Harry returned. Content with the room, he stepped back out of it and looked aimlessly around at the kitchen. But yes, this one is starting in a mess. Usually it's at least November before things are this complicated. You're a very cynical young man, you know. Practice, Harry returned with amusement. He looked wryly at Snape. I claim it's genetic, but I think we both earned it. Are you dreading telling your schoolmates of our kinship? Not really. There'll be some trouble, but I can get through that. No, what I'm dreading is lying to people for months. Gryffindor, Snape sniffed. Afraid so. You will lie to them, though. Oh yes, though Ron and Hermione will figure it out, probably before you would like them to. Snape snorted contemptuously. He leaned against the counter, his attention seemingly on his fingernails. I would rather they never found out. Harry's throat had turned into one big lump, making it difficult to say anything. Sorry, it's hardly your fault. Well, bye then. Harry edged toward the door. You can move it back if you like. Harry, Snape bellowed. Get back here. Since Harry was only 2 steps into the living room, the volume was hardly necessary. He returned quickly. That was not what I meant. Snape glared at him a moment, then sighed. Do you have any idea what this will be like? Yes. First, it will be my yearly press scandal. Well, my second one, I guess. I hate those, but I'm getting used to them. All of Slytherin and all of Gryffindor and some of the other students will be offended. Some of them will be mad at me, some at you, and some at both of us. What will young Mr. Weasley say? Oh, he'll be fine at first. Sympathetic. When I finally manage to convince him I don't mind, he'll be awful. We may end up not speaking to each other again. What do you mean you don't mind? I mean you're okay as a father. If I was miserable, he'd be fine with it. Like you say, that's not my fault, but liking you. Harry shrugged. Maybe I'm being too cynical again. Ron does care about me, you know. He'll adjust eventually. I'm just not sure whether it will be in a week or in several months. Snape considered him thoughtfully. And Miss Granger? He asked. She'll get hysterical, then be over it. Despite the way I treat her? Harry glowered. I am not responsible for your behavior. Good. Snape nodded. That is an important thing for you to remember. Harry grinned at him. Yes, father, he said demurely. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. He was back in school robes, though better dressed beneath them than he used to be. He took off his glasses and looked around. He still couldn't read a class blackboard without them. He was pretty sure, but he would probably be able to recognize most of the people in the classroom. Back to school, dearie? The mirror asked. Well, this is school. The term is starting, though. I guess school is back to me. I'll be living upstairs. Well, remember I'm here. And stop worrying. You're furrowing your brow. Thanks. I'll try. On the way out, Harry stopped to look at the bookcases. He picked up the limits of control, legal, ethical, and magical considerations of spells of compulsion, which he had looked at before, but never read. May I borrow a book, sir? He asked cautiously. What for? Because the train won't be here for hours. Couldn't you find something more suitable in the library? Snape asked sourly. He looked over to read the cover of the book Harry was holding. I warn you, he said. The text is almost as unwieldy as the title. Any other warnings? Just the usual. Don't try any of it and come and discuss it with me afterwards. Okay. Harry decided not to ask when and how he was supposed to come to talk to Severus. Without instructions, he was free to improvise as he saw fit. Here. Snape scanned the shelves, picked out another book, and handed it to Harry. Take something you can read in public, too. Harry looked down. The book was titled Freed or Abandoned: The Influence of Wizard/Muggle Segregation on the Native Muggles of East Africa. Harry fretted about whether or not to go down to the train. He saw the Thestrals, in a rangy herd, coming up from the forest to the forest side of the castle. Curious, he went out to see what was drawing them, and found Hagrid with a staggered line of dead cattle, standing in front of a carriage house built against the castle wall. "Hello, Harry," Hagrid boomed. "Will ye want to ride down to the station?" "That would be great," Harry said. "Don, suppose yet want to help me harness this lot?" Hagrid said questioningly. Harry smiled bravely. "Of course I will," he said. 2 hours later, Harry was riding in the lead carriage down to the train station. Hagrid was fetching the boats, but had said he would meet him on the platform. As promised, he arrived only a few minutes after Harry and the carriages. "Ready to have your friends back, are ye?" he asked. Yes, Harry admitted. Despite his reservations of the last few days, he found himself eagerly straining to see the first puffs of steam down the track. "Heard from Minerva that ye'll still be taking care o' magical creatures. I wouldn't miss it, and ye shouldn't, Harry. I've got some interesting creatures lined up for the advanced classes, I do." Harry repressed a reflexive surge of foreboding. "That's great, Hagrid," he said cheerfully. "I'm sure it will be an exciting class." He was saved from continuing in this vein by the distant wail of a train whistle. He and Hagrid both jumped, then smiled at each other. "Does it, then?" Hagrid said. "Got ter lead in the first years. See ya at the feast, Harry." "See you," Harry echoed. Hagrid began to stride nervously up and down the platform. Harry stood by the steps and waited. He saw Ron first. The redhead was climbing down from the train a step behind Andrew Kirk, one of last year's new beaters. Jack Sloper, the other Gryffindor beater, followed, with Neville behind him. Harry hurried up to them. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. But Harry remembered suddenly that Hermione had said Ron was angry with her on his behalf. Obviously Ron was still angry. He should have written to Ron as well. Harry dug his fingers into his hair and tugged on it. "Ron," he said, "you shouldn't—" He spotted her then, getting off the train a car further down, in the company of Ginny, Dean, and Seamus. He waved an arm up in the air. "Hermione!" She started toward him enthusiastically, then slowed at the sight of Ron by his side. Harry turned to Ron, who was scowling darkly. "You shouldn't let her treat you like that, Harry," Ron said. "She's pretty enough, but you could do better." "Look," Harry said, "let's get a carriage together, the three of us, and talk it out. Okay? I'm not upset with her." "Well, you should be." Ron turned away. "Ride with her, then." "I don't intend to ruin my evening. I'll catch you later." Ron walked off with the Gryffindor beaters trailing him. Neville, who had been watching the exchange in confusion, paused a moment. "Good to see you, Harry," he said. "Later?" "Sure, Neville. Later." Harry wove his way through the students to where Hermione was standing. Ginny, Dean, and Seamus had joined her now. Harry stopped in front of them, feeling awkward. Hi." Hermione smiled, dimpling her cheeks. Yourself." Harry reached out and managed to catch her hand without fumbling too much. Hermione's hand squeezed his confirmingly. He smiled at her, then looked around at the others, being sure to make eye contact with each of them, so they'd know they were not excluded. "Let's get a carriage, then, shall we?" "All right, Harry," Seamus agreed amicably. They moved as a group down the steps. "Any particular identical carriage you like best?" he asked. "Pick one of the ones I harnessed," Harry replied cheerfully. "You harnessed?" "I was bored." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Home again, home again. Ron met up with them inside the Great Hall. He ignored Hermione completely, but sat on Harry's other side at the Gryffindor table. Harry managed not to roll his eyes. "I need to fix this quickly," he thought. "As soon as we're in the dormitory, I'll talk to him." Andrew and Jack sat on the other side of Ron, with Neville across from him. They waited for the milling crowd to settle. Hermione leaned over and nudged Harry. "Look at Snape," she whispered. Harry looked. Snape looked perfectly normal, he thought. "What?" He's not glaring at Professor Lupin. Do you think he's given up on the defense post? I think he wants someone competent in the defense post, Harry answered. He didn't think Lupin was competent last time. The last several years have lowered his expectations. He had to agree when I said Lupin was the best defense against the dark arts teacher I had ever had. He thought it was pathetic, but he agreed. You were chatting with Snape? Ron interjected. I lived here for a month, Ron, with no other students. I talked with all the professors at some point. All right, but that greasy git? Harry was suddenly annoyed. Snape's okay, Ron. Stop acting like a first year. Ron's mouth fell open. Before he could think of a retort, they were distracted by Lavender, several seats down, snapping, Colin, either go away or shut up. I am not interested in how you plan to photograph the squid. Dean, who was closer to the disturbance, leaned in front of Ginny to confide. I think our little shutterbug has a crush on Lavender this year. Poor thing. Which? Asked Seamus. Harry was reluctant to enter the sixth-year Gryffindor boys' dormitory, but once he did, he found it was homelike again now that it had 5 trunks and 5 people in it, with all of them unpacking things and setting them up on night tables or putting them in drawers. Ron. Dean called, past Seamus. Who was that black knob you were with in Diagon Alley? What? That was me, Harry answered. A chorus of tight laughter greeted this statement. Really, Harry said. I ate something Fred and George offered me. At that, the laughter turned to hilarity. Get me some, Dean exclaimed. I need to slip that to a few blokes. Once they manage to make it with legal ingredients, sure, Harry said. Still very experimental at the moment. Well, Fred and George and I. Harry let the statement trail off with a shrug and a smile. They'd tried it on each other first, Ron contributed. You looked a bit odd, Harry. But you should have seen it with blue eyes and Weasley hair. He grinned. Came out of some drunken bet with Lee, I heard. I'd like to see it on Katie Bell. Seamus hooped. That would be a sight. He grinned suddenly. Lavender, he suggested. So what was that gold sash around your head? Dean pressed. Bit showier than how you usually dress. Well, since I had such a good start on a disguise, I decided to cover my scar. Harry blushed. Hermione picked it. Fooled me, Dean said cheerfully. Of course I only saw you from the second-floor window of Flourish and Blots, as you were all walking past. I was expecting some new face, and wondering how he'd got so thick with Harry's best friends. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Are these things labeled at all? Seamus asked. Oh yes, and they assured me labels were mostly accurate. I'm in, Dean exclaimed. Me too, Seamus added. He sighed. Mad, I am. I'm just so glad to be back to magic, Dean confided. Like I don't get enough of this already? Ron asked, scowling. He shook his head. I'll watch. Maybe I'll recognize something. Okay. How about you, Neville? Neville looked worried. Come on, Harry wheedled. If anything goes wrong, Ron'll take us to the hospital wing, right, Ron? Yeah, sure, Ron agreed. If Hermione doesn't beat me there. Okay, Neville agreed nervously. Want to check the labels beforehand? Harry asked in general. They said not to eat anything labeled in green, so I think those are the nasty ones. They recommended those for Dudley, and I reckon they do anything short of kill. Ron stopped suddenly. Sorry, he said awkwardly. I forgot. There was a moment of silence. I don't care about the Dursleys, Ron, Harry said harshly. He realized he pretty much meant it too, which he found, as before, slightly unnerving. I feel bad that they were killed to get at me, but it's not my fault. And I never have to go back there again. And that evens it out. You never told me, Ron said, was all that stuff true? Everyone else was quiet. Harry hesitated. Yeah, but when you're brought up that way, it isn't such a big deal. He shrugged slightly. Never knew people would get so upset. Why shouldn't we get upset? Because it's annoying. It's over. Shut up about it. Harry scowled at Ron. He was suddenly angry. When I leave Hogwarts, I will get my own place with my own bedroom, and I will eat whenever I please, and have piles of clothes that fit me. I already have enough food and clothes that fit. I have loads of money which I can actually spend now because I don't have guardians who will steal it from me. I'm fine. There was an awkward silence. Do we all have timetable meetings in the morning? Neville asked, bravely trying to change the subject. I do, Seamus said, and Ron and Dean chorused agreement. My timetable was worked out last week, Harry said, conversationally. His heart was still hammering madly. Since I was here, what are you taking? Defense against the dark arts? Charms? Transfiguration? Care of magical creatures and potions? Professor McGonagall wanted me to take herbology, but I'm just too bored by it. I've designed an independent study in wizard law instead. You're voluntarily taking potions? Ron exclaimed. I was so relieved I'd failed that OWL. I mean, except for having to listen to Mum talk about her potions outstanding. I got an outstanding in herbology, Neville said proudly. And I got one in defense, Harry said. Everyone is stunned. I'm sure. I barely passed that, Seamus contributed. Did you fail anything, Harry? Neville asked. Divination, history of magic, and the astronomy practical. Of course, the astronomy practical was the one Hagrid got attacked during, so a lot of people did badly in it. I think I could have passed it normally, so you passed herbology. Barely. I got an exceeds expectations, Dean volunteered. Mostly because of studying with you, Neville. Harry sat back while everyone else continued to discuss their OWLs. He wondered how different sixth-year classes would be. Harry? Ron asked in a low voice. Harry raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Harry shook his head. What? Nothing, Ron. You look upset. Harry sent him another quizzical look. Doi. I was just thinking. About what? Wondering how different this year's classes would be. McGonagall says they're a lot harder. Well, don't worry about it, all right? I'm sure you'll do fine. I'm not worried. Ron frowned again, then smiled coaxingly. Here, Harry, got something for you. Oh? Harry followed Ron over to the space between their beds, away from the discussion of OWLs and timetables. Ron grinned, took something from his pocket, and tossed it at Harry. Harry caught it reflexively before realizing it was a pack of cigarettes. Isn't that the right thing? Ron asked, crestfallen. It looked the same. I got Muggle money from Dean. Harry handed the pack back to Ron. Ron made no move to take it. I could just keep it, Harry thought. Just in case. That was really thoughtful, he said sincerely. Hermione's right, though. Get rid of those for me, will you? I'll pay you back. I just don't want them. Ron took the pack, but looked annoyed. You're going to let her bully you. Ron, does the word addictive mean anything to you? Harry snapped. Ron looked puzzled. I don't know. Muggle term, you reckon? Harry thought. It's if you have something and it makes you need more of it or want more of it, even if you don't like it particularly or if it would cause you problems. Ron's eyes widened. We say habit forming for that. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Okay. Ron frowned down at the pack of cigarettes. Just throw them out, then, please, before I tell you to give them to me, or to keep them for me for later or exam week perhaps, or let's just take my broom and go sit on the roof and no one will catch me, right? Gimme now, damn it, it couldn't hurt. 1 more. 10 more at worst. Ron looked shrewdly at Harry. Harry tried to lighten his expression. He opened his mouth to say something, though he wasn't sure what. Right then, Ron said decisively, "Loan me your cloak." He reached past Harry and flipped open Harry's trunk. Harry found he had a few things in it that he had not been expecting, such as the red robes, loosely folded on the very top. Embarrassed, he dug quickly down and found the invisibility cloak, which he handed to Ron. Don't get caught. Course not. Ron grinned at him, then flipped the cloak on, vanishing under it. The door opened. And get some sleep, Ron's voice called back. You look as though you need it. The door closed. Neville turned from his conversation with Dean and gestured angrily at Harry and the door. You two will be costing us points before classes even start. Not as badly as if he stayed, Harry assured him. He felt a knowing smile trying to assert itself, and restrained it as much as he could. Trust me on this one. Ron returned just as Harry was settling into bed. Harry watched sleepily as Ron tossed the cloak back into Harry's trunk. How did it go? Harry asked. He was rather curious as to what Ron had done that would take half an hour. Of course, Ron might not have come straight back. Ron bent close. 50 points if you get it through her head, he whispered wickedly. Harry giggled. As Ron looked haphazardly through his own messy trunk for pajamas, Harry curled up and closed his eyes. He could still identify everyone's breathing. Neville's was a little bit wuffly, and Seamus's quicker and lighter than Dean's. Ron settled in the nearest bed and sounded, well, like Ron. Like safe, crowded places. Harry smiled, his eyes still shut. Being back in the dormitory wasn't so bad after all. Extracurricular activities. The next morning, in the common room, Harry caught Ron and pulled him over to Hermione. Okay, he said, listen, I don't want you two to apologize to each other or anything, because you were both doing what you thought was right. I do want you to go back to being friends. Ron and Hermione eyed each other doubtfully. Harry growled slightly. And if you're stupid about it, he said, I'm not above resorting to emotional blackmail and telling you that I've had an insane summer, and I desperately need a familiar, supportive environment. He assumed a tragic pose worthy of Fred. Hermione choked on a laugh. Ron snorted. Well there, said Harry brightly. Instead of going on about how horrible my life is, you can do something to make it better. Okay? Now shake hands and say you still like each other. Hermione, smiling nervously, held out her hand. I still like you, Ron, she said shyly. Ron rolled his eyes and shifted nervously on his feet. He glanced furtively around to see who was looking at them. Not many people, Harry thought. Finally, he took Hermione's hand and shook it quickly. You're all right, he said grudgingly. He grinned. For a fussy swat. Well, Hermione tossed her head. Someone won't be getting to look at my notes this year. Oh, come on, Hermione, Ron pleaded. Harry decided they were back to normal and headed for the portrait hole and breakfast. Hermione and Ron followed, still bickering amicably. The sixth years had timetable meetings, not classes, the first day of school. At mid-morning, Neville was at his meeting and Seamus preparing for his. Harry, Ron, and Dean sat on the Harry's bed, sorting the twin samples into 3 piles. Known, try, unknown, try, and don't try. Brilliant, Ron exclaimed. They gave you all 4 flavors of ventriloquism drops. 2 each. Ventriloquism drops? Ron held up a packet of large hard sweets in white, red, yellow, and purple. All of them let you throw your voice where you like. The colored ones change your voice as well. He grinned. I've got an idea. Can I have one? A purple? Will you give me a demonstration? Ron nodded eagerly. This weekend. And I'll tell you right before I do it. Okay? Harry grinned. Okay. He fished out one of the purple sweets and gave it to Ron, who wrapped it in his handkerchief. Brilliant. What about me? Dean asked. I'll tell you when to watch, Ron promised. They were interrupted by the arrival of Neville. We don't have classes by house, he exclaimed as he burst through the door. What? Dean and Harry responded, shocked. Oh right, Ron said. You didn't know that? The classes are more exclusive, and since not all of us are taking the same things, we get mixed up more. Snape is the pickiest. Bill says he only has 2 sessions for 6th years, small ones, and 1 for 7th years. McGonagall has 2 sessions for 6th years and 2 or 3 for 7th years, because she doesn't have as many people drop out or fail, and she likes her 7th year classes with no more than 5 people. Charms is still 4 sessions because so many people take it, but not by house because our timetables will all be different. Harry frowned at Ron. Want my timetable? In case you get to pick? Ron looked relieved. That would be great. Before dinner, Harry got Andrew, Jack, Ron, and Ginny together in the common room. This wasn't terribly difficult, as Andrew and Jack seemed pleased to have a 6th-year friend, and were, in Harry's estimation, with Ron as often as not. We're the team, Harry said. And yes, I can play again. I checked with Dumbledore. I think we'd be best off with me as seeker and Ginny as a chaser. We need 2 more chasers, and we need to elect a captain, Ginny said, yawning. Second, Ron said. How about Ron? Andrew objected. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Well, Ron said, considering I've been on the team 1 year and Harry most of 5, we didn't play in my 4th year. Fine, 4. I think he will have better perspective. Harry nodded. For once, I'll agree. Jack? Jack shrugged. I'm fine with that. Wish I'd played with you before, though. Harry nodded. That's unfortunate. We'll need to get in a lot of practice to pull together as a team. That's why I want to have tryouts this Saturday. Yes, Ginny? I think I should have to try out for the chaser position, Ginny said bravely. Harry rolled his eyes. Want me to try out for seeker, too? You've played seeker, Harry. I haven't played chaser. Harry nodded. Fine, he agreed, with only a slight touch of exasperation. You can try out. Still, once we accept you, and I'll be shocked if we don't, you get a say in the other two chasers because you have team seniority. So don't think this gets you out of judging. Okay, all right then. Am I officially captain? A chorus of yes replied. Harry ignored Ron's and Ginny's matching, elaborately bored tone. Good. That means I can book the pitch. I'll go see Madame Hooch before dinner. Keep Saturday open. This could take a while. Who wants to draw up the tryouts notice? I will, Ginny volunteered. Great. Harry stood up. This meeting is dismissed. See you all at dinner. Severus sat at the staff table and toyed with his glass. He tried not to let his attention settle at the Gryffindor table, though it returned there often. Harry, rather than being seated with Hermione and the boys of his year, was seated with Hermione, the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and Dean Thomas. Seamus Finnegan and Neville Longbottom were a bit further down. Snape imagined that Finnegan looked a bit put out, though from this distance he could not tell conclusively. Longbottom, of course, was a boy who knew his rank, and submitted to any social change without offense. Severus did not turn his head when Madame Hooch told Professor McGonagall that Harry was the new Gryffindor Quidditch captain, or that the team had booked the pitch for tryouts on Saturday. He expected Harry to be captain, of course. Who else could be? And certainly, they needed to construct a new team as soon as possible. That was probably what they were talking about now, with their heads bent together. Indeed, Granger and Thomas seemed to be having a separate conversation. Severus glanced over at the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was sitting with Gregory Goyle and a fifth-year girl who seemed to be constantly with Gregory for the last 2 days. Draco was looking absently off into the distance. Severus had found Lucius's son a bit sullen in his tutorial, the morning, and the boy was clearly missing his former perception of power, but he did not yet bear the Dark Lord's mark, for which Severus was grateful. He had tried to put it in the boy's head that his cleverness and wit was his best path to maintaining power in his house through the current political fluctuations. He had even suggested, concealing his anxiety, that Draco cultivate younger students from an assortment of backgrounds, ensuring that he would have allies in any eventuality. As he could not openly doubt the Dark Lord's future victory, this had required very careful phrasing. Draco had seemed to understand, but he was currently showing no inclination to act on the advice. Severus finished his soup and had just started on a piece of salmon when his arm burned with a summoning so fierce that he twitched and nearly dropped his fork. Quickly he put down his knife and fork and excused himself with a murmur. Unbidden, his eyes went to Harry. The boy was watching him anxiously. Severus was certain he understood that flinch. Possibly he had felt a twinge of it in his scar. He wished he could acknowledge Harry's concern with a nod, but even that slight gesture might be noticed and wondered about. Severus let his eyes scan once across the hall, then pivoted and swept to the door and out into the hall. Once shielded from those hundreds of eyes, he broke into a run. As soon as Severus had collected needed items from his room, he fled to Crabbe's Manor, and, from there, apparat to the summoning site, following the burning pull of the dark mark. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, with exposed, smoke-darkened beams and a high roof. He had arrived late, as usual, so he had no time to observe more. Only 2 people were still on the ground before the Dark Lord. Severus found his place in the circle, then fell to his knees. For just a moment, he felt a flood of relief at the surrender. Then, reluctantly, remembered it was not genuine. He still had decisions to make. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Severus, my clever brewer, the Dark Lord hissed. Have your duties to Dumbledore delayed you again? Your summons came during dinner, Severus murmured, but I left immediately. Only the school's apparition block delayed me, my lord. I do not doubt your enthusiasm, Severus, the Dark Lord said, in a voice replete with the doubt he denied. I hoped, perhaps, you might explain a matter to me? From your Advantageous? Connections in Hogwarts. Ask my lord, Severus urged. It is Potter, Severus, his master hissed. I have heard he ventured unguarded from Diagon Alley into Muggle London. But this was not detected until too late. How is the boy warded, now that his mother's kin are dead? Severus hoped his master would take his fear wrongly. I do not know, my lord, he lied, believing the lie as deeply as he could. I will ask Dumbledore. He will dissemble at first, but the fool is proud, and may tell me in time if properly encouraged. I expect results, the Dark Lord said threateningly. We should have had Potter a month ago. Had I been warned? Severus dared, but his master hissed him to silence. Do not speak of it. I do not want to be told what should have been done, only that next time it will be done correctly. You are wise, master, Severus lied ecstatically, drawing the robe's hem to his lips. Once more. I will find this path for your glorious vengeance. The meeting was short. Severus was not one of those tortured this time. When they were dismissed, he was able to turn to the windows and apparate to a sheltered grove in the distance. Once there, he put a few trees between himself and the summoning place, then looked around. To his dismay, he recognized the little village at the base of the hill he was on. It was Hogsmeade. He was far too close to the school and to Harry for his comfort. The walk home took less than an hour. Severus spent it wondering how to appease the Dark Lord without endangering Harry. When he got back to his rooms, he found Harry there, sitting by the fire, reading a Transfiguration text. The boy looked up, relief turning, almost instantly to alarm at whatever it was he saw on Severus's face. Severus was not sure what his face showed. The sight of Harry, sitting in his living room as if he belonged there, had caused a chaotic flood of feelings. Security, affection, exasperation, fear, anger. Harry was here. He was safe. Harry was here. He cared. Harry was here, like a bloody idiot. 2 days into school and already he was acting suspicious. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, for being out past curfew. I was worried about you. Harry, I have taken care of myself for longer than you have been alive. Yes, but Severus fixed him with a contemptuous stare. It's more dangerous for you with me alive. Harry tried to make the observation sound witty, but failed. Severus was relieved to conclude that he still had some powers of intimidation. And more still if you come here, he hissed. I wore the cloak. No one saw me. On the evening of a meeting, it is not unusual for one of 2 of my associates to contact me. I usually open the flue for a few hours. I'll keep that in mind. You will stay where you belong. Severus screamed, lunging at Harry. He stopped himself a mere foot short of the boy's face. It had gone pale, but was quickly darkening. Severus did not want to know whether that color was from embarrassment or anger. He knew it was shame that was flooding his own with hot blood. With all the control he had in front of the Dark Lord, he still could not keep his temper when not in danger. It made no sense to him. Go, he said. He wished that he had Albus's trick of putting warmth in his voice, but he had only taught himself steel and ice, and it was ice now with the effort of not screaming again. Harry stood, not looking at him. Yes, sir, he whispered. Later, Harry, Severus said harshly, hoping Harry understood that was a promise. Harry had slipped the invisibility cloak over himself, hiding his face. There was a pause. Severus hoped Harry was checking the hallway with the magic mirror. Then the door opened, then closed. Severus stared at it. A score of things he might have said jammed in his throat and blocked it painfully. Dear child, he whispered. He kept the flue warded, after all, and made himself a cup of hot whiskey. He was on his 4th before he dared attempt sleep. Harry slunk back to Gryffindor. He had brief impulses to storm down the empty halls instead, but told himself firmly that he did not need to be penalized twice in one night. His mood was such that he was not at all surprised to come in the portrait hole and find Hermione waiting for him, her arms crossed over her chest. Have fun? She asked bitingly. No, I was utterly bored. I'm tempted to report you to Professor McGonagall, Hermione said shrilly. She looked genuinely upset. Harry forced a smile. Don't bother. I already got caught by Snape. He only took 20 points, though. Only, Hermione exclaimed. Harry, it's only the second day of term. Sorry. I had something I had to do, that's all. She bit her lip. Were you out smoking? She asked quickly. Harry laughed, despite himself, at an unbidden image of smoking in Severus's rooms. That would have been much worse than 20 points. Was that what you were out for? Hermione asked stubbornly. Harry closed the distance between them. No, he said seriously. He leaned his face close to hers and breathed gently into her mouth. While she was still frozen in surprise, Harry brushed his lips softly against hers. They felt lovely. Panic surged through him and he stepped back. Believe me? Hermione nodded and stared at him. She wasn't saying anything. Harry knew that had been one of his goals, but it was still unnerving. Will you stop being cross, then? He coaxed. You still cost Gryffindor 20 points. You still can't follow rules for 2 days. Hermione sounded more frustrated than angry. Now, and I know that Ron was out last night with your cloak. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry blushed. He'd brought me cigarettes to replace what you'd managed to get confiscated. I told him to get rid of them, and he did. Harry was glad he'd been able to give her details on something, especially something that should please her. It seemed to have distracted her, at least. Suppose we'd both better get to bed, he suggested awkwardly. Hermione focused. Yes, definitely. She gave a little squeak of dismay. I have arithmancy first thing tomorrow, and I'll be tired, thanks to you, Harry Potter. Plead prefect duties. It's such a burden, keeping those uncontrollable Gryffindors in hand. Professor Vector will understand. That won't make me study any better. So you might be merely above average, Harry responded dryly. Meanwhile, I'll be in potions, being tortured. You will? Hermione sounded disappointed. I'd hoped we'd have it together. Apparently not. Hermione frowned. He did that on purpose, I bet. She looked at Harry and scowled. And stop giving me that sly look. What sly look? That oh, I'm so clever thing, as though running around at night makes you special. Hermione, I don't think, go to bed, Hermione snapped. I don't have time for this. The new routine. On Wednesday, the 6th year's classes finally started. When Harry started down to potions, the familiarity of the descent unnerved him. He was heading into the dungeons, and that felt safe now, but it wasn't anymore. He wondered if his father was still angry at him. He supposed it didn't matter. Severus would treat him horribly whether he meant it or not, but Harry wanted to know whether or not he would mean it. He arrived early, and the only other student present was Terry Boot of Ravenclaw, who was seated near the back. Harry selected a seat near the front, but to the side. He wondered if there would be any other Gryffindors in the class. Harry was just starting to take out his supplies when a slight figure appeared near his side. Well, if it isn't the junior Auror, drawled a familiar voice. Where's your mudblood girlfriend, Auror? Harry looked up. He repressed an angry response to the slur on Hermione and answered, She's in another session. I suppose I'll have to make it on my own. This year. I thought you were in remedial potions. Harry shrugged, partially to settle his shoulders. He wondered if he could turn this into an actual conversation, rather than a string of insults. I was left with muggles, when my parents died. So I missed some basic stuff. Learning that helped and got me through the OWL. Too bad you didn't have any decent wizarding friends to help you earlier, Malfoy goaded. Harry repressed a grin. Now that, he thought, is an opening. I guess so, he said seriously. Ron hardly knew more than I do, about potions. I learned lots about Quidditch. It's a fun game, Potter, Malfoy sneered. It's not something you can base your life on. I'm aware of that, Malfoy, or I wouldn't be subjecting myself to this class. Harry returned steadily. They both tensed at the sound of boot heels in the corridor floor. Harry waited until Malfoy turned away, then added, Welcome back. Malfoy tensed, but did not pause in his return to his seat. He had his hand on his chair when Snape swept in the door. Sit down, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said testily, as he glided up the center aisle. He pivoted neatly at the top of the room, sending his robes swirling out around him in an ominous black cloud. but Harry thought he looked more worn and even paler than usual. Let me make one thing clear without delay. This is an advanced potions class. The materials covered will be complex and rigorous. We do not have time to waste on idle chit-chat, lost quills, or frivolous questions. When I arrive, I expect all students to be in their seats, quills and paper out and ready, and all prerequisite materials in their places. Is that clear? Yes, sir, came a small chorus of voices. Snape responded with a thin-lipped smile. Good. Are we all ready now? Mr. Malfoy? Mr. Potter? Very good. Mr. Potter. Snape fixed Harry with a predatory stare. What materials are required for the Wolfsbane potion, and how are they prepared? Harry could have sworn he remembered the Wolfsbane potion fairly well. Apparently he didn't. He got to hear his incompetence gleefully derided, while Malfoy and Bulstrode snickered, and Parvati and Justin looked angry, and Terry Boot looked nervous. That was the entire class. All work was to be done individually, Professor Snape told them, so that acceptable students did not carry through their less competent partners. He looked pointedly at Harry as he said this, implying that Harry had come to this class under false pretenses. Harry felt like he was in the middle of a nightmare. Mr. Potter? Harry froze in the middle of collecting his supplies. Yes, sir? He said carefully. We need to meet to discuss this independent project you and Professor McGonagall devised. Come to my office today at 3:30. Yes, sir. Despite what you and your head of house may think, Snape added caustically, my time is not an unlimited resource. I suggest that you be prompt. Harry was angry enough to look up. Of course, sir, he said furiously. 5 points from Gryffindor for impudence. Get out of here. This time, Harry did storm down the hallway, though he knew he looked a bit ridiculous. At the base of the stairs, he met a small gaggle of Hufflepuff first years. One opened her mouth to speak, and Harry swept them all with such a glare that 2 of them collided in their hurry to get away. He started up the steps in grim cheer. He was embarrassed to hear, below him, one of the children nervously asking someone else how to get to the potions classroom. Apparently that had been all they wanted. By the time Harry reached the defense against the dark arts classroom, he was not so much angry as depressed. 5 points for tone of voice was a bit over the top, even for Professor Snape. If Severus was actually angry at him, wouldn't he be more creative, rather than acting like a parody of himself? On the other hand, Harry couldn't forget how cold Severus had been the night before. They had been in private, he was sure. Harry hoped he could get some sincere answers out of his father at their meeting. He wasn't sure he could endure another scripted conversation today. Good morning, Mr. Potter, he said warmly. I'm glad to see one of my students so enthusiastic. Harry plopped his books down at the desk nearest Remus's desk and sighed. Last class was potions, he said. I practically ran. Here. He looked fiercely at Remus. Snape is a bullying git. Remus frowned. Harry, you will not be disrespectful to Professor Snape. Fine. Professor Snape is a bullying git, Harry snarled. That is not acceptable either, and you know it, Remus said, severely. His expression softened slightly. Harry, this is nothing new. You knew it would be like this, but he goes out his way to go after me. Harry complained. He was asking me about the Wolfsbane potion, which wasn't even in the reading, then making fun of me because I didn't completely know how to make it. Remus twitched. Harry saw his throat move in an involuntary swallow. Perhaps he thinks you should know, Remus said almost absently. Harry had to think about that. Perhaps Severus was worried that something would happen to him. Perhaps he'd shown Harry the potion so someone else at Hogwarts would know how to make it. He considered that for a moment, then shook his head. If that's it, he should have told me. The next arrival did not make Harry feel any better. It was Draco Malfoy, whom Harry would have bet 1,000 galleons would not take defense against the dark arts now that it was optional. Probably an easy pass for him, he thought darkly, with as much as he knows of dark arts, or perhaps he want to keep an eye on who does well in it. Malfoy sat directly behind Harry. Finally, Hermione and Padma came in. They sat together, leaving Harry conspicuously by himself, and right in front of the instructor. He could not see anyone else's reactions to this, as they were all behind him. He got a brief sympathetic look from Remus, Then the professor cleared his throat and started class. I am very pleased to see defense against the dark arts so well attended by the upper-level students, he said sincerely. I believe we are all here, except for Susan Bones? Hannah raised her hand. Yes, Miss Abbott? Her mother wouldn't let her, Hannah said. Her voice was almost too quiet to hear. She got the owl this morning. Ah! Harry could see the pain that crossed Remus's face, but he doubted the brief twitch was obvious to the people who did not know him well. It was quite clear to all of them that Susan Bones' mother would not have objected to the subject, and her objection must therefore have been to the instructor. Well, that is unfortunate, Remus said quietly. She has, however, kept up on her own before. With that, Remus smiled at all of them again. A number of you, he said, I believe most, studied counterhexes and dueling on your own last year in an unauthorized club. Harry was at last glad he was facing away from the others, for he could not repress a smirk. All of the fifth-year members of Dumbledore's army had received at least and exceeds expectations on their defense practicals. Behind him, he heard Malfoy snort contemptuously. Remus gave both of them an unreadable look. While I cannot condone the breaking of school rules, Remus said placidly, I admire your initiative. It is always encouraging to see students who want to study. However, the strong viewpoints of your last teacher. Several people snickered openly at this, including, to Harry's surprise, Malfoy, leave me with only the OWL as an evaluation of your skills. Therefore, I would like to spend our first class in practice duels so that I can evaluate your strengths and weaknesses. Here are the limits of these duels. They spent the rest of the class dueling, which suited Harry down to the ground. To his relief, and he admitted, quite possibly due to Professor Lupin's good sense, he was never paired with Malfoy. Harry acquitted himself well, and ended the lesson tired and satisfied. Ron joined him on the way to lunch, and all Harry's ill feeling came flooding back immediately. I'm so glad I gave you my schedule, Harry said coldly. It was pleasant to have the company. Well, I thought you'd like Hermione sitting next to you, Ron protested. What, you expected me to leave Padma by herself? Hermione asked, coming into step at Harry's other side. So, it's not that you're still mad at me? Harry asked pointedly. Hermione smiled. I expect you suffered enough in potions, she said primly. Harry stormed off. He sat with the Creevy brothers during lunch. It was a peculiar form of self-torture, he knew, but it let Hermione and Ron know just where they ranked with him, at the moment, and that made it worth it. By the end of lunch, he'd decided he rather liked Colin being obsessed with Lavender. For one thing, it gave them something trivial to talk about. For another, it made Colin far less obsessed with him. In the afternoon, Harry had his short sessions in Charms and Transfiguration. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, these would be long morning classes like his Monday, Wednesday, and Friday potions and defense against the dark arts. On all afternoons other than Wednesday, the afternoon would be a single long class period. 2 of those would be care of magical creatures. The other 2, Harry would have free for work on his independent study project. He already suspected that when he did that work would vary considerably. Close the door, Potter. Harry closed the door and stood just inside it. He found himself staring down Snape's wand. Well, Snape said irritably. Stand aside. Harry, with a flood of relief that he was embarrassed to realize indicated that he had been afraid Snape would hurt him, stepped aside. Secretus, Snape said firmly. There was a brief wash of shadow over the door. Sit down, Harry. Harry approached the desk, but did not sit. He glared at Snape, and Snape, for a full minute, looked curiously back at him, as at Harry's anger was some interesting peculiarity. Finally he sighed. Sit, he said again. He took a noticeable breath, then said, I'm sorry about last night. Were we alone? Harry demanded. Yes. Then why were you like that? First, Snape said coldly, I dislike being endangered. I dislike you endangering yourself. He scowled. However, I could have said that more clearly. I am afraid that when I return from a meeting, my emotional range is somewhat limited. Limited, Harry repeated. After an evening on my knees before the Dark Lord, I will attack anything so unlucky as to draw my attention. If a possible response is anger, that is what you will get. Harry could almost understand this. Voldemort didn't leave him feeling particularly in control, either. He relaxed. Fortunately, that passes for your normal behavior, he returned. Snape's eyebrows rose. He coughed on a caught laugh. Fortunately. Or someone might map the evenings that I stride through the halls, handing out detentions like the headmaster hands out lemon sherbets. Harry did laugh. You should have seen me leaving potions. The first-year Hufflepuffs will never dare come near me again. What did you do to them? Snape asked curiously. I looked at them. At Snape's incredulous stare, Harry ducked his head. Kate glared, maybe. Do you think they were actually frightened? They scattered so fast that two of them ran into each other, so hard that one fell down. Snape burst out laughing. Did you pick them up and dust them off? No. I barreled on upstairs so I could rant at Remus about you. Before class started. Snape fixed him with a hard look. Professor Lupin, Harry. We're in a closed office with a warded door. Nonetheless, he is now your teacher. Refer to him like that again, and I will dock Gryffindor points and claim my 10 galleons. Oh, all right, Harry said. He felt cross again. Why did you ask me about the wolfsbane potion? He asked angrily. Think, Harry. Why? There was a reason. To make fun of me because you know I couldn't answer half that. Snape sighed. You might as well say I did it so you could show off. What? Yes, I knew you couldn't answer half that. I doubt any of your classmates would have been able to answer any of it. Snape smiled with cold satisfaction. I got to deride you for your stupidity and ignorance, while the rest of the class watched paralyzed with the knowledge they would have done far worse. Malfoy wasn't paralyzed. Malfoy knows when to put on an act. I assure you, Harry, he is now frantically searching through the supplemental readings, trying to find out how you knew that the wolfsbane should be harvested at the dark of the moon for greatest potency. And when it's not there, Malfoy is a perceptive boy. It will doubtless occur to him that Professor Lupin was notably fond of you, and that this affection is, perhaps, returned. He will decide that you studied it on your own, and you asked me about it because, either to demonstrate that I expected independent initiative and a following of current hot topics in the field, or to point up the dangerous side of your egalitarian tendencies. Snape smiled slyly. Draco is clever. Both will occur to him. I have not yet decided which answer to give him when he asks, did you know he's taking defense against the dark arts? Yes. He asked me to arrange for him to be in the same session as you. It wasn't difficult. I had merely to put you in the same potion session. So he is keeping an eye on me, Harry said boldly. Snape nodded. Yes, he is. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. He supposed it might make a truce with Malfoy easier, but it would also make it less real. He realized they had both been silent for a while when Snape shifted in his seat. Harry, he began awkwardly. Harry looked at him, and found Snape's face was tinged with red. He didn't appear to be angry. Harry wondered if he might actually be embarrassed. I am fond of you, Snape said, as if he were admitting to some peculiarity of taste. I will still be horrible to you in class. Please try to consider it a game, Harry suggested, or an exercise. Snape's mouth quirked slightly before pulling down into a disapproving frown. Whatever gets you through my class without terrorizing the first years. He smirked. And here I thought they were just afraid of me. Harry ducked his head. It was funny, but he knew he had behaved badly. Sir? He waited until he had Snape's attention before continuing. I think I'll need some private time with you to not go mad by the end of next week. Never mind next month. I've got the independent study and I've got the invisibility cloak, and you implied I could visit. Could we work out something that won't make you yell at me? Snape frowned. I'll need to think about it. Yes, we can, he added hurriedly, but how? He looked sharply at Harry. It will not be after curfew. Harry nodded. That would probably improve things with Hermione, too. She was waiting to lay into me when I got back. Last night. Snape snorted. Another matter about last night. Yeah. The Dark Lord has heard that you left Diagon Alley for Muggle London. Undetected. He wants me to find out how you are warded. Harry froze. Snape's face took on that mocking look that Harry dreaded more than his scowls. Your capricious little excursion has put both of us in greater danger. Sorry. I thought if they didn't catch me, that would be it.
No.
A flash of anger darkened Snape's face. but passed. If they had caught you, he noted, you would not be the only one dead. In fact, with the wards, it is not unlikely that you could have survived an attack that killed your friends. Harry flushed. I get the point, he said angrily. Do you? Snape sneered. I'll believe that when I see some change in your behavior. Harry looked down at the floor. He couldn't think of anything to say. Harry? Snape questioned. Now I'm as miserable as when I came in. But for much better reasons. Harry decided that wasn't funny and shrugged. He knew quite well he was too reckless. It just never seemed applicable to what he was doing at the time. He thought of the discussion he'd had with Remus about faults. It's because I'm brave, he said suddenly. He was a bit surprised to realize he had spoken out loud, and looked up in alarm. What is? Snape asked. I'm brave, therefore I'm reckless. Snape's eyes narrowed. Do you know the difference? He asked. Harry nodded automatically. Then what is it? Snape demanded. Harry, though he knew the difference, had to think a moment about how to explain it. Finally, he looked back at his father again. Brave is when the risk you are taking is worth it. A good explanation. Snape seemed mollified by Harry's consideration of the matter. When you left Diagon Alley, was that brave or reckless? Harry thought. After a moment he answered very quietly, neither, sir. He bit his lip. It was just thoughtless. I didn't understand what the risks were. Snape nodded. His black eyes focused intensely on Harry. Yes, he said quietly. Exactly. Further complications. Further complications. Hermione made a point of sitting next to Harry in Transfiguration, but she wasn't able to speak to him. She had come from Ancient Runes, which was up in one of the towers, and made it to her seat just as class was about to start. She expected Harry to wait for her at the end of class, but he vanished while she was asking Professor McGonagall a question. Hermione returned quickly to Gryffindor Tower. She hoped she would overtake him on the way, but she did not. Harry was not in the common room. When Hermione saw Dean and Seamus talking to Parvati Patil, she walked over to them. Dean. Seamus? She tried to keep her voice businesslike, but she was afraid it sounded a bit strained. Have you seen Harry? Both boys shook their heads. He has a meeting with Professor Snape, Parvati volunteered. She frowned. Snape was so awful to him, and Harry was answering questions I'd have no clue about. It was really scary. Hermione thought that sounded normal, except for the part about Harry answering questions. She excused herself and went upstairs, leaving the others exchanging horror stories about the day's classes. She was starting to feel annoyed at Harry again. How dare he not be around for me to make up with? She muttered sarcastically to herself, but recognizing the absurdity of her irritation did not defuse it. She had hardly been in her room 5 minutes before she heard a soft knock at the door. She hoped it wasn't someone who needed a prefect. She didn't feel capable of solving her own problems right now, much less someone else's. For a moment, she was tempted to pretend to be asleep. The knock repeated. Who is it? Me, Ginny's voice called back. May I come in? Of course. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Nothing, Ginny said, shrugging. She crossed the room and sat down on Hermione's bed. You looked upset. Downstairs, and Dean said you'd asked about Harry. The two of you haven't fought already. Have you? Does it matter? Hermione challenged. Yes, Ginny answered promptly. You were absolutely darling with him 2 days ago, and you looked happy except when my brother was being a git. I like you being happy. Hermione bit her lip. Harry stayed out till past midnight last night. Oh, Ginny's eyes widened. And came back uninjured, I assume? Unless Professor Snape had taken a chunk out of him with the house points. You think he's got another girl? Hermione threw her hands up. She'd actually managed not to think of that explanation. Who knows? It's Harry. He's more likely to be out tracking down something dangerous, except he'd usually tell me about that. He wouldn't tell you where he was? No. Just that there was something he had to do. Feeling obligated to be honest, Hermione added. I only asked him once. He may have told me if I'd pushed, but we started fighting about other things. Like what? Like how he couldn't go 2 days without costing Gryffindor points. Hermione snapped. Your boyfriend was out till midnight, and you're worried about house points? Harry is not my boyfriend. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Business. He did it again. Last night. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Ginny grinned. Is he good? Ginny. Well, yes, he's good. Hermione scowled. Unfortunately, he seems to know it. So, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Just because he's hot and wonderful and terribly important to you? Ginny suggested a bit sharply. Yes, Hermione said defiantly. He's not manipulating me that way. She bit her lip. If I let him get away with that, he'll be unbearable. Besides, I don't even know if he wants me or if he even cares. She snorted contemptuously. This is just his new technique for Hermione management. Ginny shook her head. Harry's not like that, but he was the only one qualified. Still, wouldn't you and Ron have had to talk him into it last year? He just acts like he's in charge now. I was watching him at dinner yesterday when the rest of you got to discussing the Ravenclaw team. He was looking around with this calculating sneer, almost like he was evaluating the worth of each of you and all the other players. That's what the captain is supposed to do. Hermione. But that look. Hermione clenched her hands into fists, welcoming the distracting pain of uneven nails biting into her palms. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hermione. Ginny chided. I'm sure it's not like that. Look, I'll see Harry a lot if I stay on the Quidditch team. Want me to sound him out about you? When I get a chance to talk to him without everyone else around. Don't let him know it bothers me. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. When Harry got back to Gryffindor, he was still feeling rather subdued. He decided to start in on his homework immediately. Perhaps Hermione will come by and see I'm behaving, he thought. He didn't know if that would fix anything, but he expected it would help. He decided to start with the Wolfsbane potion. If Severus was right about him knowing far more than the other students, he should be able to write an exemplary essay on it. He was almost certainly the only member of class who had ever seen it brewed. Instead of just starting straight in on the text, as usual, Harry found himself writing out notes on how he wanted to structure the essay, a discussion of uses, then history, then the ingredients and their preparation, then the brewing process. He frowned at that, and decided to end with a short analysis of the current debate on the sufficiency of Wolfsbane potion as a control for werewolves. He looked at that for a moment, feeling rather proud of having thought of the word sufficiency and hoping Hermione would stop by to talk to him just then. Instead, Colin did. Harry, he exclaimed. He sat down, and some of his enthusiasm changed to edgy anxiety. Can I ask you a favor? Something important? I don't think it will be any trouble. But what? Harry asked, breaking the flow. Well, could I photograph the Gryffindor tryouts? I'd like to get some practice in sports photography. Lavender was asking me what good it was to be good at taking pictures, and I was trying to explain what photographers do, and I thought that if I worked on sports photography, I might be able to sell match photos to Quidditch Weekly or to Colin. Harry interrupted, pushing gently down at the air between them in a quelling gesture. You may photograph the tryouts, for practice. You may not sell pictures from the tryouts, and your photography should not be distracting to the players. Okay, but sometimes a good shot. You'd have the same restrictions in professional photography, Harry said sharply. Did you hear last year about how some photographer got permanently banned from the World Cup for interference and endangering the players? Yeah. That was really, so you need to learn to do it properly, right? Colin actually stopped talking for a second while he considered the merits of this. Right? So if I feel you are interfering or endangering the players, I will ban you from the tryouts and the next month of practices. Behave and you can practice on us all you like. Really? Thanks, Harry. You're the best. Photos of practices are also not for sale, Harry warned. This damped Colin's ecstasy to mere delight. That's still great. Thanks, Harry. Colin rushed off. Harry barely had time to pick up his quill before people settled on either side of him. Ron to his left on the couch arm and Andrew to his right on the couch. Harry glanced around for Jack and saw him hovering uneasily a bit to the side. Did I just hear you tell that Pratt he can photograph all our practices? Ron hissed. Absolutely, Harry replied, dipping his quill in ink. You want some bloody mayfly buzzing around setting off flashing lights while we're trying to play Quidditch? Not really, no. Harry looked up at Ron and smiled conspiratorially. But when he starts doing it at games, Gryffindor will be used to it. Ron stared at Harry in astonishment. Jack chuckled. Good enough for me, Captain, Jack said cheerily. He tugged at Andrew's arm. Let's go, then. Andrew resisted. What if he doesn't get permission to photograph games? He asked. I expect he will, Harry answered. Assistant Head McGonagall and Madame Hooch won't object, because they support any promotion of Hogwarts Quidditch. I won't object because it gives us an advantage now, and Malfoy won't because he's vain. At least one other team is bound to have someone who hopes to go professional, and has some sad idea this will help. I think Dumbledore will find that sufficient. He looked at Andrew, a bit coldly. May I work on my potions essay now? I won't have any time for this on Saturday. Recall. Of course, Ron said quickly. He hesitated. See you at dinner, Harry? Sounds good, Harry answered absently. Powdered moonstone. Oh, I forgot about soaking it and retaining the water. Wait, isn't that like part of the antidote for vampires' death poison? The one that makes sunlight set you on fire? There's a name for the effect. Harry, are you even listening? Harry growled. Dinner, tonight. Yes, he snapped. Now unless you remember the name of the effect given by a lunar charge on the solution holding a gemstone component. Go away until dinner time. Reit, Mate, Ron muttert. He sounded a bit put out, but Harry didn't have the concentration free to worry about it. He continued to try puzzle over what he remembered. While he was thinking, someone leaned over his head, dangling straight, seal-brown hair between his eyes and the text. It's the crystal radiosys effect, a voice confided. Don't ask me how to spell it. Harry looked up. A dark-haired girl with hazel eyes was smiling cheerily upside down at him. He thought she was in Ginny's class, but did not know her name. Thanks, he said, twisting around to look at her right side up. And you are? Zoe. Pleased to meet you, Zoe. Do you like potions? Zoe wrinkled her nose in a way that Harry thought rather cute. Except for the professor, she said. Weren't you busy? Yes, but you've just saved me a trip to the library and 20 minutes of research. That should give me a few minutes to chat. Zoe sat down on the couch where Andrew had been and talked cheerfully about potions that made use of the crystal radiosys effect. She was impressed that Harry knew so much about the wolfsbane potion. Harry was impressed that she could reel off a list of potions that used the liquid in which a gemstone had been moon-charged or sun-charged. He might have forgotten to go back to his essay, had he not seen Hermione walking towards the portrait hole. Oh, I better get back to work on this essay, he said, perhaps a little too loudly. Thanks for your help, Zoe. Harry had dinner with Ron, who had, to Harry's relief, actually showed up without his fifth-year shadows. Hermione seemed to be avoiding him. Harry decided to let her. She'd either get over it, or she'd work herself into a frenzy and come tell him what he had done wrong. If she hadn't talked to him by the end of tryouts, he decided he would go hunt her down. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. In Friday Potions, Harry worked on not taking Snape's insults personally. It helped to have some insight into how Snape used attacks on him. Surreptitious observation of his classmates showed that, indeed, as many quailed at the things he got right as at the ones he got wrong. Malfoy made no further move to talk to him, or to interact with him in any way, good or bad, in either potions or defense against the dark arts. The last class of the day was their first Care of Magical Creatures class of the year. Hermione, though she had not been at lunch, walked down with Harry and Ron. Harry thought she was being a little more friendly. Now, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. The wyvern is a lesser cousin of the dragon, so it has strong jaws and sharp teeth. He can snap his tail around quite as well, as he needs it more for balance, having only 2 feet, but he can still use it. His wings can wallop a small man flat, and he has talons like an eagle's, but longer. Griffin's talons, if you will. But those are just. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hermione raised her hand, and Hagrid beamed at her. Go ahead, Hermione. The wyvern can create a sense of fear to repel potential attackers. If the wyvern panics, this can overflow into augmenting fears or insecurities of people nearby, sometimes fostering violent conflict. Good girl, Hermione. 10 points to Gryffindor. So, what do we need to do? Harry raised his hand. Yes, Harry? We should all come to class as calm as possible. Right, again. 5 more points for Gryffindor. For that, I'll be starting class 15 minutes late. So anyone who wants to listen to some music, or take a walk by the lake, has a little extra time to do that. I'll have a few vials of calming draft on hand, in case anyone needs it, and brushing up on cheering charms wouldn't be amiss. The lecture continued, guaranteeing that anyone who was listening could write the essay without ever glancing at a book. Hermione sent Harry a few smiles that he found encouraging. At the end of class, he was gearing himself up to ask her what he had done to upset her, but Hagrid interposed. Harry, Professor Dumbledore sent word that he wants to see ya as soon as class gets out. Ya should head up there now. Thanks, Hagrid. Hermione and Ron walked beside him up the long green. Are you in trouble? Hermione demanded. Harry shrugged. Don't think so. Maybe it's something for the order. Ron exclaimed at a whisper. Harry glared at him. Don't say that, he returned, in an equally urgent whisper. You don't call the old crowd that here. He gestured at the space around them, and the students a few yards in front of them. Not secure. Better yet, don't mention it at all, Hermione opined. Harry nodded, and Ron looked a bit put out. It's probably something boring, like my project, Harry said, more loudly, laughing. I'll see you two later, okay? My life as a quaffle. My life as a quaffle. Thank you for being so prompt, Harry. How was Hagrid's class? Oddly theoretical, but that's probably a good idea. Dumbledore smiled. I insisted he put some safeguard in place, and he devised this plan. A good one, I believe. Are you excited about the wyverns? Sort of. I think my occlumency practice will help. I'm a bit worried about some of the Slytherins. Blaise is quiet, but in that sort of held-in-check way. Ron might be a problem, too, if he has a bad morning. I plan to offer a calming draft to any of my house who want it, Snape said. He looked disapproving. You too, Harry. Even professionals use them for wyverns. I'm set, Harry said cheerfully. He shifted slightly, feeling the weight of the bubble soap necklace that Hermione had brought him against his chest. He hadn't replaced the Muggle bubble soap yet, but he planned to before Monday. Unconcerned benevolence might be just the thing, provided he could remember not to pet the pretty wyverns. Snape looked suspiciously at him. Dumbledore brought his hands together. Well then, shall we get down to business? The office door swung closed and flared. The headmaster sat behind his desk. Sherbet lemon, Harry? No? Ah well. Today's agenda is a single item. The ministry has contested my request to be Harry's guardian. For a moment Harry couldn't think. Contested? Contested Dumbledore? But then he recalled that Fudge was afraid of Dumbledore. Certainly, Fudge would rather have Harry under direct control. I was afraid of this, Snape said, echoing Harry's feelings. Minister Fudge sees this as his opportunity to control Harry Potter. A most important symbol. Yes. I will, of course, defend my position at the hearing. It is scheduled for Friday, October 4th, so, again, it buys us time. The minister will fight headmaster. Snape said calmly. He can reasonably say you have no right. Yes. If he is successful, we will need to produce you earlier at the appeal. He cannot contest a blood relative, despite your history, unless Harry himself objects. Can we afford to lose my information? Severus challenged. Better than we can afford to lose Harry. Dumbledore sighed. You have been worrying recently, Severus, as to the accuracy of what you are told. With the suspicion you have been under, I have wondered if continuing was worth the risk. Your value to us is not entirely in the field, you realize. That is certainly not what the Dark Lord keeps me for. Dumbledore was looking at his desk, as if studying an invisible document. It is easy enough to prove kinship, he said slowly. I ran a test for that myself and suspect you did as well. At Severus's nod, he sighed. I believe it would be best if we could also prove Harem. Did you keep your copy of the contract? Severus hissed air out through his teeth. I destroyed it when Lily died. A hint of amusement crossed Dumbledore's features at that. Harry suspected he was imagining, as Harry himself was, how completely Severus might destroy a thing. The old wizard sighed. Do you know where James kept his copy? In his vault, I would expect. But in what? Severus seemed to understand what Dumbledore meant. Harry wished he did. Yes, it was a brooch. A griffin, just to irritate me. Dumbledore nodded. I will look for it. Do you have a key to the vault? Harry blurted out. Oh, not that vault, Dumbledore said. Another one. Unlike the money vault, I have no indication of when you are to get access to it. Considering the family nature of this would be much easier if we had ever found James's will. Am I likely to lose the money, then? Not that. Dumbledore stood. James died and his wife inherited. For a few seconds. Her child, then, inherits at least for standard property. But with the Potter family heirlooms, a cousin might make some sort of case. I will continue to look. If I do not find anything, your letter shows intent. I believe. He looked firmly at Harry. Now, I have some matters I need to discuss with your father in private. Harry bit back an objection. He nodded tightly. Good day, headmaster. Thank you for your time. When he emerged into the corridor, Harry realized he didn't want to go back to Gryffindor. Since he had come straight from class, he had his school bag with him, with his potions, defense against the dark arts, and care of magical creature texts. He worked in the library, quickly finishing the essay for Hagrid. Since he was in the library, he even looked up and added a few details, such as the use of wyvern bile and hysteria potions, and the infamous wyvern defense in the Mansfield Scythe murders. When he was done, he went back to the limits of control. It was just as unreadable as Snape had said. Harry was determined to finish it just to show he could. He was eventually interrupted by Madame Pants asking if he planned to attend dinner. He ran down quickly. All of the staff and most of the students were already seated. He had to walk across a whispering hall to get to the Gryffindor table, but at least Hermione had saved him a seat. Ron was nearby, but with Andrew and Jack. Ginny and Dean were on the other side of Hermione. Where were you? She asked anxiously. Just the library. Are you in trouble?
No.
Harry grinned. It was just about my independent study. He has a few recommended books for me, that's all, and I was looking things up and got distracted. I didn't mean to worry you. Hermione looked uncertain. Harry nudged her. Harry! Hermione said despairingly. Harry grinned at her and she sighed. I don't even know why I'm taking this class. She admitted. Everything else I'm studying has professional value, but I think this one is just because I'm afraid someone will get killed if I'm not there. Harry looked at her. What? She demanded. You know how you said I have a saving people thing? He said, trying not to think of the circumstances of that. You have a keeping people out of trouble thing. And we both need to learn how to tell when it's useful, and when it's just us being obsessive. If you're taking this class because it's fun, that's fine. You don't need to take it to protect us. Hermione looked even more tense. And with you? She asked. Are you staying out of trouble? Harry smiled slightly. I have half of Monday's assignments done. I've barely had time for anything else. That's wonderful. Hermione looked suddenly suspicious. What prompted this? Well, Saturday is lost to Quidditch, so I thought I should go into that with as little outstanding as possible. Let me guess, Hermione said, you haven't touched potions or charms. Harry sniffed. I did potions first, he said loftily. It's about the Wolfsbane potion, which I know rather well. And Zoe was helping you, Hermione said coldly. I forgot. I couldn't remember the name of the crystal radiosys effect, and she answered when I asked Ron. Not that I expected him to answer. I just wanted him to be quiet so I could think. Does she actually know Zoe? I guess if Zoe is Ginny's dorm mate, she would. I also did my Care of Magical Creatures essay, and figured out what to say in the charms one when I was studying with Ron. My defense work is mostly practical and I already know it. I've ignored Transfiguration because I think I can do it over the weekend. Hermione nodded acknowledgement, but didn't say anything. They both ate, Harry with the distinct feeling that she was studying him. He tried to eat politely, and let his attention wander here and there. Malfoy, he noted, was sitting with Goyle and a girl who seemed to be Goyle's. Harry looked for Crabbe and found him further down the table. That seemed odd. Thinking back, Harry couldn't remember seeing Malfoy with Crabbe this year. A girl further down the Slytherin table had apparently fought with someone. She stood abruptly, picked up her plate, and strode to Malfoy's other side, where there was a bit of space. He appeared to give her leave to sit, and began talking to her almost immediately. She was rather pretty, with short, honey-brown hair. Short hair was odd for a wizarding girl. Harry scanned the Slytherin table and didn't see any other short-haired girls except for Bulstrode, whom he wouldn't have recognized as a girl if he didn't know. He looked back at Hermione. She was staring at him, though she quickly tried to hide it. "Help me with something?" he asked. "What? Is it odd for a wizarding girl to have short hair?" "It seems to be." Hermione relaxed as she went into lecture mode. In a conservative family, adults will have long hair, to the extent permitted by their activities, she explained. Very long hair, like the Malfoys have, usually indicates a life of leisure. Bill has his hair quite long for a working wizard, and too long for a man from a modern-thinking family. That's part of what his mum dislikes about it. He has his hair like an idle aristocrat, then works a dangerous job and dresses in clothes she considers disreputable, almost too muggle. Of course, that's more common in other parts of the world. He's really just cosmopolitan. Girls have long hair usually. Girls only cut their hair if they don't intend to marry, or don't care whether or not they do. Boys always have short hair unless somehow they become the male head of a named family. Malfoy could grow his hair now, I suppose, and you could. This thought distracted her, and she looked at him questioningly. "Are you? I don't think I'll grow it much longer," Harry returned. "It is better behaved this way, though." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry glared at her in indignation. I'm not stupid, Harry," Hermione said angrily. "Some hair gets straighter as it lengthens, but not that much, not for an extra 2 inches. Harry caught himself. He couldn't afford to deny the most plausible explanation for the change people seemed to notice most. He let himself look embarrassed. "Oh, all right," he grumbled, ducking his head. "Do you like it?" "No," Hermione said plainly. She softened it with a slightly apologetic look as she added, "It's attractive enough. Altogether, you've got quite a look, this year, but I wish you were still willing to be you." She gave him a wry little smile as she drew out one of her own unruly locks. "Besides, if you thought your hair was too curly from that tiny wave, what must you think of mine?" Harry smiled. "I think it's a glorious, willful mane to suit a brave, strong-minded girl." He stroked gently down her hair. "And beautiful. You'd look just wrong with straight hair. So do you." Harry sighed. "Well, it will stay this way for a while," he demurred. He looked down at his hands and twisted the ring on his finger nervously. "We're not eating," he said, looking up at her. "Shall we go for a walk?" Hermione bit her lip. She looked like she wanted to do that, with all it implied. Harry leaned closer. "I could play with your curls," he coaxed, "and tell you how lovely they are, how beautifully they frame your face." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Although somewhat embarrassed to be noticeably following her, Harry got up and left the hall, leaving a wake of whispers. Once outside, he ran, but he didn't manage to catch Hermione. Her bag was in the Gryffindor common room when he got there, so he assumed she was up in the girls' dormitories, but yelling for her from the bottom of the stairs produced no response. No one else seemed to be in the tower. Harry wandered up the boys' staircase and poked his head in the first room. It was empty. He went to the window and looked out. The view was a little bit different from his one up at the top of the tower, or the magical one in his dungeon room. Harry walked in and out of the boys' dormitories, and around the common room trying to find his window, but did not. He was halfway up the stairs when he heard people entering the common room from dinner. Harry decided he didn't want to talk to any of them. He went to his room, grabbed his cloak, and slipped back down the stairs and out through the briefly open portrait hole. 15 minutes later, Harry was walking in the dungeons, through increasingly ill-lit corridors. His heart quickened at the sight of a line of light coming out of Snape's lab and glinting off the stones of the floor. He slowed down and lightened his footsteps. The door was ajar, but not by much. He wasn't sure if he could slide through without moving it. He peered inside. Snape was stirring something and muttering under his breath. While Harry watched, he switched to left-handed stirring and pulled out his wand, focusing it on the cauldron as he stirred. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Who's there? He called, reaching for his wand again. Quickly, Harry reached up and pushed his hood back. Just me. Don't sneak in here like that. I could have dropped something, or I waited. You were doing something complicated when I got here, and I waited until you weren't stirring anything or holding anything. Appreciated, Snape said tightly. However, next time, please remove your cloak in the hallway before entering. I still could have hexed you. I am rather paranoid and prize it as a survival skill. Okay. Harry pulled himself up onto a stool and looked around the lab. Anything you want help with? Don't you have work to do? I've mostly finished it. Harry looked down. If you want me to go, I will, he said quietly. Say that, though. Snape looked at him for a moment, then sighed. I'm not sure how much you can help, but stay until curfew, if it won't bore you. Harry shook his head. It won't. Very well. Go shut the door and throw up a silencing spell. When Harry returned, Snape's attention was focused on a selection of square jars. Harry watched him run his hand slowly through the air an inch over the row. At the fourth jar, his hand paused, then descended. He opened the container and shook some butterfly wings from it into a mortar, which he handed to Harry. Grind these to an even dust and measure out a small scoop. Okay. Snape took something slimy from another jar and began to slice it. How's your term going? He asked. All right, Harry said with a shrug. Gryffindor seems really noisy now, but I'm sure I'll get used to it again. Ron keeps asking what I'm upset about when I'm not upset. I think it's facial changes, but I can't tell him that. It's annoying, so then I am upset. Hermione is, well, Hermione. He discovered he didn't want to talk about how he felt about Hermione, especially as he wasn't really sure. Colin has a crush on Lavender. It's the first time I've ever felt sorry for Lavender about anything. Snape coughed. I see. Colin can be very annoying when he likes you. He's nicer than she is, though, so I feel sorry for him, too, in a way, but he's asking for it. How are classes? Okay, mostly. My potions professor still treats me like pond scum. Snape flinched. Harry, I know. Harry grinned at him. You're supposed to tell me that pond scum is a necessary component of the blah blah potion, and therefore far more useful than I am. Snape smiled slightly and shook his head. But I'm tired of it. He examined Harry's butterfly wings, which had been reduced to a lovely iridescent blue powder. That's fine. Tom keeps you as a potions maker, right? Mostly, Snape answered, frowning at Harry's name for Voldemort. I also am expected to spy on Dumbledore, to the extent that is possible. It is widely understood that Dumbledore's barmy conversation is a smokescreen for his tremendous subtlety, so I have somewhat of an excuse for my inefficiency. But you didn't seem sure Dumbledore would want you for potions work. Dumbledore will keep me here because he has promised me protection. However, I am not sure I will be worth the trouble as a brewer of potions. The Order has far less need than the Dark Lord for potions that cannot be bought, and I dislike the thought of being a charity case. I think the Order might not want to buy their potions, if they can avoid it. Doesn't that give people a clue about what they are planning, or expect? There is that, Snape admitted. He looked down at his pile of diced slimy stuff. And I can make some rather unusual potions, and have invented things for him before. There you go, Harry said encouragingly. But no one actually trusts me, Snape said intently, still looking at the dice. And I am not a good instructor for the lower levels, even I know that. He frowned, finally looking up. And then there is Slytherin. What about Slytherin? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I suppose I won't enhance your reputation. Simply having a half-blood child, bypassing the matter of you and your history, would cause me some trouble. Harry tensed. How ideologically impure of you. Precisely. Snape stood and wrapped his cape about him, as if he were suddenly cold. It will be scandalous. I'm afraid of what the distrust will cause certain of the students to do. Young Malfoy, for example, if he is angered at my betrayal. This is a lot more complicated for you than for me, isn't it? Hermione ignored Harry yelling for her, and he did not attempt to come up into the girls' dormitories. She stayed in her room, listening to the silence, then to the sound of people returning. After a while, Lavender came in. Ron's looking for you, she announced. He said he wants to talk. Is Harry with him? No. No one's seen him since he went after you. Lavender's voice went breathy and tender. Did he hurt you badly, dear? I saw the way he was looking at that Slytherin tart. What Slytherin tart? Hermione wondered. Trust Lavender to invent a superfluous drama. She hoped she hadn't noticeably flinched. No, she mumbled, it was just. She didn't think she could explain it to Lavender. Fortunately, she didn't need to, as Lavender was all too eager to assure Hermione that she understood. Clever of her. I wish I did. Hermione muttered to herself as she picked her way downstairs, after escaping from her effusively understanding roommate. Ron was waiting for her impatiently. Let's go for a walk, he said. Hermione nodded and followed him outside. They walked a while in silence to ensure no one was near. Finally, Ron stopped at a corner alcove where they could see both approaching corridors, hoisted himself up next to a bust of Talia the Capricious, and said, Spiel. Hermione sighed and pulled herself up on the other side of the bust. I don't understand him, she said. Ron punched both fists in the air and crowed. Yes, we have vengeance. Hermione giggled. Ron, seriously. Well, seriously, I never understood you. Ron looked at her affectionately and smiled. Okay, what's he doing? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Have you tried saying something he does want you to say? I mean, no offense, Hermione, but you've been fighting a lot. Not all the time. And I was trying to talk to him at dinner today, and he started going off about how beautiful my hair is. Why not? Ron asked, perplexed. Because it was just convenient, another way to distract me. And he straightened his, I got him to admit that. Hermione felt miserable. And my hair is not beautiful. Hermione, look, if you won't trust anyone who tells you you're beautiful, you'll end up with someone who doesn't appreciate you. Ron reached over and squeezed her hand. You're beautiful, okay? I know it, and he knows it, and he ought to be able to tell you that. But Hermione felt frustrated, even as Ron's praise warmed her. Ron, he's just being strange. He looks at me in this odd, calculating way. And he's even more temperamental than he used to be. And there's that ring. Ron snorted. Oh, the ring, he said loftily. And he has robes to match, he confided. Fancier stuff than he wore to Diagon Alley. I saw when I was getting his cloak from his trunk. It doesn't seem like his style, Hermione said miserably. And I want to know who gave it to him, she thought. Ron hesitated. Yeah, he said, I thought that. He shrugged. But then, you've seen what Fred and George wear these days, and I wouldn't have expected that either. Harry was talking about how he could spend his money now because he didn't have guardians who would steal it if they found out about it, so I reckon he's been doing just that. Ron shrugged again, shrinking down so he seemed smaller at the end of it. If I had that much money, perhaps I'd surprise people too. Perhaps I'd surprise myself. I mean, I don't go in those sorts of shops. What sort? Hermione asked curiously. The sort with nothing I can afford, Ron retorted, reddening. So if I did, and I could just pull out a fistful of galleons for anything that took my fancy, I have no idea what I'd dress like. Hermione thought about that. Harry had money for real now rather than just in theory. She nodded. That could change a number of things. Finally, she managed to force out her objection. It's a girl's ring, though. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hermione found both Seamus's insult and Harry's response upsetting, so this did not amuse her as much as Ron obviously hoped it would, but she managed to smile. Ron frowned at her. It's just a ring, Hermione. But where did he get it? Ron shrugged. Somewhere in Hogsmeade, I expect. His brow furrowed. Wait, you mean... Oh, really, Hermione, you don't think it's from a girl? Well, it seems more likely than he bought it. So you think... Ron looked offended. You can't think he's got some secret girlfriend, then is running about with that on. I mean, that's not very secret, is it? And he wouldn't anyway. I don't know. Maybe he had a girl over the summer and she died. I mean, wouldn't that just be the sort of thing that happens to Harry? Well, look. If this is getting in the way, we'd better ask him about it. Could you? Hermione asked timidly. Why don't you? He'll think I'm jealous. Well, you are. Ron rolled his eyes. All right, I'll ask. You have to be there, though. Harry slipped into Gryffindor Tower a few minutes before curfew. He had to look around the crowded room for a moment before he spotted Ron and Hermione beckoning him over to a place in the corner. "Oi, Harry, where've you been?" Ron asked. Harry shrugged and sat in the free chair. "Just walking. All evening. It was only a couple of hours." Harry looked at Ron's and Hermione's anxious expressions and rolled his eyes. "Honestly, I just wanted to be alone." "Well, we're not forcing you to sit with us," Hermione said sharply. "I don't mind you." Harry looked at her pleadingly and gestured at the noisy common room. "It's just all this noise and people. I'm not used to it. It was quiet in the summer." He bit his lip. "I didn't mean to offend you, Hermione. I'll back off if that's what you want." "It's not." Hermione reddened. "You just sound so insincere." "I do?" Harry wondered if he really did. "How? I can't explain it, just... It was contrived."
No.
Harry shook his head. "That was just what I wanted to do." Ron cleared his throat. "Before this goes any further." "Yes?" Harry challenged. "Where did you get that ring?" Ron pointed. "Dean thinks it's from a girl, and if it is..." Harry stared at him for a moment. "A girl? Oh, he means... Has one of them been warning her off me? Dean, perhaps, or Ginny?" He managed not to snicker. "Oh, it is," he said innocently. Hermione flinched. Ron's mouth dropped open. Harry laughed. "Well, not directly, but it was my mother's. Professor Dumbledore found it and asked if I'd like to have it." Harry smiled. "I doubt I'll have any use for an engagement ring for quite a while, so I decided just to wear it. In the meantime, I'm told it matches my eyes." Harry looked down. "Which makes sense," he said more quietly, as it was meant to match hers. "Oh," Hermione said. "Don't tell me you've all been fretting about that." "Well, not just that," Ron said. "I mean, you've been a bit odd this year. Rather tetchy and a bit overly wizardly? I mean, if that makes sense. Old blood, I suppose. Neville thinks it's getting away from the Muggles, but your new robes seem a bit much for just hanging out here by yourself, and..." "Oh!" Harry realized he was blushing, and decided that wasn't bad. "Yeah. I went shopping with Remus. And, yes, well, apparently he used to do this for James. I mean, James had more money than taste, and Remus more taste than money, so Remus would buy his clothes and enjoy having an unlimited budget." Hermione was giggling. Harry liked that. "So yes, those robes. Snape looked at the red ones and told me I could visit Malfoy Manor in those, if I wasn't me." Even Ron laughed at that. "Where did you wear them?" "Oh, just to dinner." "And the green ones?" "Why green?" "Remus says they show off my eyes."
Oh, la.
Ron said. "Perhaps you should keep an eye on Professor Lupin, Hermione. I mean, we shouldn't go leaving Harry alone with him." "Don't joke," Harry said fiercely. "Remus wouldn't do that." "Well, I shouldn't think so," Hermione exclaimed. "Good. I don't want anything of the sort getting talked around. He has problems enough with being a werewolf, and it won't be funny if someone takes it seriously." "Won't mention it again," Ron promised, wide-eyed. "Thanks. Sorry about being tetchy." Harry rubbed his forehead. "I had a strange summer. All ready for Quidditch tryouts tomorrow? Flying and digging, flying and digging." Harry stretched experimentally as he surveyed the cluster of Gryffindors who had showed up for tryouts. Snape had told him to skip the muscle relaxants the night before any game or practice, and he was trying to decide if he felt sore from that, or if he was just normally tense and abnormally aware of it. "Maybe I should schedule practices so I still have the potion every other night." The Gryffindor hopefuls ranged from a determined-looking second-year girl to a fifth-year boy who seemed to regard the team as Andrew and Jack's new social club. Harry caught himself mentally discounting both, then had to remind himself that he had joined the team his first year. He looked at the second-year girl again and shook his head in amazement. "I was even younger than that," he thought. "A little kid, really. And Fred and George and Alicia and Angelina and Katie put up with me? But they were only a year older than this girl themselves. How strange." He decided to make sure she had a fair chance to show her stuff. Harry had the prospective chasers first try goals against Ron, then passes among themselves. After that, he chose the top 4 and had them play 2-on-2 with a beater on each side. He drafted Dean, who was watching, into guarding the second goal. "But I've never even tried that." Dean protested. Harry handed him a school broom and shooed him towards the pitch. "Just think of it as football," he said. except you mostly use your hands. And you're flying on a broomstick. When Dean looked incredulously back at him, he said, Dean, you don't have to be any good at it. Just get up there. Ron came by and hovered near him. I'm going to use the candy. Don't make anyone fall, Harry warned. I won't. And nothing insulting. Ron rolled his eyes. All right then, he said. Any other rules? Just be sensible, all right? Ron nodded and flew off, ignoring a wave from Colin, who was flying about the perimeter of the pitch with his cameras, diligently photographing everything. Ginny, as Harry had expected, was easily the best available chaser. After that, he had picked a fifth-year boy named Martin Glenn, a third-year named Ignatius Ingham, who seemed to go by Iggy, and the second-year girl, Teresa Emmett. He teamed Martin with Teresa and Ginny with Iggy. Then, as Martin and Teresa seemed to be playing against each other, rather than with each other, Martin with Iggy and Ginny with Teresa. He had just decided that it was Martin who was the problem, as he and Iggy were now failing to work in concert, when he heard a sudden, deep yow from the bludger just as Andrew hit it. Andrew flew straight backwards, yelping. The bludger howled and shrieked and swore its way across the field to Teresa, who ducked, looped it once to draw it near Martin, then caught a toss from Ginny. She easily got the quaffle past Ron, who was laughing too hard to guard. The bludger had stopped vocalizing, for Harry suspected the same reason. Colin's camera flashed constantly through the whole scene. Harry let them play for a few more minutes, switched Ginny to playing with Martin, as she hadn't got a chance to watch him, then called them down a few minutes later. All right, he said. Thank you all for showing up. That was some great playing. Ginny, you're in. He looked around at the other three. Teresa, who had landed looking flushed and elated, now looked nervous. Martin looked haughty. Iggy was staring at his toes. The team needs to talk about who else to take on. Ginny was a special case, as she was just doing a position change. We'll let you know when we have a decision. Before dinner, probably. Harry led the team into the changing rooms and sat down on a bench. Iggy and Teresa, he said. Yes, Ginny agreed. Teresa. Andrew protested. But she's only 12. Yes. And she's that good at 12. As good as Iggy and better than Martin. Ron shook his head. Martin has a much stronger throw. Martin wants to be the only chaser, Ginny said contemptuously. He wouldn't work with me at all. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I still say 12 is too young, Andrew said. It's older than I was, Harry pointed out. For a moment, everyone was silent. Wow, Ron said finally. Yeah, that was my feeling. I didn't think of myself as that young when I was. There's another advantage to her, Jack said thoughtfully. What? Staggers the team ages, right? We won't have this huge turnover again. I mean, that's our biggest problem for this season. Isn't it? Even if we're all good, we still need to learn to work together. So not Martin, Ginny said emphatically. It won't be as much fun, will it? I mean, with a little kid around. Ron shrugged. Harry interrupted. If you can't have fun just playing Quidditch, go somewhere else. This is not a social club for upperclassmen. We certainly don't need to do anything you can't do in front of a second year. So, Hermione said over dinner, in the businesslike manner that indicated an incipient project. We have a job for tomorrow. We do? Ron asked, looking up from his plate in bewilderment. I have a 3 o'clock meeting with Snape, Harry said firmly. You do? Ron repeated. But Harry, we have plans. We do? Harry asked. At the significant look he was receiving from Ron, he suddenly remembered the WWW Tricks testing party. Oh heck, we do. Well, we'll have to start early, then. Snape should understand if I show up green. Ron looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. Harry grinned. Might even make him laugh. Snape? Laugh? This isn't any Snape I've met. Ron snorted. Harry smiled. No, probably not. If it wouldn't be too much trouble. Hermione said icily. Perhaps you could tell me what you'll be busy with Sunday? You don't really want to know, Hermione, Ron answered. Hermione looked at Harry, who shrugged. He's probably right. I mean, you'll find out, but you don't want to know ahead of time. Ron. Hermione scolded, you're a prefect. Yeah. Isn't that grand? Hermione, Harry said firmly, we will not be breaking any school rules. We will be in Gryffindor Tower. It's okay. You know I'm going to imagine the most horrible, dangerous things. Hermione said pleadingly. Tell me, please? Harry looked around. He thought a few nearby people, though not looking at them, were suspiciously quiet. Okay, we'll tell you. But not here. After dinner. Could this whatever be rescheduled? No. Other people are involved. Very well. Hermione sighed. We'll need to start the library work tonight. Then, library work? Ron said. What library work? Researching Augustus Maitland, of course. How long did you intend to put it off? Who's Augustus Maitland? Remember? Snape said you would find his history educational? So? I don't take extra assignments from Snape. He's not even one of my instructors anymore. Still, don't you want to know? I don't, Harry said decisively. I don't want them poking around in the history of my parents' class, in all the meanings of my parents. Hermione will find something incriminating. I know she will, but why would Snape mention him? Hermione asked insistently. Could be important. Come help me at least. I have a new spell that I've been meaning to show you. It will make your schoolwork easier. So it was that after dinner, Harry found himself reluctantly accompanying Hermione and Ron to the library. She selected a few texts and took them back to the tables. The top one was a basic potions text. Harry was certain she knew everything in it. Heck, Ron probably knows everything in it. Now, suppose I want to find all the spells that require sea serpent scales, Hermione began. Why? Ron interrupted. Well, maybe I have some and want to sell them. Maybe someone has been buying them and I want to know what he might be doing, Harry suggested. Ron grinned. Maybe they're all over the floor of Snape's lab, and I want to know what blew up. Fine, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Anyway, you want to find them all. Watch. She placed a blank piece of parchment on the table, the book on the parchment, and another blank piece of parchment on the book. On the top parchment she wrote Sea Serpent. Then she took out her wand and tapped the stack firmly. Indicio, a ripple of light and darkness moved through the pages, then stilled. Hermione lifted the book. The lower parchment now had a list of pages numbers corresponding to lines containing the word sea serpent. Clever, Harry admitted. Brilliant, Ron exclaimed. No more paging through everything. How long have you known this, Hermione? I just learned it this summer. Hermione flushed with pride. I'll be able to write much better essays now, I'm sure. She took the next book, which was titled A Survey of Notable Hogwarts Graduates, 1960 to 1980. She repeated the spell, this time writing Augustus Maitland on the top sheet. Harry frowned for a moment, then found himself smiling. He covered it by sitting down and pulling out a book. He had seen Maitland's name written in the front of one of Severus's books, and he was sure it had a silent T in it. When the library closed, 2 hours later, Hermione had still not found a reference for Mayland, 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 or Mayland in any of 24 references. She was not discouraged. He may be much further back. I started with modern references. Or he may have died before graduation. If I don't find anything in historical references, I'll start working back through periodicals. Of course, I could have the final vowel wrong. Perhaps it's an E, or an I, or a Y, a U even. Hermione, still walking, looked around hurriedly to check that no one was near. Now, she said firmly, why is it that you two can't help me tomorrow? Harry slowed in his pace to look over at her. We're having a testing party with some stuff Fred and George sent me, he told her. What? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. So we is? All the 6th-year boys except Ron. I thought we were done with this when they left. Hermione, look, I'm not paying first years to do it. Okay? And this is all stuff they thought I'd find funny. Ron recognized about half of it. Hermione took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I want you in the common room, she said. So I'm there if anything goes wrong. You're not worried about it being a bad influence on the younger kids? Hermione snorted. As if I could prevent that. You know perfectly well they did this for the advertising. Well, it was my birthday present, really. It's just most of this stuff is no fun alone, or with people who won't laugh when you've suddenly got a tail or rainbow-striped hair, or everything you say coming out backwards or rhyming. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I'm not a 6th-year boy, Hermione said flatly. Harry shrugged. Ah, so she would like to be invited. So you weren't around for the planning, which was up in our dormitory. You can still play. Just come by and sit down if you want to. Experiments. The trick testing was rather fun. After some discussion, they decided on a procedure to keep things from being too chaotic. They sat in a circle with each person in turn selecting something and trying it. They waited for each item to take effect before progressing to the next person's turn. Some things took effect immediately, and about as many with a 5-minute delay. Now and then, something took longer and they talked while waiting. It wasn't until the third item, which made Seamus's hair grow all the way down to his feet in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, that other people in the common room noticed what was going on. They had quite an audience when Harry started his turn. He pulled a packet out of the pile in the middle of the circle and looked at the label. What does it say? Dean asked. Mood Wings, Harry read. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. The packet contained a lot of tiny little sweets. Harry looked nervously at them. Should I start with just one? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. The sweet was gone, and Harry was starting to think he should try another, when his shoulders suddenly began to itch. He squirmed uncomfortably. What's wrong? Hermione asked anxiously. Nothing, it itches, sort of. Where? My shoulders. It feels like. Harry never got to tell them what it felt like. With a sudden thwip, the itching stopped, and Hermione yipped and jumped back. A pleasant breeze and soft hum filled the air at both sides of Harry. People around him were beginning to laugh. Harry looked to his right and saw a blur of silver. At his left it was the same. Pretty much everyone was laughing now. Ron was down on the floor, pounding it with his fists. Harry suddenly realized that his shoulders were spasming. He tried very hard to keep them still, and was suddenly rewarded by the blurs of silver resolving into wings. Silver wings. Snitch wings, Harry realized, and joined the others in laughing. Oh, let me try, Dean exclaimed. 5 minutes later, Dean had iridescent dragonfly wings netted with black. Neville reached out a hand. Here, me too, Ron said. Harry turned at a motion to his right, and found Hermione had sat down between him and Seamus. She smiled at him, her eyes glowing with mischief. Play? She whispered. He handed her one out of turn. Neville got slender, curved bird's wings, like those of a swift or a falcon. Ron got the brightly colored wings of a tropical bird. Seamus had brilliant butterfly's wings that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the ones he had ground in Snape's mortar. Hermione got lacy, elaborate, fairy wings that made her in delight. Ginny asked to try as well and got huge brown bat wings. Rather than being disappointed, as Harry had feared she would be when he first saw them, she used them to full advantage, first swooping at her brother like an attacking demon, then posing with coy innocence for Dean. Colin started taking pictures, which lessened Harry's disappointment when his own twitchy snitch's wings vanished. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Tail that she could twitch into elegant curves or bring over to tickle Harry's neck. Neville had eyebrows of large, curved, iridescent feathers in every color of the rainbow. Anything Seamus attempted to say came out in rhyme. Jack was hopping like a kangaroo. Iggy needed to be led because he saw two of everyone. He told Harry that the voice bounced between the two apparent people, changing at every phrase. Rather, he said, like listening to the twins. Colin, who had been, with great effort, swimming through the air, dropped to the floor about halfway to the Gryffindor table. His oof! And Harry looked quite normal. After the snitch wings, his shirt had fit oddly, and he had remembered Snape's warning against any form of transfiguration. After that, he had avoided anything that might have a transfiguring effect. He sat next to Hermione and glanced up at the head table. Snape was looking down at him with an enigmatic expression. Professor McGonagall, he realized suddenly, was striding towards their table, her face red. He wasn't sure if that was from anger or from trying not to laugh. McGonagall stopped directly in front of Harry, or rather, he realized, the point midway between Ron and Hermione. She looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, what is the meaning of this display? Hermione seemed frozen. McGonagall looked at Ron, who was also silent. Harry, studying the assistant headmistress from the perspective of summer staff dinners, thought she was actually more amused than angry. A bit worried, perhaps. Fred and George sent me some samples, he volunteered. 2 of the feathers from his left eyebrow turned into tiny birds and flew away. McGonagall's mouth twitched. Samples? New things Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is selling, or plans to sell soon. It's just joke shop stuff. There's not a rule against that, is there? McGonagall pursed her lips in a vain attempt not to smile. No, Mr. Potter, there is not. I just wanted to be certain that you had not all been hexing each other. She scanned the table and increased the volume of her voice. Anyone who is not back to normal by the end of dinner tonight is to go to the hospital wing. Is that clear? There was a low murmur of yes, Professor. McGonagall smiled at Harry. Did you just receive these? No, it was a while ago. Her head inclined in a slight nod. Thank you for waiting for the weekend, Mr. Potter. With that, she returned to the head table. With the trick testing over so early, Harry actually had some free time before his meeting with Snape. He decided to finish the limits of control. And next time, he thought, I pick something that isn't quite so brain-numbing. He was 6 pages away from the end of the book when Hermione sat down near him. He looked up, about to tell her to go away for 5 minutes, but was stopped by the serious look on her face. What is it? He asked. Is this a bad time? Harry looked down at the book, then shook his head. No, this is fine. Is the book good? It's awful, actually. The author manages to make everything boring. He must be related to Professor Binns. I can't wait to finish it. Well, I just wanted to ask what was wrong. You've been scowling since we got back from lunch. Is it just the book, I suppose? I'm not upset about anything. I hadn't realized I looked upset. You've been looking that way a lot. Ah, Harry shrugged. Maybe it's just that my face is thinner? Hermione did not look convinced, but she shrugged. About this morning, she said hesitantly. Yes, in a rush, Hermione continued. I had a good time being with you. I haven't felt that comfortable with you since school started. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. No. I mean, well, I suppose, but to dispute it, really. I think you're pretty and clever and sweet, and I didn't want to be discounted like that, over some stupid thing. But the other one was to keep me from talking, too. And you never say anything nice afterwards. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. He pulled back, breathless. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Oh yes, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Sit with me, Harry pleaded. Until I need to go. He looked at the clock and sighed. Soon. Why do you need to see Professor Snape again? She asked, cuddling up against him. Harry sighed contentedly and moved an arm to rest across her shoulders and pull her slightly closer. It's more of the project, he answered. He and Dumbledore are alternating teaching you? No, actually Flitwick and Remus are in on the act, too. But everyone won't be teaching me at once. Or necessarily even amounts. Harry hesitated. He would be seeing Snape far more than the others. Actually, Snape's the only one who wants frequent meetings. I don't think he trusts me to work on my own. I can see why he might not, Hermione said timidly. Unfortunately, so can I. So, I'm agreeing to all the meetings. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. It doesn't have much in the way of casting notes, Harry said defensively. It's more a theoretical and legal overview. What's illegal? When it became illegal. Harry, why are you reading this? It's for my project. On Monday, Malfoy was still ignoring Harry in potions class. That was fine with Harry. Class itself was okay. Having spent several hours with Snape the day before, Harry found himself much more able to take his insults in stride. He wondered if he could manage to consider it entertaining with practice. No one got detention or was kept after class, so the students all left the potions lab in a group. Bulstrode took off quickly, as if her next class was at a distance, but the others walked in a clump, Parvati and Boot chatting. Harry looked sidelong at Finch-Fletchley to see if he could start up a conversation there, but the Hufflepuff was lost in thought. Parvati left them at the second floor. Harry was still walking near Malfoy, Finch-Fletchley, and Boot when they approached the defense against the dark arts classroom. Ron and Hermione were waiting at the corner. Hermione smiled at Harry, but Ron stepped forward with a less friendly grin. "Hey look, it's the amazing bouncing ferret," he jeered. "Been quiet this year, fair." "Ron," Harry warned ominously. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Both Ron and Malfoy stared at him in amazement. Hermione bit her lip. Terry edged closer to the classroom door. Harry thought Justin had already gone inside, but he didn't dare look around and take his eyes off Malfoy and Ron to check. "What, are you defending Malfoy now?" Ron asked incredulously. "He didn't do anything." "Oh well, not just now," Ron said angrily. "For all that matters." "That matters." Harry glared at Ron. "I am not playing this game anymore, and neither should you. If he's leaving you alone, don't start anything." For a moment, Ron stared, open-mouthed, at Harry. Malfoy had leaned back against the wall and was watching them studiously. Hermione backed up a pace and crossed her arms over her chest. Harry advanced a step on Ron. He wasn't actually sure he could get Ron to obey him. He wanted Ron uncertain enough to back down, but he didn't want Ron to feel threatened. To balance the aggression of his advance, he tried to keep the anger from his face. "We will discuss this later," he said. "For now, do not bait Malfoy." Ron frowned. He looked at Harry closely. Then, to Harry's dismay, he began to get the satisfied look that indicated Ron had a good next move. "You know, Harry," he said, "you really shouldn't straighten your hair. It's too much like Snape's." Harry flinched. One hand went immediately to his hair, and he pulled his fingers through it. Belatedly, he realized that he had seen Snape make the same motion many times. Malfoy gave a soft snort of amusement. "Yes," he said, guessing the reason. "I've grown." Harry stepped back. "Was I sneering?" Harry had to grab Ron to keep his friend from pursuing the Slytherin. After a brief scuffle, they ended up on the floor, with Harry atop Ron. Harry was certain that Remus wasn't in the classroom, yet he would have come out to investigate the commotion by now. "Ron, let me go. I'll kill him." "For what?" Harry demanded. "He didn't do anything." "He called you Harry." Hermione giggled. Harry looked down at Ron, who was starting to quiet. "Get off me," Ron growled. Harry figured Malfoy had settled by now, and was probably prepared to defend himself, if Remus wasn't present. Obligingly, he got off Ron. Ron stood and glared at him. "Did you tell him he could call you Harry?" he demanded. Harry shook his head. "We don't really talk." "Well, are you going to tell him not to?" Harry grinned. "No way. I'll call him Draco and see what he does." Ron took a swing at Harry, and Harry dodged. "No!" Hermione yelled. Both boys scrambled back and drew their wands. "Harry! Ron!" Professor Lupin had arrived. He came running down the corridor, looking extremely displeased. "What do you think you are doing?" A few heads poked out of the defense against the dark arts classroom to watch. Lupin frowned. "Harry, you know better. Mr. Weasley, you are a prefect. You are supposed to enforce school rules, not break them." Lupin glanced up at Hermione. "Miss Granger, something more effective than yelling, 'No!' would be appreciated. A disarming charm would have been an appropriate action. But I'd have to get one wand first," Hermione protested. "Then the other might." Professor Lupin nodded wearily. "We will be learning how to affect a group of people or things this term. I'm certain you will find it useful." He looked back at Harry and Ron, again and sighed. 25 points each from Gryffindor for the two of you." Ron's jaw dropped. Harry shrugged as if he didn't care. "But," Ron said, "you were fighting in the halls," Lupin said angrily, and obviously prepared to escalate to hexes. "That is a major infraction of a rule of safety. If I see either of you do it again, it will be more points and detention. Is that clear?" Ron nodded. Harry said yes, sir, but accompanied it with his most defiant glare. Remus responded with an exasperated look that immediately made Harry feel his response had been shamefully childish. He dropped his gaze contritely. "Sorry," he added. Remus sighed. "Let's go inside," he said. "You will not partner for dueling today." Professor Lupin, Hermione said. Ron shouldn't partner with Malfoy either. Remus almost smiled. That Miss Granger is assumed at all times. Magical assistants, magical assistants. When they got into the classroom, Ron marched directly over to a single seat between Terry Boot and the wall. Harry sighed and moved to a free pair of seats. He glanced back at Hermione to see if she would follow and found her regarding him uncertainly. He smiled at her and indicated the desks with a jerk of his head. She came and sat with him. Ron strode past them on his way to lunch and told Harry to piss off when he tried to sit near Ron's place. Ron spent the meal next to Andrew and Jack, but mostly glowered at his food in silence. After forcing down a modest amount of food, Harry got up. I need to talk to Ron now, he said to Hermione. He's not going to listen now, Hermione said. You need to give him a day or two. Hermione, we have wyverns this afternoon. I need to talk to him now. Hermione's eyes widened. Oh no.
Ide furguten.
Harry, that's really bad. Do you think Madame Pomfrey will give you calming drafts? Him, at least. I'll take care of it. Harry stood up and walked down the table to Ron's seat. Ron ignored him. Ron, didn't I tell you to piss off? We need to talk. I don't see that we have anything to talk about, Ron said icily. He started to turn his back to Harry, but Harry grabbed his shoulder. We need to talk about surviving wyverns. This is no way to meet a wyvern. If you want to apologize, go ahead.
No.
Let's go outside where we can discuss this in private. For a moment, Ron looked like he might refuse. Then an apprehensive look crossed his face. Without a nod or word to Harry, he stood and walked out of the hall. Harry followed. They went through the entrance hall and into the bright sunlight of a breezy fall afternoon. Harry stopped when they reached the grass, and Ron turned to face him. So, Ron said sharply, you want to be friends with Malfoy. I want a truce with Malfoy. He doesn't seem like friend material. But you're on a first-name basis now. Harry rolled his eyes. Honestly, I expect he just did that to goad you. Malfoy's always known how to put your back up. But I can't do it to him. Not start it, no. I don't like a friend of mine being a bully. Ron stood very still for a moment. His hands clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides, and his face growing red. This is not, he spat finally, calming me down.
Sorry.
Harry pulled out the necklace Hermione had brought him. It was a red globe. She'd told him it had taken her a while to find one that wasn't heart-shaped, on a black string. He grinned as he unscrewed the top and lifted it with the attached double-circle bubble wand dripping pink liquid. Try this. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Ah, are you calm enough to talk about how to survive the wyvern now? Ron grinned. More? He suggested. It has a very short duration. I don't know how Hagrid would take me blowing bubbles at you every 15 minutes, and I don't want to know what our classmates would think. You also might do something stupid when everything looked pretty. Ron tumbled down to the grass and lay on his back looking up at the sky. Like this? He asked cheerfully. Here, little wyvern. Harry sat down next to him. Like that? Sit up a moment. HRMPH. Okay. Ron sat up. Harry took a vial from his pocket. Drink this. What is it? The same thing I blew at you. But if you swallow it, it's a lot more like a standard calming draft and lasts for 2 hours or more, which should get us through care of magical creatures alive. Harry shrugged. Not as much fun, but probably safer, and I'll still have the bubbles for emergencies. Ron took the vial and frowned at it. But can I trust you? He asked coyly. Of course you can. Drink up. Harry watched Ron drink what was in the vial and nodded. Ron handed the vial back to him and lay down again. You should look at the clouds, he suggested. They have all this amazing light around the edges. Harry glanced up at the clouds, which were rather pretty, fluffy white ones, against a vivid blue sky, then looked back down at Ron. You realize this doesn't change anything. Really, you're still mad at me, I know. Ron smiled beatifically at him. Arrogant sod. And we still need to fight it out so we can make up. Wednesday evening good?
No.
I've got a meeting. Imagine that. With the greasy Death Eater snake? Ron's almost dreamy tone kept the insult from bothering Harry as much as it might have. Shush, he chided. You reckon you should take some too? Harry shook his head. I know a clumsy. He smiled sourly at the redhead. I could hide everything I feel so deep you'd never catch a glimpse of it. No offense, Harry, but that sounds bad. Harry shrugged. It's better than being possessed by the Dark Lord. Isn't it? Ron frowned for a moment. Then the expression passed. Suppose so. I know what you mean, though. Snape is too good at it. I think that's why he's so horrible when he can lose control. He wants to. I think he's just a sadistic jerk. Harry considered. Times. Let's go. Okay? They were the first members of the Care of Magical Creatures class to arrive. Hagrid greeted them enthusiastically. To Harry's relief, he seemed too intent on his wyverns to notice Ron's dreamy air. A huge wrought iron aviary had sprung up next to the paddock, appearing overnight, like an ornate filigree mushroom. In it were 3 wyverns, one green, one blue, and one blue with a purple sheen fading down from its head. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Greetings, he hissed experimentally. Hagrid jerked back from the enclosure. Ron looked oddly at Harry. The wyverns raised their heads and twisted their necks, looking around for the source of the sound. Here, Harry said, walking a bit around the aviary so he was farther from Ron. I am the one who speaks. Do you understand? The heads nodded and wove, but the wyverns' voices came out in harsh, bird-like bursts of sound. Harry could not distinguish any words. You can understand, but not speak? The wyverns' heads dipped and rose and dipped again. The purple-headed one approached him, while the blue and green twisted their tails together in a slow, ceaseless spiraling motion. Yes, said a lazy voice near his feet. I think that, also. Harry? Ron said distantly. You've got an adder next to you. Harry had already spotted the adder. It was an attractive tan one, with impressive darker points on its brown zigzag pattern. It had risen half up, almost as if it was going to strike, but he could tell it was not hostile. Sockeye, he called back to Ron. Hello, he said to the adder. Hello. The snake sounded amused. Harry decided it was a female, settled slightly as Harry squatted down so they could eye each other more easily. How can you speak when even those creatures cannot? Harry shrugged. I just can. Occasionally a wizard can. Other wizards think it's bad. The adder hissed and twisted angrily about herself. And break our nests and kill our babies. Yeah, probably those ones, Harry agreed. I wouldn't. He decided not to say that he had killed the very big snake in the castle. He wasn't sure how that would go over. Harry, Hagrid said urgently. It's okay. She's not mad at me. We got other kids coming now, Harry. You should stop. Harry frowned at the snake. I can't talk to you anymore now. Other people are coming. Later, these people are bad. These people would be frightened. You have poison, you know. The adder hissed. It would not help against one your size. It kills one of us occasionally, though not fast. They need to look at the wyverns, and they need to feel safe for that. Wyverns, Harry noticed, came out more like snake birds. Harry nodded at the adder. Be safe. Thank you, speaking man. Good hunting. The adder dropped down and slithered off into some bushes. Harry saw Hagrid's eyes following it, and reminded himself to tell Hagrid later that the adder and its babies were not to be harmed. The rest of the class arrived in a clump. The Slytherins looked rather sedated. There were 2 Slytherins in this class, Blaise Zabini and Radiana Knott, a girl Harry had seen before, but never before caught the name of. Harry wondered how she was related to the Death Eater Knott. He thought about Sirius's family, and decided not to make assumptions about her. For today they were merely observing the wyverns. The class, after all of Harry's worry, passed without the need for his intervention. He found himself recalling what he had said to Hermione about how they didn't need her to keep them out of trouble. Hagrid did have a couple backup vials of calming draught which he used when Parvati and Susan Bones began to fight. During the note-taking section, Harry managed to get Hagrid's assurances that he wouldn't hurt the adders. When class was over, Harry walked back to the castle alongside Ron, which made him feel curiously wistful. Have that fight soon? He suggested. Ron shrugged. The potion, Harry guessed, had largely worn off. Well, see you around, Harry said awkwardly. He increased his pace, overtaking the other students, and headed up to Gryffindor to get his books. He decided he would be studying in the library for a. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. That evening, Harry slipped into Snape's office. Snape looked at him questioningly as he closed the door. I thought it was 2 days until our next meeting. Harry cast a silencing spell on the door, then turned back to his father. It was, and I shouldn't stay long tonight. I just wanted to tell you about my day before someone else did. Snape leaned his head against one hand, a single finger extended to his temple. Just what I wanted to hear, he said sarcastically. Ron and I had a fight this morning, Harry said quickly, outside defense, and Professor Lupin showed up just when we pulled wands on each other. Snape looked at him incredulously. You were intending to hex Weasley? No, as a reflex. Someone tries to hit me. I get my wand out. It just happened. A useful reflex. I may even approve. Why did he try to hit you? For defending Malfoy. For what? Snape shrieked. Harry was glad he'd put up the silencing spell. Ron was just after him for no reason, and I'm trying to get a truce with him. Snape stared for a moment, then waved off the matter as inconsequential. Perhaps we should save the tangled workings of your Gryffindor mind for a longer evening. So Lupin will come and tell me you were fighting in the halls. Anything else? Well, we were going to the Wyvern class angry at each other. So I gave Ron some of the pink bubble stuff. That? Are you insane? What did he do? Oh, not as bubbles. To drink. Well, once as bubbles to get him to drink it. He was obviously a little sedated, but about a third of the class was, so you might never have heard about that. I just thought you should know. Snape studied him for a long time. Very well, he said finally. Thank you for telling me. Now, you should probably go. Harry nodded. Yeah. Hermione and Ron are getting a bit suspicious. He hesitated. Good night. Good night, Harry, Snape returned. He sounded almost affectionate, Harry thought. We can talk more on Wednesday. He waved a hand at Harry in a shooing motion. Now go back to Gryffindor Tower and challenge people to duels or whatever your sort does. My sort? Harry asked in mock indignation. Senseless Gryffindor brats. Oh, that sort. Harry removed the spell on the door and opened it, but turned in the doorway. We do homework, mostly, he said. Out, Potter. Snape bellowed suddenly. I am not interested in why you cannot understand hex absorption in Asafoetida. We have a room called a library. Perhaps Miss Granger can show you how to find it. Oh yeah, she's mentioned that library thing, Harry returned. Snape grinned at him as he tossed an ink bottle in the air and caught it, and Harry ducked out of the doorway in time to avoid being hit by the hurled bottle. It broke on the stones, spattering red ink in a loose V that spanned the corridor. Harry sniggered and jogged cheerily back to the stairs. All that drama and no audience. Pity, really. Hermione crossed the common room and stood near Ron, who was studying with unusual concentration. Ron? She asked timidly. At a grunt from Ron, she asked, do you know where Harry is? I don't know, and I don't care. Well, I care. Please? Ron looked up. Look, he said, what do you expect me to do? Harry disappears. Often. As far as I know, he's off courting Malfoy. Hermione coughed. That hardly seems likely. Giving people potions he doesn't know anything about. Then, chatting up poisonous snakes. Whatever it is Harry does. Ron? What? Care to explain any of that? Ron sighed. He rested his chin on his hands and looked morosely at the table next to his parchment. Well, he took me outside before the Wyvern class and he gave me a potion. Go on. He said it was like a mild calming draft. It was just a bit more pleasant. But while we were observing, when it was just starting to wear off, I asked him if it was safe, and he shrugged and said, hasn't done me any harm. So I pressed him on it, and he doesn't know exactly what this stuff is. He just lifted it one day when he was working for Snape. Hermione thought about this for a while. She looked increasingly displeased. If I report him, she asked cautiously, will you be mad at me? Yes. And I'll deny everything I just told you. Hermione sighed. Well then. And the snakes? Ron shrugged. He was talking to an adder before class. No big deal, I suppose, just kind of creepy. Ron slouched down in the chair, stretching his legs out in front of him. Darn, I wish we had the Marauders map still. Hermione nodded. I'd like to know where he is, too, and who he's with, Ron added. I mean, not, you know. Yeah. Hermione sat down next to him. She frowned thoughtfully off into the air. You know, Lupin's back. I doubt he'd make us a new one. If he did, he'd give it to Harry, not us. Hermione shook her head. He wouldn't make one. She smiled. But I bet he'd tell us how they did it. She jumped up. Come on. Let's go see Moony. Ron started to get to his feet, then shook his head. Behind you, he whispered. Hermione turned. Harry was coming across the room, headed straight for them. He was holding a small basket. He said when he reached them. Ron bent over his homework. I brought cream puffs, Harry said coaxingly. And butterbeer. Oh, Hermione squealed. She took a cream puff. Here, Hermione, pass Ron one, will you? Harry said. He might take it that way. Ron glared briefly at Harry, then returned to his work. But his concentration wavered noticeably when Hermione put a cream puff on a napkin and placed it next to his parchment. Harry sighed and sat down. Do all best friends take this much work? He asked. Or is it just us? Ron let out a bark of laughter and looked up. Just us, he said. We're impossible, all three of us. Good thing we're not torturing anyone normal then, Harry observed. We still need to have that fight, Ron warned. I'm only delaying it so I can eat this cream puff and write my transfiguration essay. Morphological facility, Harry said. Use the phrase morphological facility somewhere in your essay. I'm trying to get everyone in the class to do it. It will drive her crazy trying to figure out where we all read that. Hermione giggled. Werewolf's honor, werewolf's honor. The next day, Professor Lupin caught Harry in the corridor as he was leaving Transfiguration. Mr. Potter, he said formally, I'd like you to come to my office directly after classes if you can. Sure, Harry agreed. He looked nervously at Lupin, who was currently very much the professor in both voice and bearing. About yesterday? In part. I also thought it was time we had a meeting about your independent study. I've been working on a reading list for you. Okay. I'll be there when your class gets out. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling.
Teresa.
See you tomorrow. She's on the Quidditch team. We have a short afternoon practice. It's really just an intro to make the new kids comfortable. I'll be working them for real Friday night. He grinned. By next Monday, she'll hate me. Lupin smiled back and led Harry through the classroom and back into his office. Have a seat, he said, gesturing at the couch. Harry sat, and Lupin brought them tea and wholemeal biscuits, with and without chocolate. He fetched a parchment from his desk. Here is a list of books that might interest you, Harry. I'm not expecting you to read all of them, but I'd like you to find them all, look them over and pick 4 or 5. From that, we can work out a research project or two. If you're interested, we could also work in some analysis of current events. Like the werewolves? Harry asked curiously. Lupin, to Harry's surprise, visibly tensed. I might have difficulty with maintaining objectivity, he said lightly. If you want to cover current werewolf issues, you should do it for someone else, Dumbledore perhaps, and use me as a source only. All right. Lupin sighed and looked down at his teacup. He rotated it 90 degrees in its saucer, then back again. Harry, why were you fighting with Ron? Harry sighed. Ron went after Malfoy, just verbally, but there was no reason for it. He was just walking to class like I was, so I told Ron to back down and he got upset. Malfoy had to throw fuel on the fire by calling me Harry as he left, and Ron flipped out about it. I had to sit on him to keep him from charging after Malfoy. Then when he got up, he wanted my assurances I wouldn't let Malfoy do it again. I said I'd rather call him Draco and see what he did, and Ron attacked me. Hadn't pulled out my wand to hex him. Really, it's just a reflex to pull my wand out when someone tries to punch me. Lupin closed his eyes. Harry could see him pushing down a tangled complexity of emotions. Was he thinking of James and Sirius, of Severus, of himself? Finally, he opened his eyes and his expression settled into a slight frown. I can see where you might have such a reflex, Harry, but you should understand that it is not always the safest thing to do. The tone was academic, official, an adult's lecture. Harry fumed. There are times and places where drawing your wand may get you killed or arrested, while ducking a punch or even taking it will get you through danger quickly and may give you a legal advantage. Harry glowered. I understand all about protective submission, Remus. I've also had enough of it. I won't take attacks from Ron. Forget Ron. Lupin snapped. If you pulled your wand in the corridors of the Ministry building, you could legally be killed by any Auror in sight. Not doing it here where it is also a rule infraction is good practice in control. I can do it when I need to. I will not do it for Ron, Harry repeated stubbornly. Lupin made a sound that was half sigh, half growl. I'd have some hope you'd improve, if Severus wasn't just as much a prideful, pig-headed idiot as James. Harry chuckled. He was relieved they were back on personal ground. I'm doomed, he said lightly. Lupin raised an eyebrow at him. Perhaps. What favor? Would you let me pair with Malfoy in class? I'm trying to truce with him, and we seem not to be at each other's throats anymore. It's painfully obvious you don't trust us together, and I'd like to give it a try. They were talking comfortably about Malfoy, Ron, and the art of pairing students for dueling when Lupin glanced at the wall clock and twitched. He shifted in his seat. It's pleasant to talk with you, Harry, and I would love to continue this, but I have a visitor arriving at the hour. Perhaps we could meet for tea this weekend? All right. Harry frowned as Lupin stood. It was still 15 minutes before 6. Can't I stay until he gets here? I'm afraid not. Lupin's face was drawn with anxiety, though his smile remained pleasant. Please understand, Harry. There are some people I would rather you not meet. Harry tried to puzzle that out. Remus had a lover, perhaps? Go along now, Lupin said, urging him toward the door. We've plenty of time to talk later. In the doorway, Harry hesitated again. A flash of anger crossed Lupin's face. Harry, I have asked you politely several times to leave my rooms. I do not owe you an explanation. Go. Harry left. Once he was safely around the corner, Harry stopped and thought. A visitor for Remus would be coming either from the entrance hall or from Dumbledore's office. If he went back past Remus's office and waited around the corner, he might be able to catch a glimpse of Remus's visitor. Of course, if he went back past Remus's office, Remus would notice. After some deliberation, Harry went up a floor, to the other end of the corridor and down again. He crept to the corner and peered around. He wished he had his invisibility cloak, or even a Muggle toy periscope. The thought gave him an idea. He took his smallest book and transfigured it into a smaller mirror, then carefully floated that out into the corridor, near the knees of a suit of armor. With the dim light here, it was unlikely to be noticed. He positioned the mirror until he could see the hallway outside Remus's door in it. He waited. It was more than 5 minutes later, but still, Harry estimated, short of 6, when a stranger came into the hallway. She was a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, with short, light brown hair. She knocked lightly at Remus's door. Selina, he greeted her. Please come in. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. After giving them a moment to get talking, Harry decided to try and hear a bit of their conversation. He started towards the door, then stopped. He was aware that a werewolf's hearing was sharper than a normal human's. He could walk more quietly with his shoes off, but what if someone saw him? He would be obviously sneaking around. Harry looked at the door, halfway down the hall, then listened a moment to the late afternoon silence. Finally, he took off his shoes and walked towards the door. Once there, he could hear nothing. Not nothing intelligible, but nothing at all. Either the door was magically warded, or Remus had taken the woman back into his private rooms. Frowning, Harry walked to the staircase and put his shoes back on. Perhaps he could coax information out of Remus over the weekend. Hermione was working on her arithmancy homework when Ron came up behind her chair and leaned close to her ear. This a good time? He asked. Gah! Hermione dumped her book on the floor as she attempted to jump from a sitting position. Sorry, Ron said unconvincingly. I thought you'd heard me, like I'd believe that. Ouch. My toe hurts where that book hit it. Hermione glared at him. A good time for what? Talking to Professor Lupin. Oh. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, of course. Let me just pile this stuff and move it so someone else can sit here while I'm gone. Hey! Ginny called over, as Hermione stood up. What? I was sketching you. Hermione glanced at Ginny, who was sitting by the windows with a tablet on her raised knees. Sorry, she said. I'm sure I'll be in the same position later. Probably, Ginny agreed. Oh well, I'll do Dean then. He won't dare move. Hermione and Ron climbed through the portrait hole and headed down the stairs. Halfway down, they heard the sound of someone coming up. Ron peered down a level and stepped back. It's Harry, he whispered, as he took Hermione's arm and steered her back up to the next landing, and from there into a small room. So we don't want him to know what we're doing, right? They waited for the footsteps to near, then pass. When all had been quiet for a while, they re-emerged and continued down to the defense against the dark arts classroom. The door, to their surprise, was closed. Hermione knocked. When there was no answer, she knocked again. They waited a minute and were just about to leave when the door opened. Lupin was standing there, rather red in the face, with a scowling young woman behind him. "Ron, Hermione," he exclaimed. "How pleasant. Please come in, Miss Forrest was just leaving." The scowling woman put on a superficial smile. Even that made her quite pretty, Hermione decided. Her short hair was worn in an easy-care Muggle style, and her robes were a sedate medium blue that set off her golden-brown hair nicely. "But surely you'll introduce me, Remus," she said chidingly. Lupin did not look pleased. "Selina," he said politely, "this is Miss Granger, a Muggle-born student, and her friend, Mr. Weasley, the sixth son of a minor official of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department." Hermione could see Ron building up a head of steam at that. She was not pleased with being introduced by her parentage, either. "Neither of them is of any use to you," Lupin concluded firmly. "Children, this is Miss Forrest. But the Weasleys are friendly with Harry Potter, are they not?" Selina asked, extending her hand to Ron. Lupin caught at her wrist. "You are welcome to speak to me, Selina," Remus said harshly. "That welcome does not extend to my students. Go, or I will tell Albus Dumbledore that you have overstepped your bounds. I am a grown woman, Remus. I do not answer to professors, nor to eccentric, ineffective bumblers of any sort." Lupin's eyes narrowed. "Now," he said angrily. Selina sniffed. "I'm going. I liked you better as a free agent, Remus. That conniving old man hasn't done you any good." With that, she left. Lupin leaned against the doorframe. He looked exhausted. "I apologize for that terrible introduction," he said sincerely, "but she is not someone you want to take notice of you. The more inconsequential she believes you to be, the better." "Should we leave, Professor?" Hermione asked. "Do you need to follow her?" Lupin shook his head. "No. There were conditions on her entrance here, and now that she is out of my room, she will be compelled to walk straight to the gates." He straightened, teetering slightly. "Combien? Is it near the full moon, sir?" Ron asked cautiously. Lupin shook his head. "Do I look that bad?" "No, it's the dark of the moon tomorrow. I just need some sleep. Please sit down." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. "You? Well..." Hermione looked at Ron. He looked back at her. "We were wondering about the Marauders map," Hermione said hurriedly. "How it was made and that sort of thing," Ron added helpfully. Hermione shot him a glare. She was hoping to have some information out of Lupin before they got to questions he might feel obligated to refuse to answer. Lupin shook his head and laughed softly. Even you won't be easy today, will you?" Harry wasn't either. "Professor Lupin," Hermione said formally. "We realize we can't expect you to make another one." "I could not make another one," Lupin interrupted. "It was very complex and time-consuming magic. 2 people are needed at minimum. Took the 4 of us over a month, and I don't think we could have finished without Peter." Pain tightened his face at the memory of the 4th Marauder. Hermione thought that his betrayal must be worse than the deaths in some ways. "But we could make one?" Ron asked eagerly. Lupin sighed. "I am not surprised that you missed the map, however, I know just how useful that map is and how we tended to use it. But you wouldn't have found out about Peter without it." Hermione pressed, though she felt guilty at using what was obviously a painful memory. "You might never have discovered Sirius's innocence. And we don't cause much trouble, really." "Hermione, I am a professor here," Lupin said reasonably. "I cannot tutor you through making a device optimized for the breaking of rules. Could you give us any information, though? Research hints? It would be a good project for us, wouldn't it?" Lupin rose wearily to his feet. "I will give you a pass to the restricted section," he said firmly. "That is all." Hermione nodded glumly as she watched Lupin write out the pass. Any of her professors would have given her that, except possibly Snape. Still, she thanked Professor Lupin kindly for the folded strip of paper he pressed into her hand. And she and Ron left promptly, as the professor appeared to be in need of a nap before dinner. "What now?" Ron asked glumly, when they were a decent distance from Lupin's door. "Now we go to the library," Hermione said firmly. "Before dinner, it will give us some time to narrow down our search. We don't even know what we're looking for," Ron complained. "Of course we do," Hermione retorted with more confidence than she felt. "A mapping charm. A spell to identify people. A writing charm. If the Marauders could do it, so can we." "I dunno," Ron said. "With Harry I might agree, but without. And what was that thing about Peter? It never sounded like he was all that useful before." "I don't know," Hermione admitted. At the door to the library, she stopped to survey the note. Her eyes widened. "Oh my," she whispered. "What?" Hermione threw her arms around Ron in sheer delight. "Moony gets thank yous and chocolate and—" "Oh, look." She showed him Lupin's note. It was not a general pass to the restricted section. It was a pass allowing her to borrow 3 specific books. But this only— "Oh, he got it too." His eyes widened. "After all those protests," Hermione grinned. "Plenty of time before dinner. Harry?" Harry looked up at the unfamiliar voice. "Zoe," he realized. "Hi, Zoe," he said. "Are you going to dinner?" "Most people have left." Harry looked around. He hadn't noticed the common room slowly emptying. But yes, he and Zoe were now the only people in it. "Wow," he said. "I guess I was sort of lost in my work." He knew he had done that intentionally. He had wanted to find Ron or Hermione or both, and when he could not, set himself to thinking about his defense essay instead. He realized he still hadn't answered Zoe, and nodded. "Yes, I do want dinner. Will you wait while I pack this stuff up?" "No problem," Zoe said brightly. They walked cheerfully down the stairs together all the way to the ground floor, discussing combat use of hexes. Outside the Great Hall, Harry turned at a flicker of motion, and saw Snape advancing on them from the shadows, in full, intimidating stalk, with his black robes billowing about him. He felt, rather than saw, Zoe's sudden tension. "Potter," Snape spat from far too close. Harry froze. He would have liked to think it was good acting, but really, he knew he did it out of habit or possibly just from Snape's skill at projecting menace. "Yes, sir?" "I am warning you, Potter," Snape whispered threateningly, "that you had better be in your own room tonight. There are werewolves about." The whisper dropped, but lost no malice to add. "Your father would want you in sight." Snape stepped back, pivoted with an intensity that brushed the hem of his robes across the back of Harry's knees, and strode into the Great Hall. Transitive enmity, transitive enmity. Harry waited nervously at the door to Snape's rooms. He hoped Severus would answer before one of the Slytherins wandered by and saw him, or, rather, his floating head, here. When the door opened, Severus looked at him with an impressively blank expression, considering Harry's appearance, or lack thereof. He stepped to the side and let Harry in. "I did get your message, right?" Harry asked as Snape closed the door. "Yes." Snape's face relaxed and he closed his eyes for a moment. Harry thought he looked as tired as Lupin. "I'm glad you came. Did anyone see you?" "I wore the cloak." That, Harry thought, was rather obvious as he was still wearing it, mostly. He swung it off and put down his bag. "Came prepared?" Snape said with some amusement. "I wasn't sure from what you said what you wanted me here for or for how long, so I thought I'd bring my schoolwork." "Good. Leave it for the moment." Snape walked over to the fire. I'm having a drink. Would you like anything?" "Hot chocolate." Snape turned around and slowly smiled. "With almond liqueur?" he asked archly. "Please," Harry said. He almost laughed, remembering how abruptly that promised beverage had been replaced by gruel and white rice. "Very well." Snape relayed the request down to the kitchens, then walked over to the cabinet and poured himself some wine. "You do realize," he said dryly, "that the overall alcohol content will be low, perhaps a little more than 2 butterbeers." Harry shrugged. "So it may actually taste as good as it sounds like it should." Snape sat down by the fire. "Yes, I'd forgotten how strong that taste seems." He looked grimly at Harry. So, Harry asked. Snape grimaced. We're back to... He took a deep breath and started again. Lupin had a visitor today. I saw. Small, pretty woman, light brown hair. He made me leave, but he wouldn't say why. She saw you? Snape sounded horrified. No, he made me leave before. So you spied on him? Snape asked sharply. Well, yes. Wouldn't you? Snape ignored the question. I saw this woman as she was leaving. I have met her before. Snape caught Harry's gaze and made certain he had his complete attention before continuing. She was part of Randolph's delegation to the Dark Lord. Harry sat silent, shocked at this revelation. He knew, of course, that Voldemort had some sort of alliance with the WFU werewolves, a fact he had conveniently forgotten when approving of their tactics. That he had been carelessly spying on one of Voldemort's allies brought the matter into sharper focus. His father was watching him with steady interest that was starting to border on disdain. Harry tried to pull himself together enough to ask an intelligent question. Do the werewolves take orders from him? Snape smirked. They don't think so. They will learn their error the first time they try to part ways. Harry's hot chocolate appeared on the table next to Snape. He pushed it over to Harry. The spiraled pile of whipped cream on it tilted precariously, and Harry slurped the top off of it to keep it from falling. Snape winced. Sorry. Was that rude? No, Snape said dryly. That was indecent. Please try to avoid that until you intend the image. Harry stared at him. Snape waved the matter away as inconsequential. We were talking about werewolves. Werewolves who work with the Dark Lord. In part. A bitter look crossed Snape's face. I'm putting you under restrictions again. What? I don't know how Remus is involved with Miss Forrest, or what influence she might have with him or over him. It is clear he is in some sort of negotiations with Randolph's organization. It is also clear that the thing at Hogwarts they would most want is you. Me? Harry wasn't sure he followed that last claim. He tried the hot chocolate. It had a slight alcohol taste but was delicious. Anyway, the almond flavor was stronger. You, Harry. The ultimate treaty price to Voldemort. Remus wouldn't give me to them. He might not have a choice. Snape scowled. Or he might not make his choice in time. Or it might not be you. He straightened. So, again, you will not be alone with him unless I know the time and place. Schedule your meetings with a classmate or tell me about them and let him know you have told me. Is that clear? Quite, Harry answered coldly. Harry, please. Harry was startled by the desperation in Severus's voice. He thought the restriction through. I don't think it's necessary. If he is under some coercion, he may be grateful for the excuse. Snape scowled. You understand, am magically prevented from causing physical harm to a pupil at this school. His face hardened with distaste. I begged the headmaster for this curse. It saves me from undue expectations on the part of my lord. Harry reluctantly understood. I will inform him. Thank you. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Now that we have more time, Snape said finally, explain this situation with Mr. Weasley and Draco. Harry told Snape about Ron's verbal attack on Draco, and his own intervention, and how Ron had said his hair looked like Snape's. That's not so bad, though. I mean, he said it, but I think he just thought he was making it up. The problem is Malfoy. He actually looked. I think Malfoy thinks I'm trying to look like you, though, because he warned me I couldn't really carry it off. Snape snorted with amusement. Ron might have dealt with all that, but when Malfoy walked off, he decided to get cheeky and call me Harry. And then Ron flipped. We still need to sit down and fight, I think. We talked about it a bit when he was on the bubble stuff, and that may have helped, but now he's upset about the bubble stuff itself, so I think it's a wash. He scowled. Which is unfortunate, because I was figuring I'd use that when I told them. Perhaps, Snape said acidly, if you told him what it was and asked him, rather than simply subjecting him to it, as I imagine you did, saying what? Ron, I'm going to really upset you in the next few minutes. Could you please take some of this stuff that will make you calmer before I start? Something like that, yes. Or if that's too honest for you, Snape paused. Harry imagined to give him time to appreciate the irony of Snape, Death Eater spy and the head of Slytherin, lecturing him on honesty. Would you like more of this? Oh, incidentally, have I mentioned Professor Snape is my father? Harry choked on his hot chocolate, but managed not to spray much of it. I have a little more subtlety than that, he exclaimed. Rather a hard subject to lead into, though, isn't it? I'll start with confessing that I lied about why I asked about the paternity charm. That will at least give him a minute's warning while he mentally catalogs every male over the age of 30 that he knows. 30? Snape said incredulously. All right, 32. How's that? A bit better. Snape frowned at him. Remember, it would need to be someone your mother was willing to have intimacy with, not just someone physically capable of the act. Harry shrugged. She wouldn't have to be willing. Snape now looked more amused than annoyed. So we are now postulating, excuse me. Weasley is postulating either a 13-year-old rapist, or that your mother liked. 14, Harry interrupted, heating. 16, because I already changed. Harry, your age is measured from birth, not conception. Harry's eyes widened. Oops. 33, then? That would make it 16. Anyway, he won't do all this math. No more than you did. Snape smirked. Typical shoddy reasoning. So, Harry plowed on quickly. He'll be thinking through all the vaguely old enough men who might have known my mother. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Will you stop being vulgar? Probably not. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry stopped, stared at him for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He was surprised to hear his father laugh as well. Severus looked at him afterwards, smiling, pulled his face in unaccustomed directions. Harry wondered when the anger had etched into his face, and what he had looked like before that, when he smiled like this. Oomph! Harry pouted briefly, but Snape ignored it, in favor of finishing his wine. If you were anyone else, Harry conceded, I'd be insulted, but considering what you usually say about me, I'll take that as extravagant flattery. Good. Snape went to the cabinet to refill his glass. Perhaps you can acquire some sense, after all. Harry watched him pour the wine with the same precision that he poured dragon's blood. Harry suspected that he always added exactly the same amount to his glass, without any conscious effort. This isn't really working, with Ron and Hermione, Harry volunteered. They suspect something and eventually, they'll hit on the right thing. And I hate keeping secrets from them. Is there some way you could mislead them? Harry pretended to consider the matter. I could take up smoking again, he volunteered. It would give me an excuse to sneak off and lie to her, and she'd suss it in days. Snape gave him a withering look as he returned with the wine and sat down again. I'm afraid the closest you'll find in Hogsmeade is a pipe mixture with some tobacco in it, and no one at that apothecary would actually sell such a thing to an underage wizard. Ah, so wizards do smoke tobacco. Occasionally. Coltsfoot and marshmallow are more common, and all are usually smoked as part of a mixture with some magical properties. A type of potion, in a way. To have it habitually is extremely vulgar, and more common among certain of the non-humans. But you don't disapprove just because it's a muggle thing.
No.
Snape considered. Though these disposable means of smoking, the cigarettes, for example, those are a muggle thing, and that bothers me separately from the component plant, which you are having just as a drug. It's like watching you drink distilled spirits straight from the bottle. So I can't ask Fred and George to send me some? Harry teased. No, oh all right. Any other ideas? You know them much better than I do. Snape looked intently at his hands for a moment, and sighed. Let's start with current status. Details, please, on everything Weasley and Draco said about you looking like me. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry woke earlier than usual the next morning. He was too thirsty to get back to sleep, so he dressed quickly, with the intention of heading down to breakfast. Harry? Ron said blearily from the next bed. Hi, you just get in? No, I just woke up. Later, then. Ron yawned and fell back to sleep. Ron had been asleep when he got back, Harry reflected, as he started down the stairs. Snape had noticed the time long past curfew, and insisted on accompanying Harry back to the tower, ostensibly to protect him from punishment. Harry could not decide if this was unexpectedly kind, or merely patronizing. Snape had made light of the matter. Knowing you, he had said mockingly, you would stumble across some previously undetected manticore and arouse it from a 1,000-year nap. After several student maulings, months of terror, and untold thousands of galleons of property damage, you would slay it gloriously, and Gryffindor would win the House Cup. I'd rather walk you back. I'm usually out terrorizing the careless at this hour in any case. Near Gryffindor seems a good place to start. Harry had a few handfuls of water from the tap, and went down to breakfast. He paused at the Gryffindor table, surveying the students present. It was an entirely different group from the one he usually ate breakfast with. This must be the early shift, he thought. This group did not seem to be especially talkative. Harry found himself at potions class early, again. Malfoy was already there and seated. Harry felt a smile pulling at his face. "Good morning, Draco," he said casually in passing. Malfoy twitched. Harry grinned. "Call me Harry, will he?" Malfoy came up beside Harry as Harry was unpacking needed items from his bag. "Are you being impertinent, Potter? Remember?" He grinned. "Caused me a lot of trouble, too. Ron's still mad at me." Malfoy smirked. "I have to wonder about your behavior, Potter. Having regrets?" Harry thought Malfoy probably meant regrets about choosing Ron over him. He set his quill, ink, and parchment on the table while he got his thoughts in order. "I don't regret staying friends with Ron," he said seriously. "He's really a very good friend most of the time. I'm sorry you and I ended up enemies. It wasn't really a necessary side effect. If either of us had had the slightest bit of tact." Harry let the sentence trail off. Malfoy snorted. "We were 11. What would we have been doing with tact?" He looked searchingly at Harry for a moment, then frowned. "However foolishly this may have started, Potter, you put my father in Azkaban. I don't precisely feel friendly towards you. Please return to using my surname." With that rather formal request, he turned quickly and went back to his desk. For a moment, Harry was too indignant to do anything but stare after him. Suddenly, he found himself on his feet, and a moment later he was leaning forward over Malfoy's table whispering furiously, I did. It was your father's master who put images in my head to lure me there and sent your father and his lot to ambush me. Is it my fault he underestimated my backup? Again, all I did was try to not die. I wasn't even there when your father was captured. I was chasing Lestrange." "It's easy for you to say," Malfoy spat back. His pale cheeks were spotted with pink. "Whatever you get into, you always get out of. Always. My godfather died in that fight, Draco. And that was my fault. And I loved him. There's no way to get him back. Now, no breakout, no deal, no pardon can bring him back to me." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Malfoy was staring at him, brows drawn. "No one died in that fight." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Wouldn't someone have said something? Wouldn't he have been reported missing at some point? This mysterious godfather of yours? Sirius Black. Harry wished he felt well enough to appreciate the shock on Malfoy's face. He'd been missing a long time. "You were in touch with Black?" At Harry's small nod, Malfoy's eyes widened yet further. "A Muggle killer? Who betrayed your parents?" "He did not." Harry stopped to steady his breathing. He wondered how best to explain Sirius to Malfoy. He couldn't say anything that would implicate Professor Dumbledore or Remus. He had barely registered the approaching footsteps before a mass of black swirled through the doorway and the potions master stalked past them. "Mr. Potter," came his biting voice. "When I arrive, you are to be at your seat, not harassing better pupils." 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry darted to his seat. Fortunately, his supplies were all ready, so Snape could not dock him more points for needing to set up. A minute later, he had no worry to spare for anything but the safe handling of Lobalug venom. Malfoy caught Harry up on the way to defense against the dark arts. "Hang back a bit, Potter." Harry slowed down and let their classmates get ahead of him. Malfoy walked beside him. "You knew Sirius Black?" "A bit. We met the year he escaped. I stayed with him for a few weeks last winter." "Where?" "Some family property. I don't know where, we port-keyed, and he wouldn't let me leave. Safer all around." "What makes you think he was innocent? I mean, other than that he didn't kill you. He could have other reasons not to. Ever heard of Wormtail?" Malfoy was silent for a minute. Harry suspected he was trying to decide how much of an answer was prudent. I've heard of someone with that name. Yes, that one. His real name is Peter Pettigrew. He's the wizard that Sirius supposedly killed. Peter caused the explosion and killed all those muggles to escape Sirius. After Peter, betrayed my parents. They were climbing slowly up the stairs. Harry looked over at Malfoy's uncertain expression and snorted. Really? Don't your parents tell you anything? It was your father who realized Sirius was back, and your mother who figured out how to use him as bait for me. Harry felt a quick rise of hatred at the thought. He worked at holding it in its proper place. To be honest, he said, as calmly as possible, I hate both your parents. They've both messed up my life, mine personally, in big ways, and I could never forgive your father for what he did to Ginny. Malfoy's jaw was clamped tight, but he hadn't started yelling, yet. Harry figured that was as good as he could expect. I'm willing to not hold them against you, he said, and I can even accept that you care about them. They're your family, after all. But I could never be less than glad that your father got caught. Potter, give me any more of your opinion and I'll blast you into the wall. I'm finished. Good. Malfoy quickened his pace. Harry let him gain some distance before starting to move again. Today probably wasn't the day to try pairing with Malfoy in defense against the dark arts. Hermione sighed and looked, again, at the note from Ron. Hermione, walk after classes. I'll meet you in the trophy room. Ron. They had taken advantage of Harry's absence the night before, as unwelcome as it was, to start on the map. It required a potion, but a very simple one that Hermione had made in 40 minutes from ingredients in the student store cupboards. That was good because they were going to need a lot of it. The procedure, as Hermione deduced it from spells in the 2 of the 3 books, was simple but time-consuming. They needed to walk through all the areas they wanted to map, while carrying the potion, which, when a little common mugwort was crumbled into it, bubbled and gave off slightly fragrant fumes for several minutes. The fumes seemed to be important to determining the dimensions of the room. Hermione suspected that large rooms would require them to walk back and forth a bit. The trophy room would be a good place to test that. While one person carried the potion, the other carried the parchment and, when each room or section of corridor was prepared, used a spell to capture the space onto the map. One person then needed to detect the name of the other, put that on the map, and set the map to continually renew the detection. Again, this needed to repeated, though not quite as frequently. It seemed to have a greater range than the mapping spell itself. They had tested the potion and spell in the room where Hermione had brewed the potion and the corridor outside, and it had worked well. Conveniently, the rooms mapped seemed to arrange themselves on the parchment to allow room for additions. They had set aside a parchment for each floor. Later they would use a spell from the 3rd book to combine them into one, and another spell from the same book to make the map invisible. When they had returned to the tower, just at curfew, Harry had still been out. Nearly 2 hours later, they had given up on waiting and had decided to head up to their dormitories. Hermione had said that she should tell McGonagall, but Ron had tapped the parchment significantly. Better to handle it ourselves, he had said confidently. It was a large family attitude Hermione expected. Difficult as she found it to accept, sometimes it was one of the things she liked about Ron. When he was handling a problem, he involved the necessary people and no one else, and when he was angry at someone, he let them know directly. She thought they made a good team as prefects, though Ron appeared lackadaisical. For the most part, he took care of it when someone needed a good private talking to, and she took care of it when McGonagall or the headmaster needed to be informed of someone's behavior. She had asked Ginny, who was desperately working on an ancient runes assignment that was due in the morning, to wake her if Harry did not return that evening. Then she had gone to bed. It was 20 minutes after the end of classes, and Hermione was wondering if Ron had forgotten his suggestion, or if there was, perhaps, a second trophy room when Ron finally arrived. Sorry I'm late. I wanted to give something to Andrew and I couldn't find him. Well, we have a couple hours. Should we start here? I thought we should start with the main classrooms, the library, and Dumbledore's office, if there's some way to manage that. I've been thinking about that. They can't have got into everywhere. If we get the fumes into a room, can we map it from the outside? We'll need to try. How about here? They discovered they could map the inside of a broom cupboard from outside it, if they magically pushed the fumes in. Further experimentation showed this only worked for a limited distance, and they could not map a second room deep, no matter how Hermione charmed the fumes into it. How did they manage to break into everywhere? Hermione wondered. Even with Harry, we couldn't do that. Peter, Ron said suddenly. That's why they needed Peter. She frowned at him a moment, then her eyes widened. As a rat. Now it was Ron's turn to look confused. But that wouldn't work, would it? A rat couldn't cast the spell, so he probably dragged the parchment in, turned back, and then cast the spell. I bet there are areas the identification charm fails, because they couldn't get a second person close enough. They walked in and out of each of the classrooms, even the unused ones, with Ron sensing and Hermione casting. It was tedious, but they enjoyed seeing the map grow. Ron cheered the first time someone else walked onto it. Look, Lupin's just come into his office. His face fell. How are we ever going to do his rooms? I'm more worried about how to do the library. We can't just walk in with this smelly stuff. Maybe we can persuade Lavender it will improve the aura of the room, then sneak in after her. Hermione giggled. How about the cloak? Not unless we bring Harry in. If he's away, he has the cloak with him, and if he's not, I can't lift it and disappear with you for hours. Could we bring him in? Hermione asked. I feel guilty doing this without him.
No.
If he knows we've made a map, he'll take it every time he leaves, and we'll never be able to use it to find him. But what are we going to tell him if he finds out? Ron shook his head and shrugged. Beats me. Maybe we should ask Ginny. She's an expert at excuses. Better than the twins, even. Harry was waiting for them at dinner. He glowered at them. Hermione was just about to tell him he had no right to feel snubbed when Harry finally spoke. Ron, he snapped, you missed practice. Ron smacked himself in the forehead. Darn, I forgot. Well, don't forget Friday evening. At least this was a short one, but I wanted it for people to get comfortable with each other. He frowned at Hermione. Where were you two? Anytime I'm around, you're gone. And anytime we're around, you're gone, Ron retorted. I haven't been gone much. I've only missed curfew twice. Twice in a week and a half. Where were you last night? Oh, I was practicing in the room of requirement, and I knocked myself out with a reflected sleep spell. I shouldn't try that sort of thing alone. Harry smiled contritely at Hermione. How about studying together, tonight? I have a few things I need to find in the library. I'd like that, Hermione said immediately. I have a charms paper that could use a few more references. Well, you two are welcome to it, Ron said cheerfully. I'll study in the common room where I can have some fun as well, and I'll see you when you get back. Hermione sent Ron a grateful smile. It wasn't the first time he had arranged his schedule to see that she got private time with Harry. Ron nodded back at her, biting his lips slightly. Have fun, he mouthed silently. Studying in the library with Hermione might not be the most romantic way to spend an evening, Harry thought, but it was enjoyable, in a quiet way. Most of their attention was going to their studies, but he still found it pleasant to look up, now and then, and see her next to him, flipping frantically through a book, or chewing thoughtfully on her quill. Felt warm and nice to have her close. He settled an arm around her and went back to making notes on the 1981 laws restricting items commonly associated with dark arts. Harry, HM? Harry answered. Am I your girlfriend? Harry looked up at that. He'd been trying to figure that out himself. Everyone else seemed sure, but he wasn't. The last week had not clarified his feelings at all. He pulled her closer. Do you want to be? He asked. Well, that depends. Hermione blushed, but her voice did not waver as she continued. Who else are you spending time with when you disappear? Harry was immediately annoyed. He let go of her. Hermione, when I go away, I'm not with a girl, okay? Fine. Who else are you spending time with? It is not romantic and it's not really your business. Fine. That's okay. Hermione shrugged. I guess I don't want to be your girlfriend. Then, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Madame Pants glared over at him, and he dropped his voice to a whisper. It isn't. I swear. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This is going all wrong. I should have stayed around more. I should have set up an alibi when I went out. I can do it better. I just wasn't expecting them to be so suspicious. Hermione, he said intently. Don't you think you're overreacting to 2 evenings of 3? I don't believe that thing about last night. Why does it matter? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry hid his face in his hands for a minute. Not the stupid Dursleys again. Hermione, he said seriously, I love you. A flash of anger crossed her face. That is not what we are talking about. That may not be what you're talking about, but if you're going to ask me if you're my girlfriend, I think I can talk about it. Because you're certainly not going to talk about what you do with your evenings now, are you? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. But it's not safe for the other person. It's not my secret. I've promised and I cannot tell you. Okay? I can't. Harry, if you can't tell me, I understand, Hermione soothed. I'm not upset. I just can't be your girlfriend, if that's what it's going to be like. Fine. Harry raged. He forced himself to repeat the word like he meant it. Fine. You're not my girlfriend. I still love you. Hermione's hand covered his briefly. Her own was unaccountably warm for the cool room. I love you too, she said matter-of-factly, and went back to her reading. Harry stared at his book for a long time before remembering to resolve it into words. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry, she said seriously. What? To Harry's dismay, his voice came out angry. He tried to calm himself. I'm worried about you. I'm fine. You look grim all the time. Well, not all the time. You look intense all the time and grim a lot of it. And you disappear. Look, I've had a really stressful summer. Okay? And things aren't exactly back to normal. When aren't you under stress? She shot back. Harry, I know you said you couldn't tell me, but you worry me. Why? What on earth could you be worried about? Let's see. With your illegal potions, and your dark arts books, and your generally cold attitude, I do not have any illegal potions. I have never done dark arts. Harry stopped. Except for a failed attempt to cast Cruciatus last spring. What? On Lestrange. It didn't work. Apparently you need to enjoy causing pain to cast it. I'm just too nice or something. Harry smiled slyly at her. So there, see, I can't run off and become a Death Eater. Hermione snorted. Harry paused, distracted by his own words. I wonder if that's what it's like, he murmured pensively. I should ask. Hermione looked sharply at him. Ask who? You know anyone who could tell you? Harry snorted. Perhaps I should ask Professor Snape. Excuse me, Professor. What was it like becoming a Death Eater? Did you have any friends you couldn't tell? He made his voice rather like Colin Creevy's, excited and fast. Where did you tell them you were going? Did they ask why you'd started wearing long sleeves, all the time? Or did everyone just know what that meant? He looked ingenuously at Hermione, who bit her lip. He thought it was in part to restrain a smile. Harry, please don't. He'd kill you. And Gryffindor would be so far into negative numbers that you couldn't make it up to us if you single-handedly defeated Voldemort in front of the entire school. Harry grinned. The Dark Lord would not be interested in facing me at Hogwarts. He doesn't like risks. What did you say? Hermione stopped and whirled to face him. Harry glanced back at her in confusion. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Since when do you give Voldemort a title, Harry? She asked sharply. It was anger, as soon as the word started. I didn't mean anything by it. Removed it, where did that come from? Have I said that before? Say Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes briefly. I'm not allowed at the moment, he whispered. Nervously, he met her eyes. Not allowed. Snape went to Dumbledore and told him that, until I was better at occlumency, I shouldn't say that. It might give him a way in. Harry bit his lip. Dumbledore agreed. And you know what he thinks of that. My occlumency is lot better now, though. I should ask the headmaster if I can now. But Lord! Hermione fumed. Why that? Of everything he's called. It's just what I'm used to here. Harry broke off in mid-word, feeling heat flood his face. Great job, Harry. That's reassuring. Who are your friends now? She asked coldly. You and Ron, mostly. Who are you with when you go walking? Harry was silent. Say Voldemort. Harry bit his lip. Say it. I'll ask if. Good night, Harry. Hermione turned on her heel and hurried away. Harry watched her ascend the staircase, her pace fast and her back rigid. Of all the stupid. Voldemort, he called out after her, loudly, but quickly, to get the name out before he changed his mind. She turned. Her face looked pale and strained, even in the torchlight. "Thank you, Harry," she said. Her voice had softened, but she did not return. "Good night." Hermione was in no mood to socialize. She went straight through the common room, past Ron, who looked like he wanted to ask her something, past Ginny, who was sketching her housemates, again, and up to her dormitory. Harry had said the Dark Lord. Harry did not call Voldemort the Dark Lord. Death Eaters called him that. Harry called Voldemort, Voldemort, but not tonight. She did not, of course, need to worry about Harry becoming a Death Eater, as he had joked. She was quite sure both that he would never support Voldemort, and that Voldemort wouldn't have him as a servant. Still, Harry's deliberately cheeky Tom did not make up for him dignifying Voldemort with his self-proclaimed title. She was still in a deep funk 20 minutes later, when the door opened, and Ginny came in looking far worse. Hermione was on her feet in an instant. "Ginny? What's wrong?" She was terrified of the answer. Ginny looked like someone had died. Hermione found herself hoping that Dean had dumped her. As much as she did not want that, it could produce this look of glazed anguish with less lasting harm than any other cause she could imagine. "That boy!" Ginny choked. "Dean then." Hermione took a deep breath and prepared to be sympathetic. "That boy we've been treating as Harry. He's not." Hermione tried to make some sense of this. "Not what?" Finally she gave up and asked, "What?" "He's not Harry," Ginny said emphatically. "I've tried to sketch him 4 times this week, and it kept coming out wrong. Finally, I decided to do him as a stranger, and I realized it was wrong because his facial structure is different. I used to sketch him all the time 3rd year, and when I thought I knew what his face was like, I got it wrong." Hermione tried not to roll her eyes. "Ginny, he's grown up a bit, that's all. That wouldn't change his cheekbones, or the shape of his mouth." "Ginny, you're imaging things. He's older, he's skinnier, and—" Hermione hesitated, then steeled herself. "And you're not infatuated with him anymore. You're a better artist than you used to be, especially after those games with Dean last spring. Perhaps you see more accurately." "I know what I see and what I've seen. That is not Harry." "Ginny, please," Hermione said desperately. "I cannot take this right now. If you have some sort of real evidence, not your subjective observations from now compared to your subjective observations from 2 years ago, let me know. Right now, I want to go to sleep." Ginny's mouth hardened in the grim determination of a child who has learned to find her own way. "All right," she said. "I'll get it." With that, she turned and marched out of Hermione's room. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry pulled away, breathless and charmingly flushed, but then gave her one of those strange, mocking looks. "Dear Hermione," he said coolly, and he pulled up his sleeve to show the dark mark there. His expression charged with cruel delight as she stared back in horror. He looked less like Harry now and more like a young Lucius Malfoy, but with black hair and green eyes. She tried to pull away, but his hand closed on her wrist. He pushed her down to her knees and surveyed her with satisfied arrogance. "Don't worry, Hermione. You can still be my pet." Hermione woke, gasping. It was the middle of the night. She had fallen asleep in her clothes, on top of her still-made bed. Her eyes itched and her teeth felt fuzzy. She could still picture the dream, Harry's mocking smile and the dark mark on his arm. "Stupid," she muttered. "Stupid dream. All Ginny's fault." But Ginny had not mentioned Death Eaters. Hermione got up and went through her usual going-to-bed routine. When she was in soft pajamas, with her teeth clean, the dream seemed rather silly, though she didn't think she'd dare confess it to anyone. Her subconscious should not be so foolish. "Perhaps I can dream about Voldemort joining SPW," she thought, as she went, yawning, to her bed. She lay down and slept soundly. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. "So, mate," Ron said, as they left the Great Hall to go to Charms, "you set to tell me about Hermione now?" "Honestly, I'm still not really sure what happened." "Well, I know about that. Still, she said she wouldn't be my girlfriend if I wouldn't tell her where I've been and who with, and those things." Harry looked at Ron and frowned. "Don't you think that's kind of overreacting? I mean, I've wandered off a few times. What business of it is hers? Ron looked uneasy. Well, I would say yes, but Harry, but what? Well, we were talking, and we both knew that the Dursleys were awful to you. And? Harry asked sharply. If Ron, of all people, dares tell me I'm emotionally incompetent. But you never told us about the boot cupboard. Or them telling all the neighbors you were some kind of criminal. You didn't need to know that. What does it matter? Ron dropped his gaze to the stone stairs. Well, we reckon if you're wandering off saying you need time alone, that could mean anything from you need time alone to you hate all of us. Ron. Look, I can't imagine not being friends with you. I know we've fought now and then, but we're always miserable about it, right? And with Hermione, too. Ron shrugged slightly. About Hermione, I haven't seen her all morning. Are you two okay with each other? At all? She was glaring daggers when she came in. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. What did you do? Well, I was talking about...
Harry hesitated Voldemort.
Nothing bad happened when he said the name. His scar didn't even twinge. Harry wondered when he had started expecting something bad to happen. Right, he thought. I don't care what Dumbledore says. I'm going back to saying Voldemort. I'll warn him, though, and ask him what the risks are. Today. Except I wasn't allowed to say that over the summer. And you know how I hate the you-know-who business. So I've mostly been saying Tom. Except last night, I wasn't thinking, and I said, he ducked his head. I said, the Dark Lord. Harry could feel his face heating at even quoting the phrase. She was so angry. Ron frowned. You've said that before. I remember thinking it was odd. I have. Oh crud. I have no idea when I started that. I remember. You said it after you'd given me that potion. It's better than being possessed by the Dark Lord. Does it matter? Harry noticed he was pulling his finger absently through his hair and forced himself to stop. That's it. I'm cutting it. He looked around. They were momentarily clear of the other clusters of students. It's what the Death Eaters call him. Mostly, he answered quietly. Ron looked at the abashed expression on Harry's face and laughed. Where did you pick that up? He scowled suddenly. Malfoy. Malfoy? Harry returned incredulously. We're barely speaking. Actually, I think he's back to snubbing me. We certainly haven't been chatting about him or Voldemort. Professor Snape says that, though. I wonder why. Ron said sarcastically. Anyway, why is Snape talking to you about you-know-who? Well, after his Tom Riddle's first fall, a lot of laws changed. Professor Snape has been talking to me about that. So it's a lot of... Harry heard footsteps behind them. Other students were drawing near. Later, I think. Someplace more private. Hermione went up to Gryffindor after classes. She planned to go to her room to exchange her books, then go to the library. Harry was waiting for her in the common room. He walked over to intercept her and stopped in front of her. Excuse me, please, Hermione said frostily. I just wanted to tell you something. She stared back at him, trying to look as aloof as he did. After a few seconds, he took this as permission to continue. I told Professor Dumbledore that I'm going back to saying Voldemort's name. He says that should be fine at my current proficiency, as long as I don't forget my exercises at night. A trace of hurt showed through at that. Hermione couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Good, she said. It's part of you, that you'll say his name. Harry brightened at this slight sign of approval. Hermione. When I can tell you what's been happening, if I can explain why I couldn't, could we perhaps try again? He reached out and took her hands, and despite herself, she smiled. Depends on what you tell me now, doesn't it? She said tartly. She expected Harry to smile, but he bit his lip apprehensively. Although the observation did not seem to encourage him, he nodded acceptance. Can the three of us do something together this weekend? He asked quickly. Ron and I were talking, and I don't think we've been spending enough time all together. You know how bad we can get. I was planning more research into the mysterious Augustus Maitland. Oh, not that. Harry dropped her hands. Snape sent you on a fool's errand. He just wants to waste your time.
No.
He was annoyed and distracted. It meant something to him. How about a walk round the lake instead? We'll see what the weather's like. A visit with Hagrid? Perhaps. Hermione shifted uneasily. Could I Go upstairs now? Oh, of course. Harry hastily stepped to the side. Later, then, Hermione continued upstairs, feeling a little more cheerful. At this rate, things should be back to normal with Harry in a week or two. Perhaps, she thought, the way to protect their friendship was to firmly decide they would not date. That seemed to have worked with Ron. It might also lessen his disturbing new arrogance. In her room, Hermione found Ginny sitting on one of the window seats, waiting for her. Ginny, I have your proof, Ginny said. Come look. Ginny, Hermione sighed. Please, come look. You told to get evidence, and I did. Here. Ginny flipped over a pile of photographs. Hermione came closer. On the top one, Harry was in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, leaning back against the staff box and critically watching something ahead of him. Hermione thought the picture must be from the tryouts. As she peered more closely at the photograph, the picture Harry glanced up at her and Ginny. He gave them a sly smile, then went back to surveying the unshown pitch. Ginny placed the picture carefully on the table. Under it, she placed one of Harry flying, also from this year. Next to that, she placed an older one of him flying. In all, she set out 8 pictures on the table, in pairs, each having one current picture, and one from the year before. Look, she said. She drew Hermione's attention to 2 pictures of Harry sitting quietly in the Gryffindor common room. Both were from the front, and both mostly Harry's face. See the mouth? It looks thinner, Hermione admitted. But perhaps that's just expression? Wait, Ginny said. He smiles now and then. Indeed, as she finished speaking, last week's Harry gave a little smile. Hermione thought it looked rather superior. She looked at the other picture, in which last year's Harry had a slight, absent pout, which, now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen on him recently. He also gave a little smile, which looked charmingly shy. It's the relative width of the lower lip, and the curve of the upper one. That's changed. Yes, the overall effect is that his mouth seems thinner. It makes him look more reserved, I think, especially when he's not smiling or smiling just slightly. If you look at the flying pictures, it's mostly an intense look, but you'll occasionally see a big grin. Those are both different, too. It's partially in the mouth and partially in the cheeks. Look here. Ginny pointed to this or that of Harry's features in the paired pictures as she spoke. Hermione looked, while Ginny continued to point and compare. The differences were subtle, but they were there, and Ginny was right. They could not be accounted for by age or weight. The more she looked, the more convinced she became. She was, indeed, looking at pictures of 2 different people. Oh my God! Hermione murmured. She felt numb. She looked up at Ginny. For the first time, she noticed that the girl, whose voice had been devoid of anything but an artist's enthusiasm for form, looked even worse than the day before. Her eyes were pink, and the lids puffy from crying. What do you think? I think he died, Ginny said flatly. I think he died in the Death Eater attack, and they don't dare let anyone know. She swallowed. Which is right, she continued, her voice very high and tight with tension, because people would give up hope. But I don't know how I'll ever manage to talk to that boy. Hermione looked back at the photos. I wonder who he is. A thought hit her suddenly, and she swayed. He believed all that nonsense about being in love with me. But no one ever told him he says Voldemort without batting an eye. Not Harry, but that doesn't mean dead? The idea was starting to get through her shock. She reached out to the picture of last year's Harry sitting in the common room. Harry? Her voice caught. The picture Harry gave a slight, shy smile. Oh, God. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hermione, unable to speak, nodded. Hermione stayed up in her room for hours. Ginny wanted her to go to dinner, but she refused, because she would not be able to explain why she kept breaking into tears. Ginny nodded and left. Hermione was surprised when she came back 20 minutes later with food from the kitchens. After eating, Hermione felt a bit better. It was possible Harry was dead, she thought, but it was also possible he had just been injured and was being hidden someplace safe. She tried to keep herself from thinking of all the other ways such a problem might have been handled with less risk. Perhaps it was a special injury, from an attack that Voldemort could not find out had worked. She had just tried a spell to make her eyes less red when Lavender Brown came up to the room. Ron wants to see you, she said. Will you come down? Or shall I tell him you're sleeping? Is Harry there? Hermione was embarrassed at how her voice wavered. He just left for the library. Lavender gave her a look of deepest sympathy. Poor dear. Sometimes it's the boys you'd never suspect. Hermione walked down and met Ron. He surveyed her a moment, then frowned. Let go someplace more private, Hermione suggested nervously. I think we need to talk. Are you going to get our work things? Ron asked, puzzled. Hermione knew he meant the things for the map spell.
No.
I just want to talk. Ron shrugged. Let's go, then. They walked quietly down the first corridor branching off from the stairs. Ron led Hermione from there to a small room with 2 doors. Several desks were stored there, conveniently blocking parts of the room from view of anyone in either doorway. They settled on the dusty floor behind one such desk. Hermione tried to think what to say. I've talked to Harry, Ron volunteered. I don't think you should be so upset at him. That's not it, Hermione answered. She paused, uncertain how to explain the situation so that Ron would listen. Ron was not likely to take Ginny's news well. Then what is it? Ron challenged. Hermione swallowed. That's not Harry, she said timidly. What? That boy's not Harry. Ginny realized. I wouldn't believe her at. Are you mental? Ron screamed. Ginny had photographs. His mouth is different. That's probably why he looks annoyed so often. And his face is shaped differently. He looks a lot like Harry, but he's not Harry. You are mental. Hermione took a deep breath and tried not to take Ron's reaction personally. She had looked much the same way at Ginny. Look, Ron, I didn't want to believe it either, but when I looked at the photos I had to agree. Ginny thinks he probably died in the Death Eater attack, and they don't dare let anyone find out. That's why it took so long for. I am not listening to any more of this. Ron flailed his arms around as if trying to grab a word from the air. Codswallop, Codswallop? Hermione repeated, distantly amused. Shite! Ron shrieked. He scrambled to his feet and stood staring at her for a moment, breathing heavily. Do you want to finish the map? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Then send me the parts and the books and what we've got of the potion. I'll finish it. You need someone to help you. I'll have Harry help me. That's not Harry. Just send it over with Ginny, or something. Ron turned to the door, then paused.
No, Lavender.
He opened the door. Oh, and Hermione, I know. You think I'm mental. You're okay as a friend. Don't date anyone else I like. Ron left, slamming the door behind him so hard that it bounced back open. He stormed off down the hallway. Hermione spent a while curled up under the desk, trying to cry. It was no use. She had run out of tears in her dormitory. She thought that she would gladly survive the humiliation of being wrong just to have Ron be right. But when she remembered those pictures, she knew he couldn't be. When she finally felt like she could survive the dash through the common room, she climbed to her feet and headed back to Gryffindor. In her room, she got together the spell books and potions book that she and Ron had been using to make the map, and put next to them the leftover potion and potions components, the parchments, and the special ink. She wondered if she had some sort of bag she could put them in. Not her school bag, something disposable. A thought occurred to her, and she went to her trunk. Under her spare robes and dress robes was a black plastic bag with handles, and in that a pair of black leather trousers that had been subtly scenting all her school clothes since the trip to Diagon Alley. Slowly, she took them out and stroked the soft leather. She smiled slightly, remembering Harry as the African prince, his head wrapped in gold. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Trembling, Hermione slipped the leather back into the bag. She set the bag on the floor and added to it the books and parchment, the potions things, and the ink. She then slid the collection under her bed, telling herself she would give it to Ron in the morning. She was crying again. Wrong answer. The wrong answer. Breakfast had been weird, Harry thought. Hermione was avoiding him again, though she looked more hurt than angry, and Ron was almost too friendly and shooting dark looks at her. Obviously they had fought about him again. Potions was no better, Malfoy snickered whenever Harry talked, and bumped Harry's table hard enough to spill things on his way to the supply closet. Harry, of course, lost points for making a mess, but that didn't bother him so much as the sheer childishness of Malfoy's spite. In defense against the dark arts, Ron had saved a seat for him. Hermione was sitting with Padma. When Draco came in, he sat with Hannah, who immediately turned pink and started subtly rearranging her robes. Harry thought it was rather disgusting. For the next week, he said, we are going to be working on an understanding of what makes something dark arts, and how we define, detect, and restrict dark arts. Today's class, I'm afraid, will be entirely theory, but I hope to have a few engaging demonstrations for next week, to break the monotony a bit. Harry glanced surreptitiously over at Malfoy. The Death Eater's son already looked contemptuous. First, Lupin said, "Can anyone give me a definition of dark arts?" He managed not to look at Malfoy as he asked. Harry was impressed. Ernie Macmillan raised his hand. At Lupin's nod, he said, "Harmful or coercive magic." No, although the expression is sometimes used loosely to cover that. Neville, spells cast by hate? Closer. Anyone else? Harry raised his hand. When Lupin nodded at him, he began. Dark art spells require part of the caster's soul to augment and direct the magic used in casting. Emotion is often required, but it doesn't need to be hate. It doesn't even need to be negative, though negative emotions are more frequently used. The danger of this is, Lupin cut him off. We'll come back to risks later, Harry. There's actually a classification division here. Some systems class all the magic Harry described as dark. Others reserve that label for only those cast using negative emotions as dark arts, and refer to the entire class as soul arts. In Britain, at least, the entire class is prescribed. Harry, who was already annoyed at not being allowed to finish his description, tensed at this oft-repeated falsehood. He raised his hand. "That's not true," he said without waiting to be acknowledged. "There are at least 3 dark art spells in controlled use, the Binding Oath in government and 2 healing." Harry, Lupin snapped. "Please wait to be called on. Yes, there are a very few exceptions, but in general, we are not a lot of second years that require simplification." Harry shot back. "If you are going to talk about this, Remus, do it honestly." Lupin stared at him. "What did you call me?" "Readisho." Harry reddened. "Sorry, sir." A few people snickered. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Lupin softened the punishment with a slight, amused smile. "And please wait your turn to speak. Had you let me finish my sentence, I might have mentioned exceptions. You don't know now, do you?" "No, sir." "Sorry, sir." Harry glanced over at Malfoy, and found the Slytherin watching him in amusement. When their eyes met, Malfoy raised his eyebrows in an expression of astonishment. Harry watched him slowly raise his hand. Remus finished what he was saying about the Binding Oath, and called on Malfoy. Malfoy settled back in his chair, and his eyes again locked on Harry's. "Harry," he drawled, making Ron tense at Harry's side, "described that surprisingly well, but with one omission. A rather interesting one, I think, for him." He smirked. "Many dark arts spells also use part of the soul of the victim, subject. This is true of all those that leave a permanent mark." His eyes flicked up significantly, though at his distance there would be no difference in focus for Harry's eyes and Harry's scar. Harry brought his brows down in question. Malfoy nodded seriously. Lupin seemed rather taken aback. After a moment of awkward silence, he said, "Yeah. Thank you for that contribution, Mr. Malfoy. I had heard that of binding spells, but not of curse scars." Privately, Harry thought that, considering the effects of his scar, it could probably be classified as a malfunctioning binding spell, however unintentional. He gave Malfoy an evaluating look. Malfoy smirked. The rest of the class was somewhat better. Harry waited his turn, and Lupin did allow him to say his piece on the risks of dark arts, which brought him satisfyingly incredulous looks from Malfoy, even if it did make Lupin seem a bit uncomfortable. Ron shook his head, but didn't seem quite as disturbed as the professor. Harry looked at Ron. "Wait for me?" he asked in an urgent whisper. Ron nodded. He stood by the door while Harry walked up to Remus's desk. "About the scar," Remus began. "I bet he's right. It behaves like a binding spell, just one with no focus." Remus nodded. "Could you, perhaps, ask your friend to wait outside for a moment?" he suggested. Harry stepped back. "Sorry." He could feel himself reddening. Remus's entire face tightened. "Back to that, are we?" he asked. If Harry had not known him well, He would have called Remus's words light, but he could hear the touch of tension in the familiar voice. Sorry, he repeated sincerely. Want to schedule a meeting? That is acceptable? Yes. Oh, absolutely. I'd like to talk. Tomorrow afternoon, then. Sounds good. Time? 3:30. My office. Harry nodded and smiled as warmly as he could. I'll see you then, Professor Lupin. Care of magical creatures passed without major incident, although Hermione, this time, requested a calming draft. She looked on the verge of tears most of class, but Ron restrained Harry from approaching her. You'll just upset her more, mate. Come on now. Parvati will take care of her. Quidditch practice was odd. Ginny and Ron seemed to have fought, as well, and Ginny was twitchy whenever Harry tried to talk to her. She also appeared to have been crying. Harry decided there must be something up with the girls other than Hermione's argument with him. That could not possibly have upset Ginny so much. After dinner, Ron suggested they go right up to the sixth-year boys' dormitory. The girls have some sort of drama going on. Let's give it a miss. We've hardly spent any time together since first night back. Harry shrugged and followed Ron upstairs. For a while they sat and talked about classes and Quidditch, but the conversation was oddly strained. After a while, Harry began to wonder why Ron was keeping him in the room. He stopped pacing, which made him wonder when he had started, and looked over at his friend. What's wrong? Ron asked. You look upset. Harry shrugged. I'm not upset. Just thinking. What are you thinking about? Just wondering what's going on. I mean, you've just spent all day with me. You don't do that anymore. Now you seem set to spend all evening with me. What's up? Ron looked embarrassed. He stretched back on his bed, rummaged in his bedside drawer for a moment, and pulled out a chocolate frog, which he tossed at Harry. Here. Stop that. Stop what? Thinking. Harry put down the sweet, crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned back against his bed. All right. What's going on downstairs that I'm not supposed to know about? Nothing. Then why are we here? Harry growled. Because I miss you. The reply was short, cross, and utterly sincere. Harry didn't know how to respond to it. He sat down. Ron sat up and crossed his legs in front of him, but looked down at his calves. What do you remember about when we met? Ron asked. Harry hesitated, wondering what was wanted of him, then finally shrugged and began to talk. It was your family first. I was all alone, with no idea how to get to the platform, and terrified I'd miss the train. Then this family came by, with an owl, and your mother helped me. She was very kind, and didn't make me feel stupid. He looked appraisingly at Ron, who was still looking down, but now smiling slightly. Harry continued, You came to sit with me on the train, and you stared at me at first, but you caught yourself and were nice enough to try not to, and you got over my name pretty quickly. You told me about your family, and I told you a bit about mine. When the trolley came by, it had nothing I'd seen before, so I bought some of everything and shared it all with you. I'd never had money before. It was fun, and the sweets were better than Muggle ones. My first chocolate frog had Dumbledore's card, and it was the first time I'd seen a wizard picture. You thought it was strange that people in Muggle pictures stayed put. You explained to me about houses and Quidditch. Oh, and Hermione brought Neville by. That was how we started talking about houses, and Malfoy came by and was a conceited rear, then left when Scabbers bit Goyle. He stopped, feeling odd at the thought of Scabbers, back when he'd just been Ron's rat. But you're nice to Malfoy now, Ron said bitterly. Ron, that was years ago. We were little kids, and the start of it was him trying to make friends with me by attacking me. Oh yes. Harry gave him a wry smile. He obviously had no idea how to make friends with someone who wasn't already eager to be in with a Malfoy. He thought about James's description of the Hogwarts Express. Rather sad, if you think about it. Sad? He'd probably never met anyone who hadn't been ordered to be nice to him. I must have been a shock. It would never occur to me to feel sympathy for the overprivileged. Harry didn't want to argue the point. He shrugged. Honestly, Ron, you're much better at justice than mercy. Hermione even more so. And you? Ron challenged. And me. It's a Gryffindor trait, I think. Harry frowned thoughtfully. I spent a lot of my summer thinking about this, the good and bad sides of our traits. I mean, Not just as right and wrong, but as productive and not productive. Sounds rather Slytherin, does it? I mean, something can be morally right, but still not useful or kind, freeing house elves, for example. Ron chewed at his lower lip a moment. Okay, I see what you mean. Treating Malfoy as my enemy hasn't got me anything but trouble, and it certainly hasn't improved him any. I'd like to see what treating him as an intelligent acquaintance does. And the dark art stuff came rather out of the same thing. I was interested in where the line is drawn, especially between legal and illegal or between levels of punishment. It's a bit inconsistent, actually, when you start looking too closely. Scary when you start thinking about people like Lupin or even Hagrid. There's talk about mandating registration of part humans now. Ron frowned. But it shouldn't be any problem if they don't do anything wrong, right? A lot of the werewolves can't be trusted. Lupin even says so. Registration is for his protection as well, so he can't get in trouble for something he didn't do. It doesn't protect him at all, Ron. If a werewolf attacks in the area he was known to be in, they'll round him up. Say something happens in Hogsmeade, and it's done by an unregistered werewolf or a werewolf who claimed to be somewhere else. They'll bring in Lupin for questioning, and they have the right to give him Veritaserum, rather than getting testimony, because it's quick. So even if people saw him in his room, he'll be questioned. But questioning will show he didn't do it. So what's the problem? What if questioning also shows he knows about a werewolf who didn't register? Or that he lied some previous time about where he would be? Or anything else? Helping serious? Then he can be jailed for that. Even if it shows nothing, he's had his privacy ripped away, and we've had days of Snape as a substitute. Now that's a scary thought. Ron smiled wanly at Harry. Of course, now you're back to championing morally right, and I'm defending. Useful. People should be treated decently, Harry said stubbornly. Not just wizards and not just humans either. All people. What do you consider a person, though? They talked for hours about everything from the line between people and creatures to favorite sweets. Neville came in and went to bed, then Dean, then Seamus. After several complaints, Harry and Ron ended up on Harry's bed with the curtains drawn to protect the others from whispered stories and spelled light. In the middle of a very funny story about Fred and George charming their mum's broom to go into long speeches, whenever she tried to sweep with it, about how it was going to run away and become a Quidditch star, Harry realized he couldn't stop yawning. Am I boring you? Ron asked and promptly yawned himself. No, it's funny. I'm just exhausted. What time is it? Ron poked his face and wanned out of the curtains. Oh no. What? It's 3 o'clock. A little past.
No wonder.
Harry had been feeling achy, as well as tired, and realized now that it was past time for him to take his potion. He usually did that before the others were up in the room, or while they were out getting ready for bed, and he'd skipped it the night before. Better go brush our teeth and stuff, he said, pushing the curtain open. You can. Ron yawned. I'm too tired. He crossed to his bed and lay down. Good night, Harry. Good night. Harry decided to do his usual bedtime things. Ron should be asleep when he got back. Harry? Harry stopped with his hand on the door. Yeah, I'm glad we're friends. Harry smiled. Me too, he said. When he got back, the room was full of peaceful breathing. He went straight to the drawer of his bedside table, opened it with a muttered spell, and took out a vial of the muscle-relaxing potion. Quickly, he shook it, opened it, and downed it while it was still fizzing. Harry? Only exhaustion kept Harry from flinching. Still awake? What was that? Just something I take for muscle pain. I'm supposed to have it every other day at least. Muscle pain? Ron repeated questioningly. It's... Harry thought quickly. He certainly hadn't shown any signs of pain, and if Ron went and talked to Madame Pomfrey, he'd find out that she had not given any potions to Harry. He decided to borrow liberally from the truth, since the Death Eater attack. It had some complications. You weren't there. Ron sounded strangely panicked. No, but I was affected by the wards coming down. That, Harry thought, was pretty good. Even other members of the Order didn't really understand Dumbledore's wards. So I need this potion, he said. I will for a few months. Snape makes it for me directly. Talk to Dumbledore if you like. But not Pomfrey. She doesn't know. Shouldn't she, though? Again, Ron sounded more distressed than Harry thought reasonable. Honestly, I've just given him permission to talk to Dumbledore about it. He can't think it's anything bad.
No.
He'd need to tell her too much about what happened to the wards, and what happened to me. He hasn't even told his old crowd that. It's strictly for people who need to know. Damage control. Damage control. When Hermione came back from a late Saturday breakfast, the common room was empty except for Ron. His red hair was as disheveled as Harry's used to be, and his eyes were bleary from lack of sleep. "Where's Harry?" she asked. The words came out sharp and spiteful, with more than a little jealousy behind them. Hermione was immediately ashamed. Sorrow and fear had kept her from sleeping. Her emotions were showing before she saw them herself. "Sorry," she said, just as Ron said, still in bed. "I really am sorry. I didn't mean to sound like that." Ron pushed a hand through his hair and looked about him as if he might find a large package labeled the answer floating about somewhere. "Ron?" Hermione asked gently. "What's wrong?" "I spent last night talking to Harry. He didn't seem able to continue beyond that." Hermione looked beyond his general exhaustion and saw the anxiety underlying it. "And now you wonder," she suggested gently. "Not because of what he said. He's so... him. Or, at least, he's different, but no more than someone might be after all their remaining family was killed off and the portrait hole opened and Lavender and Parvati climbed in. Can we go someplace private?" Ron asked Hermione. "Of course," she answered. "Is it okay if Ginny comes?" Ron nodded. "Probably best," he said wryly. "I wouldn't want people to think I'm moving in on Harry Potter's girlfriend. Which weekly will pick it up? And I'll be getting howlers from middle-aged housewives all over Britain." Hearing Ron use Harry's full name unsettled Hermione. "I'm not his girlfriend," she managed. "Oh, then you'll open the howlers for me?" "Oh," Hermione growled with exasperation. "Wait here." When she came back down with Ginny and the pictures, the latter safely stored in a crease-proof envelope, Ron was slumped against the wall. He straightened slowly as she and Ginny approached. They had just turned to open the portrait hole when a voice came from behind them. Wait up." Hermione felt an involuntary twitch jerk through her at the sound. Harry was already halfway towards them when she turned. "Heading out?" It was innocently asked, and addressed primarily to Ron. "Yeah. I need to talk to the girls a bit, Harry." More than a trace of guilt came through in Ron's voice. "Meet you later?" he asked weakly. Harry's face tightened with hurt, then anger. "So I'm not welcome, Harry?" "Look, mate, it's just that you're bloody hypocrites. The both of you. If I go off on my own, that's a problem. If you go off together, that's just how it is. You won't ever tell me where you go or what you do either. Will you?" This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. "We're going for a walk by the lake," Ron said. "Really?" The sneer became more pronounced but also cooler. Harry stepped back. "With your sister, Ron? Kinky. Are you just sharing with her?" This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked. The boy's face was red, his lip bleeding slightly, and one of his eyes was starting to swell. He nodded gingerly. "I'll live. I deserve that, really." He smiled tentatively at Ginny. "Sorry, Ginny." He touched his lip tenderly. "Ow." Ginny looked down. She didn't say anything. The boy who looked like Harry sucked a spot of blood from his lip and turned away. "Go on then," he said. "I'll go for a walk of my own." Hermione waited until he was out of sight before reviving Ron. "That arsehole!" he screamed. Ginny giggled. Hermione thought she sounded a bit hysterical. "Good one, though," she said shakily. "I mean, he managed to insult all of us in one insinuation. That's talent." "Let's go," said Hermione. Harry took off his invisibility cloak just outside Snape's lab. He walked in, waved, and automatically locked and warded the door. "Good morning," Severus said, without looking up from his cauldron. "I was wondering if I'd see you today." Harry came by and sat on a nearby stool. "I have a confession," he said. "And would this confession have anything to do with fighting in the hallways?" "No," Harry said flatly. "We fought quite decently in the Gryffindor common room, and that's not it." Severus looked away. Harry could see a trace of a smile at the edge of his mouth. "Is it true that the Gryffindor common room is red to hide all the blood?" Harry snorted. You know perfectly well that red only hides blood for a few minutes. We'd need to do it in brown, which would tarnish the heroic luster of our house. Severus stopped adding components to stare at him. In a bit of a mood. Today? Harry, suddenly no longer amused, shrugged. Severus put out the fire under his cauldron. Sitting won't hurt this. What is the confession, then? He looked pointedly at Harry's bruised face. You told young Weasley? No, but I think I probably should. Explain. Harry sighed. Okay. My confession is that I have been insufficiently cautious. Severus scowled. And you think he suspects? They suspect something. I don't know if they have a what yet, but they think my behavior is odd. Is it odd? Perhaps a little. I didn't take great pains to hide leaving at first because last year that wouldn't have bothered them. Apparently they've decided I need a closer eye kept on me this year, though, so they have noticed. Also, Ron saw me taking the potion last night. I had thought he was asleep. Severus looked displeased. Harry squared his shoulders. I could just tell them the truth. I'm sure I can trust them not to tell whatever else they may do. You must be able to find a less revealing way to allay their suspicions. If I need to, I have a couple of ideas, but they're both difficult and embarrassing. Telling the truth would work better.
Harry, no.
I won't negotiate. You are not telling them anything until my plans are in place. They wouldn't endanger me. Perhaps. Severus sneered, his voice full of doubt. Not intentionally, at any rate. But they have no such qualms about me, I am sure, and that Weasley boy is careless, and his emotions too readable, whether he tries to keep the secret or not. Harry looked down at the floor. It was stained, here and there, by fire in some places, and unknown substances in others. One spot glittered slightly. Ron, he had to admit, would love to cause trouble for Snape, but he thought that loyalty to the Order would override that. I'll accept that about Ron's transparency, anyway. But they are suspicious, and they will eventually notice that whatever's up with me involves you. Ron is intuitive, Hermione is knowledgeable, and they are good at finding things out. They don't have me this time, but Ginny seems to be working with them. If I'm not going to tell them the truth, I need a specific lie to pretend to hide from them, so they feel like they're getting somewhere when they nose around. Severus considered this a moment, then nodded. And? He prompted. I've thought of 2 workable scenarios. Harry reddened, but continued. I can pretend to be having an affair with you, as Remus suspected, or I can pretend to be dependent on something you are giving me. I'd find the second one less disturbing, and it would fit in well with the things that seemed to make Ron nervous. His father's face went through some weird contortions before settling on a bland expression. Harry couldn't decide if the intermediate phase had indicated disgust, amusement, or both. Of the 2, he said smoothly, I am uncertain which I would prefer to be thought of me, but the second would probably be safer, if my lord were to hear of it. It seems like the most plausible explanation at this point, for the things they've noticed, Harry said. He tried not to think about the reference to Voldemort, and what precisely would this substance be? Harry smiled disarmingly. I'd hoped you could help me with that, Remus said. He trailed off. Severus rested his forehead on his fingertips, hiding most of his face. After a few seconds, he peered up through his fingers. Oh, he said. Well, I don't know much about that sort of thing in either the Muggle or Wizarding worlds. What suits my behavior? The potion's master sighed and straightened on his stool. What behavior are we attempting to match? Yeah. There have been 3 times I've disappeared on them, for, if you count right now, about 3 days apart. I expect I've been edgy before disappearing, and rather mellow when I've come back. I brought them treats from the kitchen. Once, no, I guess that was the next day. So you're not trying to relate this to the muscle relaxant? Oh no. I already told Ron he could talk to Dumbledore about that, so he knows it's legitimate. But it made him nervous, I think because of the bubble stuff. Last night he was my best mate. This morning he was heading off with the girls, obviously to talk about me, and could barely manage a meet you later. Snape surveyed the bruises again, but he did not ask about the fight. 3 days. That's a fairly long time as such things go. That's what we have to work with. Hune. Snape frowned. There is something I made. He laughed dryly. Took Avery months to get over. What is it? I never named it, as it was not a successful experiment. Black eyes flickered as Severus scanned over to his cauldron and back to Harry. It would be the perfect thing to make you vulnerable. He smiled predatorily. Not only would you be almost completely useless for 3 or 4 hours, but for an hour beyond that you would have no magic. What? That was what I wanted. I was trying to create something that would suppress magical abilities so I could slip it to James and Black, preferably right before transfiguration, and embarrass them. I came out with 2 formulas that worked, but both, unfortunately, had such severe emotional effects that it was evident both to the subject and to most witnesses that the subject was under the effects of something. Neither suited my purposes. And Avery, once I had determined the formula was unsuitable, I made the rest available. Most people were deterred by the magic loss, but Avery would sneak off every few days and get more from me. He was uncharacteristically pleasant on it, too. I might have made him more. He certainly would have paid well, but I was almost certain that long-term use would make him a squib, and I was afraid his family would have me murdered for that. Harry stared. He found the idea of living permanently without magic surprisingly horrifying. Well, that would be a hideously dumb thing for me to do, he exclaimed. For anyone but me especially. I even told Avery that it would probably make him a squib. It still didn't keep him from attacking me, when I refused to make it again. He would have killed me if Rookwood and Lestrange hadn't stepped in. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Snape's eyes widened as his eyebrows rose. You, he said, are evil. Is that a compliment? Harry teased. Child, I've been brooding over ways to sabotage potions, damage the effects, the longevity, and you just hand me that. Snape grinned ferally. And he's so agreeable on it, too. Let me find some old notes. Avery is going to spend the rest of his life in a charming fog. But wait, don't go all noble on me, Snape growled. Forget that, what about my story? Will anyone recognize this stuff? No, but that doesn't matter. You need an image in your head to keep your behavior consistent. This one will do. I just need to mix some. Wait a minute, you want me to actually take this? Severus was silent for a moment. He sighed. I hate the idea, but you should have it once. It is easier to be consistent to an experience than an imagining, something I appreciate as a spy. His frown curled into a sneer. No more than once, understood? But I think it's no more likely to appeal to you than the Cruciatus Curse. I found it deadly dull, myself. Ron was silent all the way to the lake. When they stopped by some rocks at the edge, he said, well, that was stupid. Punching him? After spending all yesterday getting close to him. Again. Or maybe for the first time, Ginny put in. Ron shook his head. I don't think it's like that. He remembers everything. He thinks the right way, just more. But something did happen to him during the attack, and most of the old crowd doesn't know. He told me that. Can I see the pictures? Ron examined the pictures silently, while Ginny went through her talk. Hermione watched his face drain of color as he looked. When he spoke again, his voice was higher than it should have been. All right, I agree the face is different. But? Hermione asked wryly. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Mostly, but just enough survived to keep his soul here and intact. At least, that's how Harry explained it to me. But that's Voldemort. Hermione returned, exasperated. That's because he had protected himself from death with all sorts of dark magic. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. He was very vague about it, Ron said. I caught him taking a potion. He thought I was asleep, and asked him what it was. He said it was to deal with the side effect of the wards coming down, that he wasn't at the house, but the wards failing had still affected him. I think he thought I was afraid he shouldn't be taking this stuff, so he told me I could talk to Dumbledore, but not Pomfrey. He said Pomfrey doesn't know about it. Snape makes the potion for him directly, I guess, but he only knows because he needs to. Dumbledore hasn't told the old crowd, he said, because it would be too much information on the wards and on what happened to me. That was when I decided I needed to see what you two had found. It was Ginny, really, Hermione said. She wondered what the potion did. How often does he need this potion? Every other day, he said. Ron answered. Can't be polyjuice, then. Not unless they've got something with a subtler effect that lasts longer. She frowned. Can you get me a sample? Probably. I'll try. Shall I go back now and see if he's out? Ron went back to his and Harry's dormitory, while Hermione went to the library. She told Ron to meet her there. Ginny stayed outside. Hermione suspected she wanted to be alone. At the library, Hermione pulled out her first selection of books again. She had looked everywhere over the last week for all the likely spellings of Mayland, and had worked her way further and further back in time, even looking for a bit in legends. She decided it was time to go back to the obvious books and try some less likely spellings. She had just finished with the Lund variations when Ron came in. He looked annoyed. Harry's got his drawer locked, he said. Magically. I can't get in without the countercharm, and it may well let him know that someone tried. Harry looked dubiously at the ingredients the potions master was gathering for the squib drug, as Harry had named it in his mind. It included Dementor's claws and belladonna berries, among other things. Harry watched Severus measure out a tiny amount of some dark, thick syrup. What's that? Glumbumble treacle. Avery liked this stuff?
De gustibus non disputandum est.
What?
Rafli, tast vers no argument.
Harry handed over a small spice grinder full of chisperful-fangs. I honestly don't know how I'll manage to swallow this stuff. It's more disgusting than the polyjuice potion, and that had Goyle's hair in it. Severus froze. His head slowly turned to stare at Harry. The motion reminded Harry of a bird of prey. You stole Goyle's form? He asked threateningly. It was a long time ago, Harry said hurriedly. The stare did not let up. My second year. During the Chamber of Secrets thing. Ron and Hermione and I were convinced it was Malfoy, so Ron and I disguised ourselves as Crabbe and Goyle to pump him for information. A flicker of amusement lessened Severus's disapproval. And what did you learn? That Malfoy wasn't the heir of Slytherin, and that the Slytherin common room is creepy. Creepy? Severus said frostily. Well, wondering if we'd be caught and killed probably had something to do with that. That can affect perceptions, Severus acknowledged. How close are you to ready with your plans? Harry asked, hoping to turn the conversation from old offenses. I'm just wondering how long I might need to string them along. It affects what I let them see. My plans vary. Some are nearly ready to implement, some nearly theoretical. I still hope to have spy devices, but Flitwick has yet to manage the improvements I hope for. Are you safe, for now? I'm never safe, Snape said bitterly. But the Dark Lord's suspicions have moved to other targets. For the moment. The meeting place near Hogwarts disturbs me. Won't the closeness make them easier to spy on, though? Could. Of course, that site may also be intentionally insecure. We may be meant to see what they do there. Severus lit the flame. Below the ready cauldron. How are your Gryffindor friends? Difficult. I had guessed that from the bruises. Harry reddened. I sort of deserved that. Oh, I insinuated that Ron was sharing Hermione with his sister. Severus coughed and broke into tight laughter. Well, he said they were going walking by the lake, and a lot of the time people say that when they… in my day as well. Harry hesitated. Quickly, he forced out the other recent problem. And Hermione said she's not my girlfriend. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Severus relaxed. Then she chose Weasley, I take it? No. It was because I won't tell her where I get off to. But she was still willing to be friends. Then I made things worse by saying the Dark Lord. Severus looked uncertain what to think of this. You attacked me for that last year. I remember. Now, I apparently say it without noticing. Harry slouched down on his stool. It scares me. Several hours after lunch, Hermione still had not found any mention of her target. Even with Ron's help. It reminded her of the search for Nicholas Flamel, their first year. While Ron was off fetching more books, Hermione became aware of the feeling of being watched. She looked up. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, was Draco Malfoy, smirking. Having fun? He taunted. Well, I'm not doing schoolwork. What do you want, Malfoy? Malfoy pushed off from the wall and took a step towards her. Oh, I just saw your missing friend. Ex-friend. Perhaps? And I wondered if you knew where he gets to these days. Hermione bit back a plea for information. Malfoy was unlikely to give her anything he knew she wanted, even information. No idea, she said, as if she didn't care. He was going into Professor Snape's lab, Draco told her. He looked delighted with this tidbit. Not the classroom, his private lab. And Snape was in there. I watched for an hour, and neither one came out. What do you think of that? Honestly, Malfoy, said Hermione, through clenched teeth. I think you know more than we do. Does the boy who muddles through need some special lessons? Malfoy drawled. Or is it more personal than that? He's learned a bit of dark arts theory, at least, hasn't he? Listen to me, Malfoy. I don't know. Malfoy backed up a step and frowned. He studied her. You'd like to, though, wouldn't you? He asked coldly. Hermione hesitated, then acknowledged with a nod. Well, how about a deal, Granger? Quid pro quo on information. I'll tell you what I see, if you provide me the same in return. If I find out anything about Harry, you are the last person I'd tell. A spark of interest lit his eyes, and she realized she had revealed more than she intended. He knew she was worried now. His response, however, was careless and light. The last. Granger? Really, you should be able to think of worse enemies. I won't bargain. I will, Ron volunteered. Malfoy looked as shocked as Hermione felt. They both looked over at the aisle through the stacks, where Ron, his face pale, was standing. You, Weasley? I thought Granger was the keeper of your occasional stray thought. Ron's face contorted with anger, but he kept his voice level. One type of information only. I'll let you know when he's missing from Gryffindor if you let me know if he shows up in the dungeons and where. Malfoy was over to Ron in 2 quick steps. He held out his hand. Let's make it a deal, Weasley. Hermione watched Ron hesitate, then grasped the extended hand. They shook quickly. Ron surreptitiously rubbed his palm against the side of his robe. Afterwards, as if Malfoy's touch was dirty. Well, I'll be on my way, Malfoy drawled. I'll meet any time. He looked over at Hermione again. Not schoolwork? Ever heard the name Augustus Mayland? Malfoy's eyes opened wide in shock. He stepped closer and looked down at her list of spellings. The smirk came back. Why would you want to know about him? None of your business. Oh? Malfoy looked disdainfully at her. I can tell you about Maitland. Enough so you can find him in this library. What's in it for me? Enough to find him, and a bit more. Information you won't find here. What do you want? Malfoy's eyes narrowed. He has gone missing on you. Don't deny it. You gave that much away. Tell me which days and I'll tell you about Maitland. Hermione thought. She didn't see how this information could hurt Harry. It was certainly far less dangerous to him than what Ron had promised. But Malfoy wanted it, and that made her nervous. Malfoy shifted with exaggerated impatience. Well, Granger, I find your existence unpleasant. Never mind your presence. Don't expect me to wait here while you dither. The first day, she said reluctantly, Tuesday, that is, that Friday, this Tuesday. And now? Hermione nodded. What have I done? She tried to conceal the panic at her small betrayal. Wathavadon? Any others? I'm not sure. Malfoy nodded. Good enough. Mr. Maitland was a friend of Father's. I never met him to remember. He died when I was a baby. I remember Father saying he was in Harry's father's year at Hogwarts. They had hoped he would be able to persuade James Potter to support the Dark Lord. As if, Ron said contemptuously. Malfoy stared back at him with evident disdain. The Potters were an old, wealthy, pure-blooded family. Prior to Harry's mother, it was not unreasonable to expect their heir to have some measure of pride in his heritage. Perhaps he had sufficient pride in his heritage to not feel the need to put down everyone else. Hermione said sharply. Malfoy sneered. Perhaps he was enthralled by a scheming mudblood beauty who tried to use him as her ticket to wizard society. He retorted. How dare you talk about Harry's mum like that? Ron whispered furiously. I'll tell him. I merely said, Malfoy hissed, that it is an equally valid view of what happened. I expect that Harry will understand that. The class of 77. The class of 77. Once Malfoy was gone, Hermione went to speak to Madame Pants. She asked if there was a way to find information on students of a particular year. Every 50 years, the librarian said precisely, the Hogwarts class lists are collected, together with some notes and pictures. Did the person you are looking for attend Hogwarts before 1949?
No, Hermione answered.
He'd be class of 77. You'd have to speak to Professor McGonagall then. Madame Pants waved impatiently to the side. Or you could try the news archives. We also have, her mouth scrunched in distaste, surplus photographs in the archive room. They are boxed by decade and shelved above bound periodicals. Hermione relayed this news to Ron, and they immediately went to the archive room to check photographs from the 70s. It took them a while to find the boxes, which were hidden behind bound years of changes and transfiguration, and almost as long to find the one labeled photos, 1970 to 1979. Hermione got it off the shelf with Leviosa and moved it over to the archive room table. A fine mist of dust fell slowly in its wake. Within the box, the photographs were not in any order, and only a few were labeled with either a date or names. They also came in several different sizes, making them difficult to organize. Hermione finally took out an inch-high stack for herself, and another for Ron. We're just gonna have to slog through them, she said. She pointed to her first photograph. Titilio, she commanded. A label appeared briefly at the bottom of the photo, listing 2 names. Ron peered over her shoulder to look at it. Fitzy and Grace? The label charm is vaguer than a true identification charm, but it's easier. Those names are how those people thought of themselves when this was taken. Should I do that to all of them? Just the ones that have an older, male student you haven't seen yet. They spent a long time searching through photographs. After about half an hour, Ron exclaimed, "Look, doesn't he look like Harry?" He showed Hermione a picture of a 3rd or 4th year boy with messy dark hair and dark eyes. As they watched, the boy ruffled up his hair, then took a snitch from his pocket and began playing with it. A larger boy moved into place at his right shoulder and crossed his arms over his chest. Another, smaller boy mimicked the motion to the boy's left. A 4th boy shifted restlessly as he spoke to the first one. Titilio, Hermione commanded. A label appeared. Padfoot, Remus, James Potter, Pettigrew. Ron chuckled. I think this may be better than the identification charm. James Potter, Hermione said out loud. She frowned as he backed up a step to speak over his shoulder to Sirius. She snorted, and doesn't he think he's king of the world? She said sarcastically. The arrogant look on James's face bothered her, not just because of what it revealed about him, but because it did not match Harry's arrogant look. After a minute of observing James Potter, she decided it was a different sort of arrogance. James Potter had total confidence in his importance and always had. He expected to be deferred to. She frowned. Like Malfoy in a way, Remus shifted over beside Sirius and looked forward, smiling now, but with eager excitement rather than good humor. Hermione realized she had been looking at the picture for long enough that her label had vanished. She recast the spell. A different label appeared, the Marauders. They found a picture of a Professor McGonagall looking much younger and Professor Dumbledore looking about the same, pelting each other with snowballs. Occasionally, they showed each other pictures of James Potter or Lily Evans. Temporarily empty photos they piled to the side. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Let me see, Hermione said, reaching across him. Hermione. Ron put his hand over the picture, although he'd put it face down on the table. Why would you want to see that? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Yeah. Let me see, Ron admitted, reddening. Well, there you go. Now let me see. Okay? When they turned over the picture, however, it was empty. They probably wanted some privacy, Ron muttered. Hermione rolled her eyes and set the photo to one side. I'm bored already, Harry said dully. His mouth felt too thick and unwieldy to continue, though he wanted to say that the cauldron side he had been staring at was not interesting, merely in front of his eyes. I'm not surprised. It's been 3 hours. What?
Ah, fudge.
Language, Potter. Severus's dry laugh came from a distance. But under the circumstances, I won't take points. It was purely Ron's Quidditch obsession that prompted him to cast the label spell on the Gryffindor Quidditch team picture. But he could not have missed the beater who thought of himself by his full name. Augustus Maitland. Hermione? Not Quidditch. No, I think I found him. Do me a favor? Harry managed, some unknown time after thinking he should ask. If you want the lights off, no. I'm working. Flew Remus and tell him I'll be late? So he was a Gryffindor. Hermione frowned at the picture. Do you suppose he was a friend of Professor Snape's? I mean, when Snape was a student, I can't image anyone being friends with Snape. Certainly not a Gryffindor. But that's what he said, Gryffindor friends. Hermione brought the picture closer and peered at the label. It has a silent T. No wonder I couldn't find him. I want this to be over now. There was a long pause. I really want this to be over now. I would guess you have another hour at least. But it gets pleasanter after that, as long as you don't need magic. Avery was insane, wasn't he? Now that Ron and Hermione knew what Augustus Maitland looked like, they set to scanning quickly through the pictures, looking for more photographs of him. Hermione had gone through 3 inches of the photographs before she looked over and noticed the male couple was back in the photograph that had disturbed Ron. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Take it back to your room, then, Ron hissed. No, look, it's Professor Lupin. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. He looked familiar, too, Hermione said thoughtfully. I should have cast the charm. Did you see what house he was in? No, Lupin was always blocking it, the crest. She sighed. Oh well, he'll come back. Should we check the news archives now how the name is spelled? We probably have time before dinner. She sighed. After that, I need to get back to my school work. Hermione suggested they start with the Daily Prophet issues from 1977, when Augustus would have graduated. It was more tedious than either of them expected. The old Daily Prophets were bound by month, and each month had many occurrences of Maitland. Augustus, it seemed, was from a large family with at least 2 members in the Ministry of Magic, and more mentioned on the society pages. They found one picture from a charity dinner for Unplottable Ever, a land preservation society, which showed Augustus, a handsome, broad-shouldered young man with golden blonde hair, standing next to wiry, dark-haired James Potter. The two had their hands on each other's near shoulders, but the pose seemed artificial. They never looked at each other or bent towards each other, but looked straight forward or off to the side. The caption read, Eligible bachelors Augustus Maitland and James Potter study and play Quidditch together at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I was thinking a tiger and a cheetah, Hermione answered. But yes, don't they get tired of smiling like that? Dinner time came before they had made it to September. We're going about this wrong, Ron said, as they headed down to the Great Hall. Oh, we should look for his obituary, shouldn't we? We know about when he died. That should give us an idea if and when he did anything else that would have made the paper. At the Gryffindor table, they saw Harry. Hermione was uneasy about the fight that morning, but Harry just looked up at them and smiled absently. He apparently hadn't gone to Madame Pomfrey, and now had a black eye and some visible bruising. Ron squeezed in next to him, leaving Hermione to sit across the table. Look, Harry, Ron said, nudging Harry to try to get his friend to look at him. I'm sorry about this morning. You all right, mate? Hermione wasn't surprised Ron had asked. She would have expected Harry to be angry or apologetic, but he just sounded preoccupied. Harry shrugged. I just need a good night's sleep. His voice strengthened as he turned the smile on her. It was disturbingly bland. His voice had no hidden nuances as he asked sincerely, how about you? Did you two have a good day? Oh, loads of fun, Ron said sarcastically. She's kept me in the library running books for hours. We found Augustus Maitland, Hermione announced triumphantly. Congratulations. Harry's smile grew a little broader as he inclined his head. Did someone tell you how to spell it? He asked. Hermione stared. He couldn't have known. You knew, she accused. Harry nodded. Silent T, he yawned. Why didn't you tell me? Harry shrugged. You didn't ask. He smiled again, engagingly. I asked you to help. We've spent hours on this. Sorry, Hermione. I did tell you I wasn't helping. Hermione got up and walked to the other end of the table. Harry did not follow her. Ron, though he looked at her often, remained with Harry. Harry was still feeling slightly disconnected when he left dinner. He still needed to talk to Professor Lupin. Severus had rescheduled the meeting to evening for him. Harry wished it had been changed to the next day. He had stayed with his father until the magic came back, and he felt perfectly capable of thinking and talking, but he knew he was not really feeling correctly. Hermione's anger and Ron's contrition both seemed equally unimportant. Intellectually, he realized that his indifference would have consequences. Later, he checked the time and discovered he had half an hour before meeting Remus. He decided he would go outside for a walk. Then, if he still felt this unsure of himself when he returned, he would tell Remus the truth, or at least part of it. It was a crisp, pleasant evening. Harry found himself by the lake, looking at the water. He levitated a dead branch over the water, skimming its shriveled leaves across the surface, here and there, until a tentacle reached up and snatched it in a contracting coil. The little twigs broke in a rapid series of crunches. Harry smiled. I could never, ever give this up. He sighed. I think I can play normal for Remus, he said quietly, then evaluated the statement. Yes, I'm close enough. He headed back inside. At the door of Lupin's office he paused, then knocked. Come in, Lupin called. Harry pushed the door open. He bit back Remus's first name. That was part of how he had gotten in trouble in class. Hello, Professor Lupin, he said politely. Hello, Mr. Potter. Sit down, please. Harry sat down. Lupin was sitting behind his desk, his hands clasped before him. He surveyed Harry unhappily. You've been fighting. Harry looked down and nodded. Is that why you couldn't come this afternoon? Harry thought. No. I was working with F. Severus and I had a lab accident. I wasn't in any shape to, Harry, Lupin warned. Harry stopped, puzzled. Lupin unclasped his hands. He lifted in his fingers a small orb that swirled with black and gray, and he looked past it into Harry's eyes. What's that? Harry asked. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. That's not fair. Harry burst out. Lupin looked startled. That you not be able to lie to me? Yes, I hadn't realized it was a necessary part of surviving our conversations. Lupin said coldly. Well, it's not usually, but... Look, it's not your business. You can't give me Veritaserum. Veritaserum compels you to tell the truth. This does not. You can still look at me and say, I won't tell you that. How reassuring. Harry sat back sullenly. The orb was white now. Why did you decide you needed this for our conference? I hadn't thought I did. Remus shook his head slightly. I have it for next week's lessons and was just running some tests on it when you came in. The orb stayed white. That was reassuring. Harry considered it thoughtfully. Leave it out where I can see it, he said. Oh, if I can't lie to you, you can't lie to me. Fair? Remus nodded. Fair. He let his hand rest on the desk, but continued to hold the verifier. He looked very tired. How's the map coming? He asked lightly. The what? Remus looked up at Harry. He seemed startled. A wisp of gray shot through the verifier. Never mind. Yeah. How are things with Ron and Hermione? Lousy. They both, Harry noticed, glanced at the verifier, which stayed white. All right, Professor Lupin straightened. Why didn't you come this afternoon? None of your business. You disrupted my schedule. That is my business. The verifier accepted both these statements. Harry nodded at it. It evaluates honesty, he noted, not truth. Yes. Now don't change the subject. I stand by my original answer, and I by mine. Lupin leaned forward threateningly. If you won't answer me, I will give you detention and speak to your father. Harry burst out laughing. What? Lupin demanded. I've never had someone threaten to speak to my father before. Harry smirked. Considering he was involved, I think it unlikely he will give you any satisfaction. Remus shook his head and sighed. Harry, is there some portion of an answer you could give me? Harry thought. Finally, he said, I was incompetent due to a potion which I took intentionally but not for fun. That's as much as I can tell you. Did you need to take it this afternoon? No, but we hadn't realized how long it would incapacitate me. I'm apparently more sensitive to it than Severus expected. He said it was lack of previous exposure to some of the components. Remus looked down at still white globe and nodded slightly. All right then. He rolled the ball contemplatively over his fingers. Has Severus been teaching you dark arts? Harry started to say no, then caught himself, remembering his father explaining how he could cast the Cruciatus curse. He has not given me any practical lessons in dark arts, he said precisely. Remus responded with an incredulous look. But, he asked weakly, he's let me read whatever I want of his books, provided I discuss them with him. Clarifying materials in those has included explaining some dark arts theory. He has been quite clear that I am not to try to do any of it. Harry hesitated. I haven't wanted to do any of it so far, he said. The verifier accepted that as well. Remus nodded. He looked a bit happier. Just Sev being Sev. Then he murmured. He looked at the orb again. Harry had the sudden feeling he might be about to put it down. Why didn't you tell me about the werewolf? He asked quickly. What? Wisps of gray. Remus understood but was pretending to not to. Harry pushed. Your werewolf friend. Because it wasn't your business. Harry glared. Remus looked back at him nearly as angrily. He gripped the orb tightly, aware, Harry thought, of how it would look if he put it down now. She hasn't done anything. She's not guilty just because she's a werewolf. You have no right to know who is and who isn't, just so you can distrust them or treat them badly. She's met with Voldemort. Remus flinched, then glanced at the orb. He hadn't known, or perhaps hadn't wanted to. She can speak to anyone she pleases. She hasn't done anything, yet. The answering flash of pain on Remus's face told Harry more than enough. He pressed. But you stand by your friends, don't you, Remus? Whatever they do. He sneered. Loyal as a Hufflepuff. Remus looked down. She hasn't done anything, he repeated. She could still get out. Wisps of gray indicated his doubts. Harry pushed back a feeling of sympathy. How did you end up in Gryffindor? He asked contemptuously. Remus twitched. He looked nervously up at Harry. Honestly, he said bitterly, I wouldn't let the hat put me in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Sirius had already been sorted into Gryffindor, and James was sure he would be. It said, Gryffindor, eh? Remus imitated the hat's odd tone rather well, Harry thought. Well, you have physical courage in plenty, and a strong sense of honor, though all turned in rather odd. You could do. I think you'd be happier in Hufflepuff, though, or even Ravenclaw. More people you'd like there. But I kept pleading Gryffindor, please. And it relented. Ah! Harry smiled slightly at Remus's discomfort. He inclined his head toward the white orb. It wanted Slytherin for me, he offered, in a subtle apology for pushing. What? Remus said in astonishment. Yes, someday, I'd like to do a poll of the entire school, anonymous of course, and see how many members of each house are in the hat's first choice of house. We place such importance on house, and it does indicate something, but not, I think, always the things we think it does. Remus smiled at him and put down the verifier. I suspect you're right. He sighed and looked down at his desk. Absently, he shifted some papers to the side. How is Severus? Harry shrugged. About the same. He was actually sort of cheerful today, until I showed up with a black eye and problems. Anyway, he's been glaring at me at the staff table. Over the woman werewolf he saw speak to Voldemort, I bet. That's why I have restrictions with you, again. You'd think he'd never known me. He said if you were being coerced, somehow knowing you were under watch might give you an excuse. It's not completely distrust. So he's looking out for my interests, is he? Remus said bitterly. I don't believe him. Murders and memories. Murders and memories. After he left Lupin's office, Harry went straight to bed. And he slept late into Sunday morning. He woke with his mouth dry and a strange, unfocused feeling. He decided to assume both were side effects of the potion, and memorize them for faking later. This, unfortunately, kept him focused on his discomfort. He spent what was left of the morning regarding his untouched assignments with dismay, but not feeling up to starting any of them. He went down to lunch as early as possible. He felt better after the first glass of pumpkin juice, and normal by time he had finished a few slices of bread. Of course, he realized, he still had unstarted assignments in both his Monday morning classes, potions and defense against the dark arts. If he'd gone down to the kitchen when he woke, he might have made some progress by now, he thought glumly. Harry? Ron was standing on the far side of the table. Harry felt himself blushing when he met his friend's eyes. Does he have any idea how gone I was last night? Ooh-ee. Harry thought frantically. Sit with me? Ron bit his lip. Yeah, he said. He slid into the seat across from Harry. Feeling better? Yeah, thanks. An awkward silence descended. Is Hermione really mad at me? Harry tried. Ron nodded. Harry looked down at his plate. Find out anything more about Augustus? Ron looked confused for a moment before replying. Maitland? No, we both had too much school work we hadn't touched. We're supposed to go back to it after lunch. Want to come and sit with us? I guess I could. Will Hermione let me? She might. An hour later, Harry found himself sitting in the archive room of the Hogwarts library, trying to research a potions essay while Hermione and Ron checked the index pages of January and February issues of the Daily Prophet. Ron occasionally spoke to him. Hermione was pretending he didn't exist. Halfway through March, Hermione gasped. What? Harry said, forgetting that he wasn't interested. He was a Death Eater. Hermione replied, obviously forgetting that Harry didn't exist. Well, I knew that. The words were out before Harry could stop them. And Hermione looked up at him with deep reproach. He can't have been. Ron exclaimed. I mean, he was a Gryffindor. Harry's incredulity met Hermione's exasperation, and they shared a brief moment of connection. Ron, does the name Peter Pettigrew mean anything to you? Harry said sharply. Well, yeah, but he was weak or something. This guy seems. Peter was a whiny sycophant who liked watching his clever, powerful friends bully people, and Voldemort was even more clever and powerful than Sirius and James, and far more of a bully, Harry said coldly. Hermione goggled at his description of the Marauders. Harry pressed on before she could say anything. I suspect Augustus was a true believer, proud to be protecting the wizarding world from the Muggle menace. By murdering children, Hermione said sharply. Harry closed his eyes. Extra points, he said dully. What? Harry opened his eyes again.
Yeah, forget it.
I heard some of them, the Death Eaters, scored kills. I don't know if it's true. The person who told me didn't know either. Just stupid gossip. He looked nervously at Hermione. Can I see it? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling.
Damay lang kills Auror Tailo, children, Diaz.
Auror Gwendolyn Taylor and 2 of her 4 children were murdered early this morning in a suspected Death Eater attack. Their apparent killer, Augustus Maitland, son of Marcus Maitland and Precious Brown, was in turn trampled to death by the family's Granian after being petrified by Taylor's oldest child, 13-year-old Samantha. Taylor's Muggle husband, the stated reason for her target status, was away on business at the time of the attack. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling.
Yeah, ibet Harry mutered.
No idea what half of Hogwarts had known years earlier. He caught himself. Maybe the man had had no idea. He suspected he might know more about many of his classmates than their parents did. He had known more about Fred and George's 6th and 7th year activities than Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had, and the elder Weasleys were both intelligent and caring. He had no idea if Marcus Maitland had been either. After that, the article went into the details of the murders, which left Harry feeling slightly sick. The youngest child had been with his mother and was killed with her. The oldest 2 had told their younger sister to run, while the boy had tried to summon their Granian. Augustus had hit the fleeing child with the killing curse when she was halfway across the garden, and her older sister had fired a petrification hex at the source of the green light. There was some suspicion that the boy may have intentionally had the horse trample the petrified attacker, though the children claimed the Granian attacked spontaneously. Quoted experts on Granian behavior took both sides of the issue. Finally, the article ended. Harry put the collection aside, determined not to look at the obituary of Auror Gwendolyn Taylor, or the article on her Muggle husband. What do you think? Ron pressed. Harry couldn't think of anything to say. He had plenty of thoughts, all racing uneasily around in his head. That was what Augustus did. What did my father do? Why was he alone? Was he supposed to have a partner? Was it Severus? Was he alone because of the game? Was there a game? Did they get extra points for full families? Did he really feel he was doing the right thing? Did Severus mourn him? Ron slouched down to rest his chin on his clasped hands. I don't understand. Harry shook his head and tried to sort something out of the muddle of his thoughts. Death Eaters usually work in pairs or groups, don't they? Where was his partner? Ron grabbed his wrist and Harry found himself looking into a disbelieving stare. What? Ron demanded. Harry scowled. Look, Ron, it was horrible and sick and all that, and what can I say? Those poor kids, having to watch their mother and younger brother and sister die, and to be killers themselves at 13 and 11. But it was a typical attack except for one thing, Maitland didn't have backup, and that's odd. Ron shook his head slightly. I'm not sure it was back then. It was. Remember what your father said, after the World Cup, Death Eaters hunt like wolves? Why did Snape have us look this up, though? Hermione complained. There must be something else. No, Harry said emphatically. This is it. He just knew that Ron, and he was addressing Ron, recall, didn't believe he couldn't trust a fellow Gryffindor. Probably there was more to it than that, times that Snape couldn't trust Maitland because Maitland had that honor thing going, but there's nothing you'll find in the paper, I'm sure. He met Hermione's eyes, then Ron's. Still holding Ron's gaze, he said, Augustus Maitland was a Gryffindor. Augustus Maitland was a Death Eater who murdered for Voldemort. That is all you need to know. Harry shuddered. No, more than that. You cannot assume by other houses, either, a Slytherin might be your ally, a Hufflepuff might stand by you to the death. He frowned. A Ravenclaw might cry on you at every opportunity. Hermione choked and covered her mouth. Harry flashed her an uneasy smile. She looked down and pretended to be engrossed in her reading. Supper? Ron asked, looking at Hermione then Harry. Both nodded, and they went down to dinner together. Ron sat between Hermione and Harry, but none of them talked much. Harry was relieved when Teresa sat on his other side. They talked about Quidditch for most of the meal. He decided again that she was a good kid. After supper, Harry, Ron and Hermione went back to the library. Harry resumed work on his defense against the dark arts essay, and Ron and Hermione went back to looking at news articles. Eventually, they got bored of that. Shall we look at the photographs again? Hermione suggested. We might be able to find out if he and Professor Snape were friends. Harry clamped his mouth shut. He heard Ron answer reluctantly, I suppose. Look, we're not going to be able to spend as much time on this as we have done. I know. I think the pictures are only for weekends. Let's look, though. We've got another hour. What pictures? Harry asked. Oh, there are boxes of photographs in here. We found lots of your dad, Harry. Ron said cheerily. Come look. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. I wonder if he knows that's here. I guess not, wouldn't you? He looked severely at Hermione, who blushed. Maybe not. People don't usually look at these, though. They were almost hidden. Harry held his hand out. Give me the photo. I'll take it to him. You can't do that, Hermione said, shocked. It's library property. It's Remus. Give it to me. He has a point, Hermione. Ron contributed. I mean, that might be kind of embarrassing for him, especially where he's a professor and all. Even if it was a girl, it's really not. I mean, you wouldn't want the younger students seeing that. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry, she protested. Give it to me. I'll take it to Remus. At least let me run a label charm on it first. It's none of your business. Harry flinched at the hysterical tightness in his own voice. Let it go, let it go. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry released the photo. Hermione pointed her wand at it and said, Titilio, what does it say? Asked Ron. Hermione held the picture out to him. At the bottom it was labeled Sev Remus. So? Ron asked. Hermione shrugged. I have no idea. Now can I take it to Remus? Harry pleaded. Hermione sighed and handed him the picture. All right. Remus was slow to answer the door, and he looked more worn than he had the night before. Harry thought the moon must be close. Harry? He asked. Harry slipped inside and took his potions text from his bag. Did you know there were student photographs in the library? He asked.
No.
Does it matter? Harry took the photo out of the book, where he had put it to protect it from bending. Hermione and Ron found this. Remus took the photograph and looked at it. A small intake of breath was his first reaction. Harry watched Remus's eyes sadden, even as he smiled slightly. He never shows his face, does he? He said softly. Scarcely ever. They didn't figure out who it was, even after the labeling charm said, Sev. Severus, of course, would object to this far more than I do. Yes, but I persuaded them to let me give it to you, and I thought they might ask you about it. Harry smiled wryly. I'm lying to them about too many things already, no need to add unnecessary ones. He looked at Remus, and he'd scream and burn it or something. It's a nice picture. Someone should have it. Thank you, Harry. No blackmailing him now. Of course not. Remus smiled. 1, I wouldn't be so cruel, and 2, I wouldn't dare. Go to bed now. Harry could not go to bed. He had 4 more inches to do on his essay. When it was very late, and the common room was quiet, Ron came and sat next to him. Harry finished his sentence and looked up. Yes, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Ron looked down. How do you know these things? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Listen, Ron, could this wait? I don't want to start thinking about more murders, and I need to finish this paper before I go to bed. Sure. Thanks. Ron shifted. Well, good night, then. Good night, Ron, Harry said firmly. Ron left. Soul music, soul music. He had not quite got all his things out and ready before Snape came in. The professor reprimanded him for his laziness and took 10 points from Gryffindor. He also looked distrustfully between him and Malfoy. Harry gave the barest shrug, and Snape pivoted and glided off to the front of the room. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. By the end of class, Harry knew quite a lot about masking agents. Malfoy had not interfered with him in any way. However, as he was packing up, Malfoy said, "Walk with me." Again, they let the rest of the class get a bit ahead. Harry was expecting something about Malfoy's father, or perhaps an attack or a question about dark arts. He was taken by surprise when Malfoy asked, "Why are your friends, or former friends, as it may be, interested in Augustus Maitland?" Harry tossed up his hands in exasperation. "Professor Snape mentioned him," he said. "That's it, just you would find his history educational to Ron, when Ron was being house-blinded about something. Except he did it when Hermione was there and she latched on." "Why would Snape mention him, though?" Malfoy asked, as they started up the stairs. "Was he important?" "I think just as a Gryffindor Death Eater," Harry explained. "Not like they haven't already met a Gryffindor Death Eater." But Ron managed to be shocked. Anyway, Malfoy looked thoughtful. "A landing further up," he said. "All right, I give." "Who? What?" "Oh, Pettigrew. Wormtail. A marauder, no less." "Marauder? How would you know that?" Harry looked curiously at Malfoy. Other marauders told me?" Malfoy looked puzzled. "We must be talking about different groups. The marauders I've heard of were a group of clever, aggressive Gryffindors about 20 years ago, headed by James Potter." Malfoy stopped short. "Your father was a marauder?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, that James Potter. Do you know who the others were?" "Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin." Malfoy stared. "Professor Lupin doesn't strike me as the sort." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Malfoy smirked. "Yes, I do." He raised his eyebrows. "And your father?" "Oh, absolute trouble. Even the people who loved him say so." Harry and Malfoy walked into defense against the dark arts together. Harry looked for Ron and saw he was already seated with Hermione. There were no free seats adjacent to theirs. Harry spotted a free seat next to Neville, up at the front of the room. As he approached it, he was aware of his classmates watching him walk beside Malfoy. Harry rather expected Ron to glare at the Slytherin, but Ron seemed to be avoiding looking at Malfoy at all. Harry sat by Neville and Malfoy sat down across the aisle, next to Terry Boot, whom he made shift over. At the front of the room, Professor Lupin was fiddling with an odd-looking piece of equipment. It had a long, gray cylinder, about the height and width of a cat, but twice as long, set on a wooden base with 2 dials on it. Harry was close enough to see him set one of the dials as low as it would go. When everyone was seated, Lupin set his wand to the device, causing a quick rising scale to emit from it. The scale changed to a steady, quiet tone, which stilled as Lupin stepped to the side. He turned to the class. Some such device, a sneakoscope or a faux glass. There are many of them and all have their uses, also their limitations. Today's device is a dark detector of the Kerner design. It emits a tone in the presence of dark energies, with the tone and volume varying by the type and intensity of the energy. Ernie Macmillan raised his hand. Yes, Ernie, do you set it off? Lupin smiled slightly. A good question. It depends on the phase of the moon. As I expect you noticed, the device now emits a slight tone when I am close to it. He stepped towards the dark detector, causing it to produce a quiet, high tone, then stepped away again. This is really the most spectacular of the devices I will show you, and normally I would save it for the end of the session. However, by next Friday, which is the day of the full moon, I would need to shout to be heard over the alarm my disease would evoke. He scanned across all of them. With this information, you should be able to determine the chief limitation of this device, explain why it is not admissible as evidence of any wrongdoing, and identify one of your classmates who will set it off dramatically. Anyone? An awkward silence descended on the class. Neville glanced past Harry at Malfoy. Harry looked at Remus's tranquil smile, and decided the professor couldn't be referring to Malfoy. Remus saw this demonstration as harmless. Sighing, Harry raised his hand. Yes, Harry? Me, sir? Quite right. 10 points to Gryffindor. Please come demonstrate. Reluctantly, Harry stood up. Everyone was staring at him. He decided he would not be embarrassed. He drew himself up straight and walked proudly to the front of the room, turning in front of Lupin to face the Kerner dark detector. A step towards it, and it emitted a loud, deep scream. Despite his resolve, Harry jumped back. Someone giggled nervously. More cautiously, Harry stepped forward again. While Remus's presence had caused only a high, quiet wail, Harry's provoked a deafening, strident roar, which continued without break or modulation. This time he was ready for the racket, and stood still until Remus motioned him back. There, said Lupin. He rubbed slightly at the ear that had been closest to the alarm. Now, you will recall that I said you should all know one of your classmates would do this. Can any of you tell me what limitation of the Kerner dark detector we have just witnessed? Padma? The Kerner dark detector cannot distinguish between someone who has been cursed with dark arts and someone who has been using dark arts himself. He smiled reassuringly at the class, several of whom had twitched at his use of the name. Now, anyone who wishes to is welcome to come up and attempt the dark detector. I will not assume anything from a positive response. Malfoy, to Harry's surprise, stood. May I, sir? Lupin hesitated only slightly. If you wish, Draco. With a smirk, Malfoy walked up to the front of the class. A few feet away from the device he stopped. His smirk vanished, and his eyes fell closed. Slowly and deliberately, he stepped forward until he was in arm's reach of the device. It remained silent. Everyone stared. Slowly, Malfoy opened his eyes. He still looked oddly placid, Harry thought. It has another limitation, sir, he said quietly. If you know how, it can be manipulated. Suddenly, his face was alight with mischief and malice. The dark detector erupted into a multi-toned keening. Malfoy laughed viciously, then took a step back. The noise decreased with the distance, then dropped further as Malfoy did something less visible. Clemency, Harry thought. Has got to be. Let me try, he said eagerly. Draco smirked and stepped forward. The multi-toned wail returned. Harry leaned his head back and let his control erode slowly, adding a lowering crescendo to Draco's clamor. He flashed a smile at the other boy, whose face was now in an ecstasy of power. Harry tried maintaining his emotional openness, but concentrating on happy, generous, loved feelings, like when Ron had made up with him during the Triwizard Tournament. This left his volume unabated, but caused a shift in his tone. Draco's face calmed as he did something similar, cutting his mix of tones down to 2, and matching the volume to Harry's. Harry tried to shift his tone enough to bring it into harmony with Draco's. The effort was exhausting but also consuming. It wasn't until his eyes began to sting that Harry realized he was dripping with sweat. He looked across at Draco and saw the blonde's face also had a feverish sheen. He stepped back. Draco? He asked uncertainly. Suddenly he was aware of the classroom again. Draco jerked back, cutting the noise to nothing. Harry felt himself redden. He looked apologetically at Remus, who was plainly horrified. "Sorry, sir." His voice came out shaky and weak. "May I sit down now?" "Please do." At the end of the lesson, Harry still felt weak. He realized he'd hardly eaten breakfast, which probably had worsened the strain of manipulating the dark detector, and he was afraid his activities may have piqued Voldemort's interest. While he was messily shoving his book and parchment into his bag, he became aware of someone standing in the aisle and blocking some of his light. With trepidation, he looked up. It was Draco watching him. Harry didn't know what to say. The Slytherin's expression was unreadable, the same vaguely disdainful look that his father had when evaluating something. Harry looked down at his hands, where they were clenched around the handles of his bag. After a moment, he heard Draco leave. He took the time to steady his breathing before he stood up. The other sixth years had all left. Remus was leaning against his desk, watching Harry thoughtfully. "Harry, don't," Harry said fiercely. "I'm not angry at you. Fine, but I'm exhausted and I need food, and whatever you want to say, I don't want to hear it. Don't trust Malfoy. Weren't you the one talking about how everyone has their good points?" "Not exactly, and even if that is true, in theory, I am not thinking about theory now. I'm thinking about a young man whom I love very much, and who is, as far as I can tell, estranged from his friends, and might perhaps be inclined to make inadvisable new ones." "Remus, please." "I'm fine." Harry hesitated. "And I might like to make friends of a sort with Malfoy, but trust would be a bit much. I promise I'll be careful." The werewolf looked down. "I worry about you," he said softly. "Perhaps it's unreasonable, but you're all that's left. Would you give me a regular social visit? Say Sunday afternoon, from 4 to 6? It would give me time to talk to you, to let me know I haven't lost you. You haven't lost me. On the contrary. But will you?" Harry nodded. "I'd like that." He looked severely at Remus. "No more truth magic, though. It makes me feel like I'm being interrogated. Let's just visit." "Of course." Hermione fumed on the way down the stairs. "That brat. I can't believe Harry would take a complicated piece of Auror equipment and start playing it like some sort of badly tuned theremin. I can't believe he'd do something like that with Malfoy." Ron returned. "He's been strange about Malfoy since school started. Perhaps it's—" Ron stopped speaking. A moment later, Hermione realized he was no longer walking beside her. She turned around and looked back. Ron was still standing on the stairs, looking like a dragon was coming up at him. "Ron?" She took a few steps back up towards him. "Hermione." Ron was still looking like something terrifying was approaching them. Hermione glanced down the stairs, but saw only the backs of descending students. "I need to go find Ginny," Ron said quickly. "Meet us in the Transfiguration classroom." With that, he started off. "But—" Hermione began, but Ron was already a flight down. With a gesture of surrender, she followed. She saw Ron catch Ginny in the corridor and lead her back into McGonagall's empty classroom. Hermione joined them and shut the door. "She's here," Ginny said sharply to Ron. "Now tell me what's so important." Ron looked at Hermione. "I was thinking about why he might be different about Malfoy, and first I thought maybe it wasn't a joke, and they really are brothers." It took Hermione a moment to remember what Ron was referring to. "You mean the paternity?" She stopped, as he had on the stairs. "Oh, right. We've been total idiots." He glanced at his sister. "Not you, Ginny. You didn't know. You were clever, too clever, and we should have known better." "Ron, what are you talking about?" Ginny demanded. "This summer," Hermione explained, "Harry was asking about something called the paternity charm. It's a spell to make someone look like another father. I didn't have anything on it at home, and never looked it up here, because he said it had just been a joke someone played on him." She looked despairingly at Ron. "Utter prats," he said furiously. He hit the wall with the side of his fist, then spent a while jumping up and down swearing silently. "I don't understand," Ginny said. We need to find details," Ron managed, clutching his hand. "But Mum said something about the paternity charm not being permanent. Harry probably looks different because it's wearing off, not because he's a different person." "You mean James Potter wasn't really his dad?" Ginny asked. "He's been saying James more, Hermione interjected. Did you notice? When he was saying that Peter liked watching James and Sirius bully people. I noticed it was an odd thing for him to say about his dad. Ron replied. He was still clutching his hand. And that would be political, Ginny said, finally catching up. I mean, it isn't something he could tell anyone now, is it? But why should it matter? Hermione argued. He's not famous for being James Potter's son. He's famous for surviving the killing curse and destroying Voldemort's power. But his dad matters, Ginny explained. His mum and dad matter as a couple, too. I mean, they got a lot of attention from the papers like Harry does. The well-born wizard and the muggle-born girl, you know, like a fairy tale. It was very romantic. My mum's talked about it, and she says they actually were that darling together, right? So, if she was unfaithful to him, Ron stopped speaking, though his mouth stayed open. His eyes widened. As on the stairs, Hermione actually glanced behind her to see if anything had come at them. What? She urged. Well, what if she wasn't? Ron said in horrified tones. What if his mum was raped by a Death Eater? They were captured once and escaped. Or if it was Voldemort, Ginny completed, in hushed tones. Ron twitched. Right? He exclaimed. If Harry is you-know-who's jerk, they couldn't risk anyone finding out. Especially if Voldemort doesn't know, Ginny added. Ron shivered and sunk back in contemplation of this horrible thought. Hermione considered it as well. She decided she liked the theory. She found she didn't really care who had fathered Harry. Whether he was biologically James Potter's son or Voldemort's or some random Death Eaters might matter to wizard genealogists, but she felt that it was hardly anyone else's concern. She could understand, however, with the import that wizards placed on bloodline, that such a revelation would require major secrecy. Harry probably would be prohibited from telling them. So his behavior, she said, musing out loud. Well, I know I'd be knocked sideways if I suddenly found out I wasn't a Weasley. Hermione tried to imagine being told that her dad wasn't her father, possibly that her father was someone her mother had hated or feared, who had taken her by force. What would she do? Go find Ron, she thought, or Harry, or Ginny, and, especially if you couldn't tell anyone about it, Hermione said, aghast. She reddened. Ron glared at her. Especially if one of your best friends wouldn't talk to you at all, he said nastily. Well, it's not like you've been dependable either, Hermione said defensively. She bit her lip. But, yes, I've only fought with him about Malfoy, Ron snapped. They both fell silent. Hermione could still picture Harry looking up and uncertainly meeting Malfoy's eyes across the dark detector. The sudden flash of a smile across his face had been matched by a knowledgeable smirk from Malfoy, and they had connected. She had seen Remus, on the far side of them, shiver when it happened. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hermione was grateful to him for not saying your fault. He could certainly argue that it was more hers. Mine more than yours, she said, confessed. But, let's get to lunch, Ron said, a trace of panic in his voice. Wait, Ginny exclaimed. First, none of this leaves this room, right? Right? Ron answered. Hermione nodded. Right. Okay, let's go. Snakes and adders, snakes and adders. Harry stumbled downstairs. When he saw the entrance to the great hall, he paused. The sound of conversation made his stomach turn. He continued down to the kitchens. The house elves would give him food without awkward questions. He got in and out of the kitchens quickly, as Dobby was elsewhere, and took his packet of food outside. Of their own accord, his steps led him to the Quidditch pitch. He took a school broom, flew up to a goal ring, and settled there to eat his lunch. Harry had finished his sandwich and was halfway through a slice of lemon cake when he started to feel uneasy. He sat up, one leg on either side of the hoop, and looked around. The stands were empty and the sky clear. Finally, he looked down into the shadowed aisle that led to the changing rooms, and saw Draco Malfoy standing there, leaning back against the wall and watching him. Harry wrapped up the remaining food and flew down. That would do it. I wouldn't dine on a perch like some wayward falcon. You're over that now, I presume? For the moment, Draco motioned to the stands, and then climbed up to the first benches and sat down. Harry joined him, unwrapped his food, and had another bite of the lemon cake. He finished chewing it and swallowed. Draco had not yet volunteered anything. Why are you here? Harry asked. I'm watching you. Draco smiled, and it was almost charming. It's my new hobby. Hobby? You've become intriguingly unpredictable. Draco regarded him with a shadow of his usual disdain. I would never have believed you capable of that. What did you do in defense? What did you do? Draco countered. They looked at each other distrustfully. Perhaps we should write down our answers and pass them to each other, Harry said. Draco nodded, although Harry had been joking. He gestured to Harry's school bag. Do you have writing things? Harry pulled out parchment, quill, ink, and a book to use as a flat surface. Draco took the parchment, folded it, tore it in half and handed one half to Harry, who wrote. Harry picked up his paper and blew on it, while Draco took a second piece, and Harry's quill and book. He stared at the book for a moment. A guide to restricted potions ingredients? He read questioningly. I'm doing a report on the Dark Arts Components Decree of 1981. Draco still looked curious, but he shrugged, wrote out his answer, and picked it up. Ready? In a single move, he and Harry switched papers. Harry looked down to see that he had traded a paper with his messy scrawl saying occlumency for a paper with Draco's elegant script saying occlumency. They both grinned. Draco reached over and tore a piece off Harry's cake. Who taught you that? He asked, then popped the cake in his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied. Draco looked astonished. Why? Why do you think? Because the Dark Lord is a Legilimens? First try. Good job. But why does it matter? The scar. You were right about it. Yes, that would be a problem. I think of occlumency as dark arts, though. That's not supposed to be the headmaster's specialty. Isn't it really the opposite? How so? Well, dark arts involve use of the emotions. Occlumency is a dropping of emotions. Isn't that a sort of use, though? Used by non-use? Harry teased. Yes. Oh, don't. That sort of thing makes me dizzy. Doesn't it matter, though, if you're doing it?
No.
It's non-optional. How pragmatic. That was just volume, though. Harry persisted. How did you do tone? You managed it much better than I did. How did you? I kept my emotions in certain ranges, with my mind open or turned outward. Draco considered. That could do it. He smirked at Harry's impatient look. I pulled together the energy for particular dark spells, not casting them, but as if I was preparing to do. That high-pitched sound that the werewolf caused. You could tell there was no intent, just a massing of incidental energy. I see. Harry sat back. At least I think I do. I need to think it over for a while. Let me know if you want to know more. Harry shot Draco a curious look. It's odd, he said. It's odd having you be civil, Draco retorted. His eyes narrowed. And I won't drive you off until I find out what you're after. Harry shook his head. Just tired of fighting. That's all. Is it? Draco eyed him speculatively. That doesn't nearly explain your behavior, you know. Your behavior to me, perhaps, but not Ron and Hermione and not other things. I don't want to talk about Ron and Hermione. Really? I was hoping you'd give me some dirt on the weasel. Why don't you just make it up like you usually do? Harry asked bitingly. Draco leaned back. I'm bored with that. It's too easy. He smiled again, not so charmingly. Tell me, why don't they sit with you? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Draco flinched. Harry felt a burst of simultaneous regret and triumph. They are no longer required to stay with me. At Harry's politely inquiring look, Draco's haughty look twisted with a bitter smile. Since my father is, apparently, fallen from favor. I've seen Goyle with you, though. Gregory's my friend. Really? Harry taunted. I'd never have known. Draco looked down, his pale face turning pink. I wouldn't have done either. Suddenly, Harry understood. Crabbe and Goyle had previously been told, by their parents, presumably, to suck up to the Malfoy boy. Draco had always known that, and treated them with familiar scorn. Now they had been released from their obligation, and Crabbe no longer bothered with him. Goyle did. How embarrassing, Harry said, trying not to sound too amused or too sympathetic. He did feel sorry for Draco, who was looking unusually cowed. Truly, Draco responded. No telling why he likes me. I always treated him like a servant. Harry shrugged. Most people put up with a certain amount of removed from the people they like. So you put up with Weasley's stupid jokes and Granger's pedantry. And they put up with my screaming fits and sulks, Harry offered. So what don't they put up with? Draco pressed. Harry rolled his eyes, but felt more generous now that Draco had told him something about his own life. Over the summer I discovered I like being on my own sometimes. Sounds reasonable. They don't like that I won't tell them where I go. That doesn't. I had an odd summer. They worry about me being alone, or something. I don't get it either, but it is, or was, kindly meant. Draco looked off at the empty pitch. Does that help? He asked. Not really. It only means I can't be as angry at them as I'd like to be. Draco snorted. It seems to me, he said, if the papers were correct, that your summer wasn't any worse than the rest of your life at home. Well, that's it, Harry replied. It wasn't. The worst part was, he stopped. Well, Harry, Draco drawled. That when I heard they died, Harry confessed, I was happy, more than anything. Relieved, I guess. And the problem is, they were my relatives. And even if I couldn't love them, I should have mourned them at least a little. And I should not feel delight at someone dying. Why not? Because it's wrong. Harry hesitated. And Professor Dumbledore says my greatest strength is my ability to love. Draco laughed. Even if that's true, you don't need to love people that don't deserve it, he said. He lifted his head with a haughty sneer. If Dumbledore wanted you to be merciful and loving, perhaps he should have left you with someone kind, who would be good to you. Well, he could have given you to the Weasleys, then. They wouldn't have the money or the time, would they? Draco smirked. Too late now. Cheer up. Could be worse, you could be under a prophecy. What? Is a wizard saying, Potter? It could be worse. You could be under a prophecy. That was what the mess at the ministry was last spring. Voldemort sent me to get the prophecy and your father to take it from me. He sent you? With legitimacy. Through the scar. Draco's eyes narrowed as he studied at Harry. An occlumency is non-optional. Comes together. He didn't get it, I presume?
No.
I smashed it. Draco stared, then slowly smiled. Good for you. Screw fate. He took the last bit of lemon cake and stood up. Show me something interesting, he commanded. Just like that? Just like that. Can you do it? Draco challenged. Harry stood up. He let an answering arrogance show through. Come with me, then. Harry led Draco out of the pitch and down towards the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid's hut. I've seen the wyverns, Potter. This isn't a wyvern. It isn't anything of Hagrid's. But it's near there. Harry led him down to the wyvern cage and around it, to the bushes where he had twice seen the adder. Snake? He asked. Hello. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Oh, come off it, Harry said, kneeling and holding his hand out to the adder. Don't tell me a Slytherin is afraid of snakes. I am not. It just startled me, that's all. For all that, Harry noticed Draco didn't come any closer. The adder did. Hello, speaking man, she said. Hello, Snake. Are you well? Yes. It is still sunny in the afternoon. Good. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry glanced up at Draco as the adder doubled back and poked its head out again. Draco was staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Harry spread the front of his robe between his knees. Bask here. It is sunny, and I will protect you. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Sit down, then, he suggested. Does my little friend qualify as something interesting? Draco considered. No, he decided, but your conversation does. He sat down a bit abruptly. What is it saying? Not much. We both went through variations of hi, how are you? I'm fine. She said the afternoon sun was pleasant and I invited her to bask. Harry looked at Draco. Now tell me how you heard of the Marauders. Draco laughed shakily. Oh, it's not much. But Slytherin House has something they made. House legend is we stole it from them. It's just a slip of paper that displays one's distance to Professor Snape on one side, and is signed the Marauders on the other. It's very useful to us, of course. I don't know what they wanted with such a thing. He would have been a student then. Harry tried to relax his now clenched jaw. They hated him, he forced out. He hated them. That's all. A quick way to find your enemy. The snake hissed and twisted with his agitation. Harry stroked a hand down its smooth scales and forced himself to relax. I suppose that explains why we stole it, then, Draco said lightly. At any rate, a brief explanation of the name has been passed down with the item itself. Their conversation grew lighter, and Draco appeared to grow more comfortable with the snake, which settled down in loose, thick coils on the warmth of Harry's black robe. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny did not find Harry at lunch, so they ate quickly, then went searching for him. When they still had not found him 15 minutes before the start of class, Ron and Hermione decided to go to care of magical creatures early, in case he was visiting Hagrid, but Hagrid did not answer the door. They decided to look out back, in hopes he and Harry were with the wyverns. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Malfoy looked up. Hermione was certain her expression displayed her horror plainly. She was not at all surprised when Malfoy's gaze glanced disdainfully over her and settled on her companion. Malfoy's refined contempt expanded into a superior smirk. Still trailing around after the mudblood girl, Weasley? He taunted. Draco! Harry snapped. He looked angry. It was the first encouraging thing Hermione had noticed. His hand had stopped moving. Malfoy looked innocently back to him. What? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. What did it say? He asked, getting casually to his feet. No words, Harry responded. Snakes pick up what I feel, sometimes like I pick up what they feel. She can tell I'm upset at all of you. He looked at Malfoy's sullen offense and smiled. And they have even less tact than an 11-year-old boy. Malfoy, to Hermione's surprise, laughed. All right then. I won't promise to play nice, but I'll clear out, for now, with no offense. Later, this moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Does he know how little you'll sell him for? Hermione stumbled. Ron whirled on Malfoy. Shut up, Malfoy. You want to have this out in front of him, then? Malfoy drawled, his voice still quiet. I can say it louder if you want. Harry started to set the snake on Malfoy's sunny rock. Hermione guessed he was preparing to come over and intervene. Later, Hermione hissed. If Malfoy left, she and Ron could confess to Harry and take the consequences. But if Malfoy told him, they would be in far worse shape. It occurred to her, as she watched the malicious triumph on Malfoy's face, that this had been his intent all along. It was not that he needed such an odd little bit of information, but that he needed a way to blackmail them, or a way to put them down in front of Harry. Later then, he purred. He stepped a little closer. Mudblood, he whispered. Hermione threw an arm out to block Ron's attack. Let him go, Ron. Ron heard the urgency in her voice and fell back. Malfoy gave them a dangerous smile, turned, and swaggered away. Harry was approaching now. Hermione turned to face him without any chance to speak to Ron. What was that about? Hermione took a deep breath. He was threatening to blackmail us. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he took on a condescending look. And what have you done? He asked pointedly. He offered me information for something about you that seemed insignificant, and you gave it to him. Hermione felt herself heat with shame. Yes. What? For what? The clipped questions were frightening in their starkness. Hermione looked as apologetic as she could. What nights you'd been gone. I didn't see that it could matter. But that's what he asked for. What if it did matter? What if something was happening those nights and he knew? Green eyes burned with fury. You have no idea what trouble you could be causing. It wasn't like you weren't there. He was casting around for something to demand. I thought that he'd asked for some random thing just to avoid giving me anything for free. She bit her lip. Now I realize he asked so he had something to hold over me. Harry let out a hissing breath, then nodded curtly. Probably. Just so you know, that information is probably harmless. What did you get? Hermione looked down. Enough information to find Maitland in the library. She whispered. Just for your curiosity, Harry said bitingly. Yes. Sometimes, Hermione reflected, there was no point in trying to make excuses. Harry rounded on Ron. And you? He asked. Oh, I promised him something far more valuable. But I've been intending to tell you. Ron, on the other hand, did not sound the least bit contrite. Really? I promised I'll tell him when you go missing. Ron stepped forward. So don't, because I will do. You wouldn't. I will. He says he's seen you in the dungeons. Harry turned his back on them. Go away. Look, mate. Harry whirled back, furious. Don't you dare. He screamed. I am not your mate. I am not your property, and you are not my friend. Go. Class is starting soon, Hermione said timidly. Harry looked her up and down in a way that made her feel like running. Soon, he repeated. In about 10 minutes. We were looking for you. Hermione swallowed. We wanted to say we're sorry. You're not sorry, Harry spat. You're jealous. Afraid, perhaps. Not sorry. Harry, look, Ron tried. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Severus had not consciously noticed the sound of approaching footsteps, but he looked up when they stopped at the door to his office. Remus Lupin was standing in his doorway, looking ill and harried. Severus tensed at the sight. He did not speak, but glowered pointedly at his unwelcome visitor. I know you dislike my presence, Remus said, his voice low and tense, but we need to discuss Harry Potter, Severus answered. His reaction heightened, but he put on an air of slight confusion. Why would that concern me? Remus's face contorted in a quick snarl of rage. He slammed the door shut. Sonitus Claudera, Odoros Claudera, he chanted, quickly, wand out and pointed at the door. He looked back, the rage already under control, but his jaw clenched tight. That still falls from your mouth as one spell, Severus noted acerbically. I'm surprised you even remember it. Remus scowled. You may have been my first lover, Severus, but you were certainly not my last. I have used it since I was 17. Severus had not expected Remus to acknowledge the reference. He found himself off balance. I don't know why you are bothering to block scent now. Do you think if I were walking by this room, I could not tell that you and I were in here and angry? And what does that mean? That you and I are in this room? Severus sneered, confident again. Odd as the thought may be to you, Remus said tightly, I am often in your presence without anger. I am not in yours without it. That seemed to have struck on target. Remus looked down a moment and swallowed. Could we, please, restrict this conversation to Harry? And why would I want to talk to you about Harry? Because I am one of his professors, and I am demanding a parent conference. Remus snarled. Is that clear? Severus sat back and stared at him in astonishment. After a moment, he felt his mouth moving in a smile, and struggled to restrict it to a possibly contemptuous curl of his lip. Well then, Professor Lupin, what have you to say about my son? Remus plunged right in. Harry has been disruptive in my defense against. I am aware what you teach, Lupin. He interrupted my introduction of how we define dark arts several times. 2. If you are unable to maintain discipline in your class, I fail to see how this is my concern. My concern, which should be yours, is that he does it for Mr. Malfoy's attention. Remus had not advanced, but he had also not backed off. Severus found himself slightly impressed. Your imagination is running away with you, Lupin. Young Malfoy hates Potter, and Potter largely ignores him. Oh, does he? Let me tell you about this morning's class. I had a Kerner dark detector, and Harry set it off, as I expected he would do. In fact, I had called him up to demonstrate that limitation. Then Mr. Malfoy asked if he could try. He stepped forward slowly but all the way up to it without it making a sound. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. He said this was another limitation. He smiled, and it began to scream. So your complaint is about Malfoy's skill?
No.
Then Harry said, let me try. And he managed to cut his alarm down to almost nothing, and he looked at Malfoy and waited for the smile. Then the two of them began doing it together. They changed tone of all things, and Malfoy was impressed and Harry, delighted in his own skill, perhaps. Severus paused. Reducing volume was a good use of occlumency, but tone. He probably just used mood and managed to approximate.
I'm pleased.
But Friday it was all for Malfoy as well, Remus persisted. Say something, look to see if he gets that little smile or a nod. You are imagining things.
No.
I saw them walking together after class, when they should have been at lunch. They were headed down towards the forest. That worried Severus. He tried not to show it. Perhaps you should talk to Harry. I have. He said he wouldn't mind being friends with Draco, but of course he'd be careful. You know he won't. An impassive stare from Severus made Remus twitch. He looked back in appeal. It was bad enough watching a peer, you, being twisted by Lucius, he said passionately. Harry is, well, not like my own child, but the closest thing I will ever have to a young kinsman, and I cannot stand to watch him playing up his darkness for that Malfoy boy. First, Draco is not Lucius. He is just as bad. He is nowhere near as bad. Not much to his credit. He hasn't the will or the imagination. Draco is a petty, spoiled child, and if Harry chooses to associate with him, he will grow tired of him quickly. Second, Harry is not me, again, not near it. Third, were they just like us, Draco would still lack the history that gave Lucius the deepest of his hooks into me. Fourth, a rising anger spilled over. Harry is none of your kin. Severus found he had screamed the last, loudly and roughly enough to hurt his throat. I won't have children, Severus, Remus said, keeping his voice nearly steady. With one of my sisters dead and the other estranged from me, I won't have nephews and nieces. As Lily's child, as James's foster child, Harry holds that place in my heart. Remus shuddered visibly. Even as yours, he added hesitantly. Don't you know any child of yours would be dear to me? Severus wanted nothing so much as to kill the man where he stood. Get out, he screamed. Out. Remus backed up to the door and opened it, breaking the wards, but to his credit, did not run. Talk to him, he said stiffly. He listens to you. With that, he left. Keep me here, Ginny, her knees pulled up to her chest, listened quietly to Ron and Hermione's increasingly strained description of the afternoon's events. We need to go back to the map, Ron said. I can't deal with Malfoy now. May I make a suggestion? Ginny said. Go ahead, Ginny, Hermione answered. I know he's your friend, much more than mine, but I think you should just let him keep his secrets. What? He's not going to tell you anything until he feels comfortable with you, again, and he's never going to feel comfortable if you spy on him and demand answers from him. Give him a month or two. We know why he looks different now and perhaps why he's moody. It even seems likely that he's been prohibited from telling you things, and you know what that's like. You can wait. Ginny fanned a clump of her hair between her fingers and peered at the ends. I'm sorry I made this messier, but I can't fix it for you. You need to do that. He had a snake. He was talking to Malfoy. So? He has to talk to someone, doesn't he? And I've never understood why he didn't keep snakes, Slytherin symbol or not. If I was a Parselmouth, I'd have snakes escort me through the halls and guard my things in class and ride on my broom during practice. Ginny paused. Well, perhaps not that last one. I bet snakes hate flying. Harry deliberately arrived late to dinner, so he could avoid Ron and Hermione, who were, as he had hoped, already seated. Ginny was with them and Dean, so he sat with Zoe, and they made light conversation mostly about Quidditch. The schedule of autumn games had been announced right before Harry arrived, so Zoe filled him in. Gryffindor was playing Ravenclaw on the first weekend in October, which was sooner than Harry would have liked. Slytherin was playing Hufflepuff a few weeks later. The rest of the games were scheduled for spring, with the Gryffindor/Slytherin game scheduled for early May. Despite his current resolve to avoid Draco, Harry found himself relieved that they wouldn't be meeting each other on the pitch anytime soon. Now that he thought about it, he wondered how that would work with the head of the rival house being his father. It was likely to be odd. Quidditch practice was more strained, as Harry could not avoid the two Weasley team members. Everyone noticed the tension between Harry and Ron. Andrew was angry with Harry on Ron's behalf, though Ron told him not to be, and Teresa was angry with Ron on Harry's behalf, though Harry told her not to be. Jack and Iggy attempted to ignore the whole thing. At least talk to me, Ron said pleadingly, on the way back to the dormitory. Harry ignored him. Please? 2 weeks ago we were friends. If it makes you feel any better, Harry said shortly, I don't think I'm speaking to Draco either. Now sod off. Harry continued to snub Ron and Hermione throughout Tuesday. His mood was not improved by a short note from his father, delivered at lunchtime by School Owl, which said I have rescheduled our Tuesday evening conference to Wednesday. I expect you to be prompt. The moment of amusement he gleaned from the perfect Professor Snape tone of it was followed almost immediately by disappointment and annoyance. He was anxious to talk to his father about the Kerner dark detector and Draco. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Sit, Draco said, clearly tapping the chair next to him. The other students present, Boot and Finch-Fletchley, were staring. Harry stepped close enough to speak quietly. I'm not sure I'm speaking to you. Draco looked at him in innocent astonishment. What did I do? He asked. Ron and Hermione fessed up about their deals with you. I suspect you coaxed them into it just for blackmail purposes. They did it, Draco said indignantly. I know, and I'm not speaking to them either. Really, Harry, I was curious. I'd seen you. Draco stopped abruptly. I don't think we should have this conversation with an audience. Will you let me tell you about it after class? Harry decided it wasn't fair to listen to Ron and Hermione's side of the story and not Draco's. He nodded. Draco smiled and nudged the chair. Sit down, he urged. Harry sat, then remembered he hadn't been going to do that. Draco looked at him and smirked. While he was considering the matter, Draco nudged him. Should I drop some extra Shrake spines in Boot's cauldron? He suggested in a low voice. Harry snorted in amused disbelief. Isn't that a bit childish? He whispered back. Potter. Snape barked, gliding down to their table. 10 points from Gryffindor for disrupting another student's work. He leaned over the table, his best sneer fixed on Harry. This is a class, Potter, not a social event. Excuse me, sir? Draco said quietly. I'd asked him a question. To the table in front of my desk, Potter. Harry spent the next half hour trying to fix the damage caused by having moved his cauldron in midbrew. He ended up with a potion that masked the scent of some of their test objects, rotten beans, and fresh lime zest, for example, but not thestral manure or crushed cloves. Pathetic, Potter. Snape sneered over his shoulder. Harry looked around angrily. If you hadn't made me move it after I added the fairy cocoon silk, then it would be just as pathetic, Snape said sharply, as he shifted around to Harry's side, causing Harry to turn to track him. I am quite familiar with your ability to mangle even the simplest formula. Harry glared and was surprised by a quick smirk and wink from Severus, who now had his back to the rest of the room. At least I know I am at no risk of being poisoned by you. Harry bit his lip and looked down to hide his amusement. He heard Snape praise Draco's potion and grudgingly acknowledge Parvati's to be effective. On the way back to his desk, Snape paused to sneer at his potion again, and to whisper, "Tonight, my apartments." Draco was waiting for Harry just outside the classroom door. I don't believe that man. He fumed. He's always like that to me, Harry pointed out. I know, but I didn't think he'd be unfair to me, just to continue going after you. Draco sighed. Let's find an empty room, shall we? Harry raised his eyebrows in surprised inquiry. This isn't even a hallway discussion?
No.
Draco led Harry into a small room under the stairs, which held boxes and cleaning supplies to one side, but still had a clear space at the. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. In my opinion, Harry, you've been acting rather oddly. It started with talking to me and telling Ron not to attack me, but then there's this cool look you've acquired and contradicting Professor Remus, in class. Last weekend, I saw you go into Professor Snape's private laboratory, when he was there, and stay. There was absolutely no sound at the door, so I believe one of you warded it. That was curious enough that I went poking around for more information. Any information. On you. It was clear enough that you'd been fighting with your dear friends, Granger and Weasley, so when I found them in the library, I decided to draw them out. I gave them the information about seeing you in the dungeons as a taunt. I tried hinting at some things, hoping for a response that would tell me something, but they genuinely seemed to not know what you were up to. But I could tell that they thought you were up to something and they were angry and frightened not to know what. I offered Granger a deal. I'd tell her everything I found out about you if she told me everything she found out about you. She refused, as I expected, but then Weasley stepped in. He said he'd tell me whenever you disappeared, if I'd tell him whenever I saw you in the dungeons. I was shocked, but I accepted before he had time to reconsider. Then, on my way out, I saw what she was doing with a list of dozens of misspellings of Maitland. She'd been so insistent that she wouldn't deal with me that I was determined I would have a price out of her for that one. And, after a few exchanges, she agreed to tell me which days you had been missing. Harry growled. I bet she told you the truth, too. Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, Saturday? I refused to confirm or deny. Draco smirked. Good for you. He looked coolly at Harry. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
No.
Let's walk, then. Draco cancelled the privacy spell on the door, and they walked out into the now empty corridor. Will you let it go? He asked. Harry scowled. I'm not sure. I still think you're trying to cause trouble. If you can't trust them, Draco said, starting up the stairs, isn't it better to find out this way, than when it really matters? But maybe it does matter. Honestly, Draco, you're a Voldemort supporter. It's not like I can trust you in any case. Draco shrugged. I'm not quite thrilled with the Dark Lord these days. Oh really? Why is that? Draco glared. Father is clever, magically powerful, and influential, and of one of the 12 purest family lines in Britain. The Dark Lord could have him out of Azkaban in a week, if he chose. The Dark Lord takes no responsibility for failure. That all needs to be pushed on to someone else. My father is a brilliant strategist, Draco said angrily. If that ambush could work, he would have made it work. Oh, I agree, Harry said slyly. Your parents, however much I may hate them, seem quite intelligent. Compared to Crabbe or Knott or McNair, they're absolute geniuses. The majority of the Death Eaters seem a bit simple. I think that Voldemort likes servility too much to endure intelligence. They had reached the second-floor landing. Draco grimaced. Either way, he's not a good leader, is he?
No.
He's not. Of course, I'm biased, aren't I? Couldn't be more so, I expect, Draco agreed. So, doesn't it worry you what Weasley agreed to? Well, he said the point was to tell me. So? He thought it would dissuade me from leaving if I knew he'd tell you when I did. And if it didn't? Harry shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps he thought that I'd be okay, if forewarned. Perhaps he wouldn't have actually told you. He promised me. So? Harry was amused at Draco's shocked tone. So, Gryffindors are supposed to be honorable. Harry shrugged. In our way. We still lie, though. Even Hermione lies, and steals. We just need to believe we're doing the right thing when we do it. Thus you were not surprised by Gryffindor Death Eaters, right? They quietly opened the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and slipped inside. Everyone turned and looked at them. Professor Lupin eyed them coolly. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, please sit down. As you are less than 5 minutes late, I will not take points for this first offense in tardiness. Next time I will. Is that clear? Yes, Professor, both said. Without consultation they walked up near the front of the room and over to the left where there were 2 seats together. People stared. Harry caught Draco sending a haughty sneer back at Ron's angry look. Don't taunt him, he whispered. Why not? Draco asked innocently. Because it's unkind. Draco snickered. If I could have your attention? Professor Lupin asked bitingly. He held aloft the verifier. A few minutes later, he was demonstrating it on Hermione, asking innocuous questions such as do you play violin? Do you speak French? And others of that sort. Ron's attention never left Harry. Harry watched his expression change from angry to hurt to wistful. I'm going to have to forgive him now, he whispered to Draco. Who? Ron. Why? Well, I've forgiven you, right? And we've only not been enemies a week. He was worse, but he's been my best friend for years. Wait, Draco hissed. Why? Disappear for an evening, and I'll tell you if he tells me. Harry thought about that while Lupin called for another volunteer. All right, he said. At the end of class, Harry went up to talk to Professor Lupin. He turned and watched as the other students filed out. I thought you weren't allowed to be alone with me, Remus said mildly. Harry shrugged. Oh well. He looked pleadingly at Remus. Could I borrow the verifier? I'll give it back to you on Friday. And why would I loan you a verifier? Remus sounded more amused than offended. I've agreed to let Draco investigate something for me, Harry explained. I need to know if what he tells me is true or not. Draco, is that or just act as if I trust him and see if anything breaks? Well, I can see why you might not want to do that. Please? Remus sighed. I need it for my afternoon classes. Can you drop into my office at 4? That would be great. Thanks. Harry? Harry turned back. Yes? I still don't like you with Malfoy. Harry shrugged slightly. I know. Be careful what you tell him. He's clever and perceptive. If he figures out anything about you and... Lupin stopped suddenly, a frustrated look crossing his face. Harry could see him trying to find a name that was safe. Your hawk, he suggested. Lupin laughed nervously. Not mine. But yes, no telling whom he would tell. And it need only be that you have been at his mercy in some way but are still alive. Harry looked down. He already knows a lot, unfortunately. None of it from anything I told him, but... Word gets around the dungeons. That's very dangerous. I understand that. If I avoid talking to him, it is no less so. Depending on what you say. Yes, very well then. Shall we go to lunch? Harry waited impatiently for his time with Severus. He was not as cheerful about it as he might have been. He needed to ask about Malfoy's intentions and was afraid he would not like the answer, and he felt he ought to ask about Maitland, and if there had been a game, as James had heard. He knew that would be an unpleasant conversation, whether the rumor had been true or not. The thought of James's letter reminded him he had never seen the one from Lily. He wondered if it had been long enough that he could safely ask again. Then there was the matter of Ron and Malfoy. He had the verifier in his pocket and had spent a while before the mirror practicing ways to look at it surreptitiously, but it reminded him of the reason he had it. If Ron didn't contact Draco, and Draco told him so, all was well. He wasn't sure what he would do if Ron did contact Draco, or if Draco lied about it in either direction. Still, worrying about things was always worse than doing them. He would see Severus soon, and probably some of it at least would be pleasant. Whether it was or not, he would at least not be pestered by so many mysteries. It was no trouble at all to act agitated for Ron and Hermione's benefit. Harry had just tasted his trifle when it happened. Snape was summoned. Harry saw the slight twitch and the rapid exit. He thought it must be clear to anyone who knew. Dumbledore, of course, continued to placidly converse with Professor Sprout. At all the staff table, only Remus and Professor McGonagall glanced after the sweep of black robes through the door. Harry looked down at his plate and tried not to panic, or at least not to show it. What if Malfoy had figured it out? Or, as Remus had implied, merely reported that Harry Potter had been alone with Severus Snape in a warded room. Severus had said, though, that Dumbledore had bespelled him to be unable to harm a student, and Voldemort knew that. Harry looked down at his plate and poked at his trifle, separating the bits of fruit out from the rest of the mush. Severus had said that Voldemort had a new meeting place near here. Perhaps he could find it. He glanced over at the Slytherin table. Draco was eating studiously, his focus never leaving his spoon. Draco had said that Slytherin had an item which displayed your distance to Snape. With that, he could find the Death Eaters. He could watch and make sure Voldemort didn't kill his father. He could. Harry stopped the thought there. I could get killed, he told himself angrily. Besides, how would I get Draco to give me this item? Oi, Draco, I want to find the DE meeting. Loan me the Severus Snape finder? No reason, just curious. And what if he was the one who... Harry stopped the thought there. Nothing is wrong. Probably, nothing is wrong. It's just a summoning. He probably gets summoned all the time, I just don't usually see. Still, Harry thought, it wouldn't do any harm to try to find the meeting. Perhaps he could use a location charm if it was close enough. He stopped that line of thought again. Desperately, he looked around for Ron or Hermione. They had both left. He left his flattened trifle and set out for Gryffindor Tower. Harry? Ron said in surprise. I want a favor. Harry heard his voice come out cold, almost harsh with tension. He tried to smile apologetically, but could not manage it. Anything I can do for you, Ron said sincerely. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. But if I leave here alone tonight, I'm going to do something really stupid. He watched the three exchange glances. Timidly, Hermione looked up at him. Do you want to talk about it? No. Again, there were uneasy glances all around. Then Ron shifted to the side, creating space between himself and Hermione. Well, sit down and talk about defense against the dark arts, then. For a while, they did homework together. It began to seem almost as if they were all comfortably friends again. Harry felt vaguely like he'd dropped into an alternate universe where the last 2 weeks of fights had never happened. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were longer than they used to be, and he was wearing an emerald ring. Ginny saw the look. "That's a spectacular ring," she said. "Where did you get it?" "It was my mum's," Harry answered absently. "May I try it on?"
No.
Harry winced at how fiercely the response came out. He smiled apologetically at her. "Sorry. It's charmed. I'm the only one who can wear it, until I decide to marry." Ginny gave first him, then the ring, an exaggerated wary look. "I'll pass then." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Hood and the mask, even whiter than the Dark Lord's face. Harry knew who it was. He could feel it, feel his skin crawl as his father murmured, "Master." "So late," Voldemort hissed. Again. "I beseech your indulgence, my lord," Severus whined. "I cannot depart the great hall at a run." "My indulgence you shall have," Voldemort replied. His red eyes narrowed. "Crucio." He smiled thinly as the Death Eater twitched at his feet. "And you shall indulge me also, laggard," he hissed. It was at least another 10 seconds before he lowered his wand. He looked down. "Take your place in the circle, Severus." This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. "Next week it begins," he hissed. "We will start with our allies, all expendable, then continue the offensive on our own. I want everyone ready. All of you have 6 potential targets. Study them. When the night comes, I will tell you which to take. I will tolerate no failures. If your assigned targets do not die, you will die in their place." "Yes, my lord." "As you will, master." "They are as dead already, lord." The murmurs of assent swelled and abetted. The tall figure stopped in front of Severus. "Except you, my lord?"
Mille de surprise.
A touch of disappointment, perhaps. "You are too valuable to permit such sport. You will make me weapons. Master, you will be here Sunday, not at Hogwarts. I will not have your work monitored or compromised." "Wise, my master." Severus bowed. "I will give you a list of the things I require before you leave. Have any needed components delivered to Avery." "My lord." "Enough," Voldemort said curtly. He moved on. In front of the next person, he paused and turned back. His red eyes narrowed to slits. "And Severus? Your work for me will be monitored. I am loyal only to you, my lord." "Perhaps." Harry screamed. "Okay, you can let me up now." They released him slowly. "I thought this didn't happen anymore," Hermione exclaimed, her voice nearly hysterical. Harry concentrated on breathing. "You said you knew occlumency." "I do know occlumency, but I generally only do it before bed. I can't walk around in that state all the time." Harry sat and sagged back. Again the skirt of the couch. "He's very close." "What?" Ron yelped. It was a vision. A real. Harry stopped himself. "Felt real," he clarified. "I have ways to check, but not immediately. I need to talk to Dumbledore before breakfast, but there's no point in doing it now." He had a sudden surge of panic for Severus. "No, he'll be fine. He's to come back Sunday." His eyes focused on Hermione's concerned face. "Don't let me leave," he pleaded. "It's all right, mate," Ron said firmly. "We won't let you leave." Harry looked nervously around. He could focus beyond his helpers now, and he could see the other people in the room staring at him. "Let's get out of here," he said. "Harry," Hermione began. "Just our old place to meet. That's all. Nowhere dangerous. Ginny and Dean can come." Harry laughed, a trifle hysterically. "I'm sure the 4 of you can handle me. This is fine." "No, it's not. There are too many people." Ron took his wrist. "Come on, then. Let's go." In the corridor, Harry clarified that he had meant the room of requirement when he said our old place to meet. He did the walking up and down while his friends waited suspiciously, 2 at either end of the corridor. He waited politely for them at the door. He wasn't sure what they had been expecting. Portkeys or weapons, perhaps. But clearly not a warm, cozy room with low couches and heaps of pillows, all dimly lit by scattered multicolored fairy lights, floating in midair. There was music, some sort of innocuous classical piece that Harry could not put a name to, and the whole place smelled faintly of warm milk and cardamom. Odd touch that Harry reflected. My subconscious is stranger than I thought. He settled down on one of the low couches and pulled out his necklace. Ron? He asked, holding up the bubble wand. Ron looked uncertain. Harry shrugged, blew a stream of bubbles in the air, and caught as many as he could. He didn't quite laugh, but he smiled brightly, and was suddenly amused by the nervous looks on the others' faces. He stood up and stalked Hermione. Come here, little student, he said intently. The words reminded him of Severus and Remus, which also made him smile. Call it an experiment. Hermione backed up, shaking her head. Harry, laughing, turned from her, and immediately blew the potion at Ginny, who giggled. Oh! Ron exclaimed. No harm done, Harry soothed. He blew more of the bubbles into the air between himself and Ron. Come on now. Touch. We'll all be much more reasonable. He popped one of the bubbles as he spoke. Nervously, Ron reached out and popped one, then smiled and did another. What is that? Dean asked. Harry laughed. A purely recreational potion, courtesy of yours truly. He laughed again. The bubbles were very pretty in the fairy lights. My own invention. You didn't tell me, Ron said. But true. That's why I can't tell you about long-term effects. This didn't exist until August. Harry blew more bubbles at Ginny, then some at an advancing Dean, then more back at Ron. He smiled at Hermione. Come on now. You're the only one left. I'll watch, thanks. As you wish. Harry stretched out on the couch. What a boring life you must have. Ginny sat on the floor near him, and he played with her hair. It was lovely and shiny, and intensely red. Such a pity only one of the boys wears his long, he thought. So, tell me what you've all been doing, he suggested. Ginny? Enjoying my boyfriend, Ginny said promptly. Harry blew another round of bubbles at Dean, as he sat next to Ginny. Harry touched his hair, too. It was springy and strange. Harry patted it and felt it bounce back. He patted it again. Worrying about you, Ron sighed, lying on the facing couch. Harry giggled. Such a waste of energy. You, Hermione? Researching Augustus Maitland and worrying about you, Hermione said. She sighed. Loads, she added. What about you? Learning subterfuge. Befriending Malfoy, who's such a poor lost boy, some moments, and such a delightful devil others. Overcoming my prejudices. Playing the Kerner the Ramin. Running from the past. Looking for the past. Watching the mangled remains of a romance that crashed before I was born. Reflecting on love and hate and kinship, and whether or not I am a bad person to welcome my aunt's death. Harry leaned his head back onto the armrest. He felt nearly content. Darn. Should have asked it for cigarettes. Hermione frowned in disapproval. Dean twisted to look back at him in surprise. Harry blew more bubbles up in the air and watched them glitter with myriad reflected colors. He let them drift down onto him, and they broke one by one, suspending him in the spot he had already reached. He caught one on his finger and it stayed whole. Hermione? He asked. She stared at him. He blew the bubble at her and she let it hit. She smiled slightly. More? He asked. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. It's as beautiful as Ginny's and as interesting as Dean's, Harry answered. Hermione giggled. A laugh from Dean was muffled by Ginny's mouth. Why Draco? I feel sorry for him. And he needs to learn to make friends. And he's trying. And he's funny. And James said to eschew retaliation. The last reason slipped out before Harry could stop it. He had the simultaneous thoughts of I felt like I still had more control than that, and unedited I use words like eschew, James? Hermione questioned sharply. Harry decided she was taking advantage of being the only unaffected person in the room, and he definitely should not have more bubbles. I found some old letters my dad wrote, Harry explained solemnly. He managed to sigh. I'd rather not talk about it. Could I have more? Ron interrupted. What Ginny and Dean are doing is starting to bother me. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Can you do something about this music? Hermione asked, sounding annoyed. Harry listened for a moment. It was still some vaguely familiar somnolent piece with woodwinds and strings. Don't know, he said. What would you rather? Something jazzy, Hermione suggested. Harry thought that he'd asked for an assortment of music. Jazzy, he thought firmly. The music changed, causing everyone else to twitch. Okay. Hermione grinned. The maple leaf rag wasn't what I had in mind, but it will do. Ginny looked over and giggled. Harry suspected the just for the lights bubbles had mostly landed on her and Dean. How am I supposed to snog to this? She complained. You're not. Get off the boy and pull down your shirt, Harry ordered. You can come back here with him on your own, rather than embarrassing your poor brother. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Did you say Malfoy is a lost little boy? She asked, or is this stuff hallucinogenic, too? He is, sometimes, Harry said defensively. Just in little bits. His father's fallen from grace, both in the Dark Lord's circle and without it, and it's done odd things to his life. He finally gets to see who he has for friends. Like no one? Ron suggested. No, it's the other way round, Harry explained. He always assumed he didn't have any real friends, and now it turns out some people truly like him. He's a bit embarrassed. He sat up and yawned. But it's made him start trying, and I don't think he's ever done that before. He decided he'd reached the mild calming potion stage, and it was time to take advantage of Ron's more open state. Would you really betray me to him? I don't know, Ron replied. I don't think so. Perhaps if I was really pissed off at you, and had gotten myself into a state over it. Do you still want to be an Auror? I didn't have the OWLS for it, remember? But if you could be, what if they sent you after Remus? Why would they do that? Because he's a werewolf. That's not illegal. 2 months ago, not reporting his full moon location was not illegal. Who's to say? Hermione frowned. Does that worry you? That the government seems stuffed with hysterical, corrupt, unjust idiots? Yes. Harry sighed. But I really admire a lot of the Auror. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. You should talk to Bill, Ron volunteered. Bill? Right. Mom and Dad wanted him to join the ministry, of course, but Bill spent a long time thinking about it, even had an internship in the Department of Mysteries, then decided he couldn't support it. Dad didn't agree, of course. Talk to both of them and you'll get both sides of it. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Love you, he said. He chanted it softly in her ear. Love you, love you, love you. But are you in love with me? She asked coyly. Damned if I know, Harry confessed. How can I tell when you're so pretty? You're such a darling, foolish boy. Hermione reproved gently. And you're so too worried. It will be all right. And if it's not? He slid an arm around her, carefully staying above her breasts, and held her tight. Then 2 targets like us will likely not be around to care. The game. Harry was woken by Ron in the morning. HM? Do you want breakfast? Suppose. Harry sat up and yawned. Let me get dressed. It wasn't that he felt any better about what Ron had done, he thought. It just seemed too awkward to go back to avoiding social contact with him. He was still musing about how he should treat Ron when they arrived in the common room. Hermione was waiting for them, or perhaps just for Ron. She turned a bit red when she saw Harry. Hi, Harry said. Good morning. How are you feeling? Fine. I still need. Harry stopped himself. I need to talk to Dumbledore, he said. May I walk with you? Hermione asked. The request had a we need to talk tone to it. Harry hesitated a moment before consenting. They left the room in silence, and went down the stairs likewise. It wasn't until they turned down the corridor to Dumbledore's office that Hermione spoke. I didn't get anything done last night. Of course you did, Harry answered. Not really. You kept me from getting myself killed. That's something. You wouldn't really have. Harry stopped and turned to face her. Voldemort was within walking distance of Hogwarts, he said emphatically. He summoned the Death Eaters. I wanted to go and spy because there are people I want to keep safe. I kept nearly convincing myself it was a good idea. Harry took a deep breath and looked seriously at Hermione, who was now wide-eyed with fear. You did a lot last night just by being there and not scolding too much. Oh, Hermione managed. She forced a shaky smile. A particular blonde went too far, perhaps? Harry gave a short laugh. Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. I see, said Hermione grimly. Harry was confident she didn't. She let out a long breath. That last night, Do you do that often? This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Of course not. He waited for her nod to start, then added, "It's no fun alone." Her head whipped back up to stare at him, and he felt his smile grow broader. He lifted his eyebrows at her. "Yes?" he inquired mockingly. She looked at him angrily. "How are you supposed to save the world if you're so high that you have to stop and play with everyone's hair?" His amusement died instantly. "I'm not supposed to save the world," he said grimly. "I'm supposed to kill Voldemort. I have no idea how I'll do that. I don't want to kill." Hermione looked stunned. "Oh, Harry!" she exclaimed in sympathy, and she embraced him. He submitted to the touch and tried not to let the comfort remind him of things that hurt. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry eyed him uncertainly as he sat. "Do you mean that?" he asked. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. "Well, I'm confident of the sit-down part. Perhaps not completely unexpected," Dumbledore admitted with a slight smile. "But I was not certain you would come either." He nodded his head. "And you may be assured, I am always pleased to see you." "Thank you," Harry said politely. Is Severus back?" "Yes." "He returned before midnight. Does he need to go back on Sunday?" Dumbledore looked startled, then disappointed. "Your father told me you had enough control to stop the visions. They don't seem to come on while I'm awake anymore," Harry explained hastily. "And before I go to sleep at night, I make sure to clear my mind as much as possible, so I haven't had any during the night, either. But I dozed off during my Transfiguration reading. I was completely unprepared." "And what did you do?" Dumbledore inquired. "I'd already told some of my friends not to let me leave, so I was pretty well taken care of." Dumbledore nodded. "A wise precaution." He smiled. "And so you were not unprepared after all. Still, you should be able to break the connection after the vision starts. Could you do that?"
No.
"Once I'm in it, I want to see everything. Perhaps you should have a few lessons with me as well. That might help." "Oh, I told Draco Malfoy that I'd studied occlumency with you. Should young Mr. Malfoy be informed of your skills?" the old wizard asked mildly. "I'd already rather displayed them, unfortunately. He was asking who taught me. He knows how to do it too. We used it to get weird noise changes out of a Kerner dark detector. No one else seemed to understand how we did it, though, so I think no one else knew occlumency." Dumbledore laughed. "I haven't seen that done in many decades." His smile grew distant for a moment. "One of my companions in the fight against Grindelwald could play Mary Had a Little Lamb that way. Rather slurred, but recognizable." The headmaster looked sharply at Harry. "Did you do this during class?" Harry nodded. Looking back at it, it was rather rude. "Professor Lupin will not be able to complain, Dumbledore confided with merry cheer. "If he does, Professor, McGonagall will be smiling behind her hand, and Professor Flitwick will tell him it's no more than he deserves. Impudence and disruption? Of the cleverest sort, and from a student who charms him." Harry looked down. "And one who doesn't. He's worried that I'm talking to Draco now." "Ah." Dumbledore looked thoughtful. "Do you feel the association will do you any harm?"
No.
"In that case, I would advise, as you might expect, that you continue it. I have never allowed others' opinions to dissuade me from alliances of any sort, such as my father." "Yes," Dumbledore admitted. "Speaking of which," he added, pushing aside some things on his desk, "he left a message for you." He handed Harry a folded note. "He suggested you read it here and not take it with you as a precaution." The note on the outside was addressed to Harry. Inside, the text started without any salutation. "Thank you for your forbearance. I was relieved not to find you in my rooms last night. I have rescheduled our meeting to tonight, although I may not be free until after student curfew. Please come down before then and let yourself in. I will leave the flue blocked, and I will join you when I am able to do so." Harry tried to restrain a smile. "I'm invited down after curfew. Yes, we discussed this, and he has my approval." Dumbledore looked warningly at Harry. "I will not protect you from punishment if you are caught, however." Obviously, Harry agreed. For a moment, both were silent. "Is that all?" Dumbledore asked gently. "Or is there something else you wish to ask me?" Harry paused a moment, preparing himself. What's the state of the guardianship question? He asked. There will be no substantial news until the hearing in 15 days. In all honesty, I expect my plea to be rejected. The leader of those deciding wants me to lose, and my claim is not substantial. He can even note that I was given leeway the last time you required a guardian, and the decision I made then did not turn out to be in your best interests. So what will happen? The ministry will claim custody of you, and they must allow 4 weeks for that claim to be appealed. That gives us until All Souls' Day. But won't Fudge have control over me for those 4 weeks? Yes, but he is unlikely to do anything that might make observers uneasy. I suspect you will remain here, living much as you have. He may send you gifts or visit, but perhaps not. What about Severus's history? Won't people object to me going to someone who was a confessed Death Eater? Certainly they will object, but it will not matter. He is your father. An objection from you would be the only one taken as valid. Dumbledore hesitated. In fact, as you were conceived with Herm, you are entirely his child. If Lily were still alive, even she would have no legal right to you. What? Lily and James went to great lengths to protect you, Harry. They could have gone to Azkaban for keeping you from him. Harry looked down, both horrified and awed. James, he said slowly, remembering, called me his stolen child. Yes, Dumbledore said. Herm is the heir spell, and performing it is a contract both legal and, to many, sacred. You were conceived to be Severus Snape's heir. Harry thought, will this damage their reputations? He asked. Dumbledore looked surprised at the question. Perhaps a bit, he conceded. He smiled warmly at Harry. But mostly among those who already hate them. Don't worry about it. In general, it will be seen as a romantic tragedy of honor and love. The populace at large will readily forgive them. Do you think they were right to do what they did? Harry asked tentatively. He felt a stab of fear, and realized he had never allowed himself to think otherwise. Dumbledore sighed. I have considered that for many hours since Severus first came to me with his letter from Lily. I am not sure. He does indeed have more control than he did, than both self-control and resistance to Voldemort. They were certainly better suited to raise a child, and, despite their deaths, more likely to live. He was terribly reckless in the days before Voldemort's first fall. After it, he was bitter and melancholy, but stopped, for the most part, deliberately endangering himself. Dumbledore sat back and stroked his beard. You have been good for him, he declared. I have caught glimpses in him of a humor I had thought long dead. I think he has, perhaps, even been good for you. Dumbledore smiled. Now, would a baby have improved his disposition then? I don't know. Perhaps it would have made it worse. He certainly could not have spied for me. Once it was known he deliberately had fathered a child upon a Muggle-born witch. Dumbledore rose. It is useless to speculate. What is done is done. They meant well, I am certain. He glanced at the clock. You have just enough time to run down to the Great Hall, take food from the table, and eat it on your way to class, I think. Harry knew a dismissal when he heard one. Good day, Professor, he said, and he ran. Harry, he remembered he would need to start preparing his squib drug cover for tonight's absence, and did his best to act out the irritability of a withdrawal he had never experienced. To this end, he spent much of the day putting off Hermione, who wanted to talk to, till he was becoming increasingly irritated, and only tolerated it as penance. 40 minutes before the library closed and the students were supposed to be back in their houses, Harry declared that he needed to get a book. He picked up his bag and left Ron in the common room. When he reached the ground floor of the castle, Harry ducked into an alcove, donned his invisibility cloak, and quietly headed for the dungeons. He reached Snape's rooms without incident, brewed some tea, and sat at the kitchen table to resume work on his Transfiguration essay. He'd written 9 inches to a required 7 and was working on his conclusion before he heard the door open and close. There was a muttered word, too far away to identify, then a quick call of Harry? In here, Harry called back. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling.
There.
Harry asked. Please, Severus muttered. What was it? Harry asked. 3-headed dogs? Exploding potions? Your old crowd? Worse? Severus growled. Parents. Harry laughed. Oh, you laugh, Severus said in a wounded tone. You haven't spent the last 2 hours trying to explain to the Warringtons that while I might make an exception to my general policy, had their precious heir managed and exceeds expectations in his potions OWLS, 2 satisfactories is not sufficient to admit him to advanced potions to the detriment of other students. And if I won't lower my standards for him, the head of Gryffindor House is certainly not going to do so for Transfiguration. And so on. He took the cup of tea that Harry put in front of him and warmed it with a spell. Anyway, it's done, and I believe they are the last for this year. He looked up and took a sip of the tea. How has your week been? Horrible, Harry answered. Ron and Hermione were worse until Monday afternoon, when I went off with Malfoy. Then suddenly they decided to apologize. They admitted they had traded information on me to him, but I think just because he'd threatened to blackmail them. Last night, I desperately wanted to follow you, so I stopped snubbing them and told them to keep me here. Then I dozed off. You should not need to be prepared. If your response to seeing me had showed him anything, he didn't become aware of me, I think. That's usually obvious. But yes, I've talked to Dumbledore and he wants to give me additional lessons. I can do more with you too, if you'd like. Yes, Snape said emphatically. We'll discuss it later. What did you see? Harry related the vision, trying to conceal his horror at his father's obeisance to Voldemort, while covering strategic matters with precision. He deliberately glossed over the more humiliating details of the exchange, but he could see Severus's face darken as his account continued past each elision. He expressed distrust of you. Several times, Harry said awkwardly, and you averred your loyalty. And? Snape asked. It ended there. He looked at you, there was a great deal of pain, and I was on the floor of the common room with Ron, Hermione, and Dean holding me down. He hit me with Cruciatus, again while using Legilimency. This, of course, causes some of the pain to rebound on him, but can create exploitable mental openings. So I got more backlash, I suppose. And what then? Well, I told them to keep me from leaving, so there was no point in trying to find you. I did say I needed to be somewhere quieter, though, so we went to an empty room and I dispensed lots of bubble stuff until even Hermione, who wouldn't touch any, was relaxed, just because everyone else was. After that, it was a pretty good evening, but now Hermione's really worried about me again and I can't dissuade her because that's useful. He shrugged. So you do need to go back Sunday. Yes. That will be from before dawn until well after dark. Does that worry you? No, really. He's demanded that before. Severus hesitated. The attack worries me more, the attack, and that I have not heard more details on it. I do not even know which allies are involved. Do the others? Some, I believe. Not many. Dark eyes glittered as Severus looked up suddenly. It is not all suspicion of me. The Dark Lord has been more close with his plans since Rookwood gave testimony. After his capture last spring. Shouldn't we try to do something? Without knowing the nature of the attacks, it is difficult to say what. Dumbledore is arranging some level of protection for Hogsmeade. The Dark Lord's new preferred meeting place is on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, on some property recently purchased by one of Goyle's cousins. The positioning may indicate targets there. Severus shifted and pushed his empty cup away. Is that essay due tomorrow? Yes, but I'm on the concluding paragraph. Severus stood. Finish, then, take your time, and meet me in the sitting room when done. With that, he left in another swirl of robes. Harry looked back at his paper and tried to remember what he had been thinking about quality transference. When Harry went into the sitting room, Severus had undone the collar buttons on his formal robe, and was sitting in his usual chair and contemplating a still full glass of dark red wine. Harry studied him for a moment. Elegantly melancholy, he announced in a sort of 19th century way. 18th, perhaps. I'm not too clear on these things. What? Severus responded, choking back a laugh. You. Harry sat down at the near end of the couch and tucked his feet up to the side. I'm not sure about the wine, though, he continued. The absinthe would suit the look better, though opium would be best. Severus did laugh at that. Should I ever want a drug to match my demeanor, I will be certain not to ask you. Harry nodded cheerfully. It's a rather muggle interpretation, I expect. So, he asked, what were you so pensive about? Severus shot him an intent look, then turned his attention back to his wine. Professor Lupin, he said formally, came to speak to me about you. It was rather odd. Only one active professor knows that I am your father, and he shows up in my office, demanding a word with me about my son. He looked askance at Harry's snicker. He was surprisingly forceful. So what did he say? I interrupt, and I know too much about dark arts. I told him that his inability to keep discipline was not my concern. His primary worry seemed to be not your conduct in class, but your association with young Mr. Malfoy. Harry wondered how much Severus shared that concern. I dismissed the matter as his imagination. I was much displeased this morning to find you sitting next to him, talking. Why? Harry asked. You like Draco, don't you? I do, but you should not trust him. I don't. Harry protested. I've been waiting for a chance to talk to you so I could ask you what was up with him. He's been decent to me, mostly. If he's been decent to you, then he's setting up some plan. Perhaps he's just lonely. Malfoys do not get lonely. Harry's eyes narrowed. Is the problem that he's Draco, or that he's a Malfoy? The problem is that he is a vicious, manipulative, avid supporter of the Dark Lord. Make some attempt to think. Boy, I know all of that, Harry said coldly, though the last may be shifting. He seems, and yes, I did hear manipulative. Seems quite resentful that the Dark Lord has not rescued his father. How much time have you spent with him? Not much. We talk before potions, usually, and walking from there to defense. The day we played with Occlumency, he caught me out by the pitch, and I took him over to Hagrid's to show him an adder I've been chatting with. Harry watched Severus lock his jaw and swallow, then clear his throat. He had the amused suspicion he'd nearly made the man spray his wine. Excuse me, Severus gasped, and blew his nose. My point, declared Harry triumphantly. Severus ignored him. Do you often chat with adders? Now I do. Harry shifted to straighten his legs out and crossed his arms over his chest. So I'm a Parselmouth. Big deal. Well, yes, it is, actually. There hasn't been a Parselmouth in my family in 300 years. Snape thought for a moment. Reputedly less on the Indian side, but we don't have accurate records of that. Aha! So I don't necessarily get it from Voldemort, but you do. If you got it from me, it would not have manifested until this year. And don't say his name. Oh, right. Harry shrugged. Even so, it seems stupid to be ashamed of it. The normal snakes I've met have been okay. Normal? As opposed to the basilisk and Nagini. Harry shrugged. The snake Draco sent after me was narky, but who wouldn't be after being shot out of a wand, then dropped on their head by Lockhart? Severus snorted. What else have you done with Draco? That's about it. We had a talk this morning about Ron. He's going to tell me what Ron does when I'm not around, and do you believe he will tell you the truth? Severus asked bitingly. Not half. I borrowed Remus's verifier. I'm as interested in what Draco tells me as in what Ron does. Severus conceded with a nod. Continue to talk to the boy, then, but continue to approach it sensibly. I'll ask him what he intends for you, as it is clear I have noticed your association. Rather, he was terribly indignant that you took points from Slytherin. Harry thought for a moment. Was yesterday's lesson really something used for poisoning? Yes. Of course, it's also used to make medicines that don't taste bad. Why don't you, then? In my circles, Severus said, making the phrase threatening, it is considered impolite to mask the taste of a potion. If it could have something harmful hidden in it, the assumption is that it does. But the kids don't care. Some do. Severus's black eyes glittered like hard coal. None should be led to trust tasteless and odorless solutions. Harry shivered. So what did you tell Professor Lupin? He asked hastily. Severus had to think about that for a minute. Harry saw his face tighten, but he could not map an emotion to the reaction. I didn't, he said finally. We fought and I ordered him out. He took a swallow of his wine, then stared at it moodily. Do you think Lupin is changing? He asked absently. He's quicker-tempered, Harry replied, after a moment's thought. He seems tired even when it's not near the moon. I think it may be losing Sirius again. He's become stronger in a way, Severus mused. He needs the anger to support it, but he stood up to me for longer than I expected. He took another sip of the wine. You seem to bring this out in him now. I don't know that I like that. He wants me to visit him weekly, Harry said tentatively. Visit? Severus growled. He says he doesn't want to lose me. Harry grinned. I think he's afraid of me falling into bad habits, from your influence or Draco's. May I? I don't see him enough privately now that term started. When? Sunday 4 to 6? Make it Saturday this week. I want to be at the school whenever you are with him. And show up to dinner, or I will be attacking him with likely false accusations. Though you know it, I will believe all of them, if I do not see you. Their conversation turned to lighter things. Brazilian snakes, Quidditch and Weasley's on bubble potion, and Harry relaxed. The firelit room was familiar and safe, and his father's occasional sly digs led to comfortable banter. When Severus quizzed Harry about his games with the Kerner Dark Detector, Harry was exacting in his account of the logistics of it and Draco's later analysis, but did not hesitate to include the impact of Draco's cool boldness and the exhilaration of interweaving his manipulations with Draco's in a strange dance of music. Severus was amused, and clearly pleased by his ability, but warned him to be more discreet. Which reminds me, Harry said, deflecting the matter, that you said too much yourself a few weeks ago. What? That jibe to Ron about Augustus Maitland? It set Hermione to investigating. I don't care if she knows who Augustus was. It is public information, but she's found all sorts of things about your class. She even found a picture of you and Remus, though she didn't recognize you. If she'd found a picture of you and my mum. Severus grasped the implications quickly. That had not occurred to me. She found the stories about his death. Harry watched his father closely. Severus shuddered, but didn't say anything. Harry braced himself. Why was he alone? Because I was not with him. When Harry did not ask anything more, Severus elaborated. It was not my choice. I had expressed some regrets to him about these targets, and either he decided to humor me or he did not trust me. He lied to me about the time. When I apparat into our meeting point in the barn, the yard was already swarming with Aurors. I managed to get out again. It wasn't until morning that I found out he had died. Severus's voice was steady, but his hand trembled, sending ripples across the wine. He noticed and put it down, then clasped his hand together at his chest. If you had been there, would you have killed the other children? Severus bent his head forward, hiding much of his face behind a fall of dirty hair. Yes, he whispered. Was there a game like James heard? Severus shuddered. Yes, but... He took a shaky breath. It was just winter holidays, my 7th year. Lucius started it. In retrospect, I believe it was a deliberate invention. He wanted both of us more ruthless, but at the time it seemed a moment's whimsy. Augustus and I were discussing which of a couple was more dangerous, and he came in, all sly humor and grace, to say 20 points for him, 25 for her, and 10 points bonus if you get both. He ended the game when term started, graciously noting that would give him an unfair advantage. It never started up again. What was the final score? Harry asked bitingly. Severus raised his head and looked at Harry for the first time Harry had asked about Augustus's death. Harry was not sure how his own face looked, but considering his horror at the account, it could not have been good. Severus bared his teeth in a vicious sneer. I told you I was a killer, he spat. Don't sit there and look surprised. I'm not, but... A 6-year-old? Harry said plaintively. In front of her family? What purpose does that serve? Severus looked down, again, resting his forehead on interlaced fingers, so that his face was completely hidden. They weren't real people, he said quickly and breathlessly, real children. He hesitated. Just half-bloods. Like me. Yes. Severus's voice was flat. Harry watched him intently for a while, but he showed no sign of looking up. Cautiously, Harry stood, and took the 2 steps to the side of Severus's chair. The man still did not look up. From here, Harry could see that his eyes were scrunched closed behind his hands. Carefully, he knelt beside the chair and rested his elbow on its arm. Father, in hesitant twitches, his father's fingers disentangled, and the far hand moved to clasp Harry's. Severus still kept most of his face covered with the other hand, and his eyes remained closed, but his fingers interwove with Harry's and grasped tight. Harry had to bite his lip to keep from gasping at the pressure, but he stayed still, though the hold hurt and the stone floor was hard under his knees, and returned the grip firmly. He thought it was about 10 minutes, though it could have been fewer, or more, before Severus spoke. It was harder after you were born, he said. He had uncovered his face now, but still did not look at Harry. I had regretted it already, but not in this close, personal way. I would look at Lily holding you in her arms and cooing, and imagine being sent to kill her, and you. It wasn't just that you were what I couldn't have, as James thought. You were what I destroyed. His voice grew bitter and tight. A mudblood girl and her half-blood child. Shall we say 10 points? 15 if she's got her wand. Harry looked away. The hold on his hand tightened again.
I'm sorry, Severus whispered.
But there's nothing I can do, except going to meetings and abasing yourself and getting tortured and making them weapons and hoping what you find out balances out the harm you need to do. Yes. His voice was still a whisper, despite Harry's challenging tone. How about staying here and making things for Dumbledore's old crowd, and listening to me and making sure I don't go too crazy, and not dying on me? But if I die, it will be over, Severus said, his lips moving in the ghost of a smile. At last. Not for me it won't. Please? I never got to know any of the others. The hysteria Harry had been fighting down since mentioning Maitland rose up at the thought of Sirius, of James, of his mum, all dead. I want you to still be here when I'm really grown up. I want to come and visit you. I want to bring you grandchildren and let you hold them. He looked desperately at Severus. Please? I'll let you name one if you live. Severus disentangled his hand quickly, then stood up and turned away. I have work I need to do, he said harshly. You are welcome to stay here for a while longer. I should be back in an hour, perhaps 2. Before he finished speaking, he had reached the door to the hallway. It closed behind him with a heavy clack. Harry realized he had been asleep. This wasn't too surprising, as he had doused all the lights but the fire and lain down on the couch, to surrender to sheer emotional exhaustion. The fire had burned down to embers, which now cast only the faintest shifting light. He lay still, trying to determine what had woken him. He wondered if Severus was still out, and if he could creep off to his bed, unseen. He pretended to still be asleep while he listened. It wasn't hard to feign sleep. He was nearly there. He heard quiet steps approaching and pretended harder, hoping Severus would not wake him to make him leave. The footsteps stopped, and he heard the movement of heavy robes as a figure knelt beside him. He had a moment's panic thought. What if it's someone else? But the newcomer had the changing mix of strange scents that clung to someone who had just been working on potions. Harry prepared to be woken. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. My dear child, the man whispered hoarsely. Lily's dear child. His voice lowered still further, until it was almost inaudibly light. I love you, he breathed. His fingers brushed Harry's hair once more, and he stood and walked away. Harry listened, now far from sleep, his heart beating as frantically as if he had just fought a duel, while his father crossed the room occasionally, in preparations for bed. Finally, Severus retreated to his bedroom. When all had been quiet for a bit, Harry got up and went through the kitchen to his own bed. There he slept again. Morning light, morning light. Harry was woken by a flare of lights. Get up, ordered a biting voice. Harry focused through the glare at his window. Still dark out, he complained sleepily. And you need to be back before anyone wakes. Severus gave his shoulder a quick shove. Now. Harry sat and rubbed his eyes, then got out of bed. He had slept in his shirt and underwear, but the rest of his clothes were in a tangle on the floor. He could only find one sock. Severus had crossed to the window and was looking out at the darkness. What you said last night about leaving the Dark Lord. Harry pulled up his trousers. Yes, it is not that easy. I'm not certain what I will do when I must. He can make my mark burn whenever he has one of us to signal through, or without, with more effort. He could keep me from functioning. He might be able to drive me insane. A flash of panic brought Harry thoroughly awake. He hadn't thought about the Dark Mark at all, but now he remembered how edgy Severus and Karkaroff had been when Voldemort first started to return, before any summoning, and how even the rigidly controlled potions master would flinch when summoned. He watched Severus pulled his black robes in tight around him. I could have the arm removed, of course, he continued bitterly, but without 2 hands, I'm rather useless. Harry tried to force his just-woken mind to think. I know oath marks are supposed to be permanent, he said, as he drew on his robe, but what would happen if you removed just the skin? Then the mark would be gone, until the skin grew back. The panic was turning to horror now. Being unable to brew potions would drive Severus mad as inevitably as persistent physical torture. He would be trapped with his thoughts and his memories, and no sense of worth to balance them. I could have a magical arm attached, of course, but I'm not sure the mark wouldn't manifest on that as well. It is in my soul, you see. It can overcome any surgical procedure. The sock fell out of somewhere in Harry's robe. Harry ignored it and walked over to his father. He shivered as his bare feet left the carpet for the cold stone floor. He stopped a pace behind and to the side of Severus, where he could just see his face. I suppose I'll just have to kill him for you, then, he said casually. His heart was hammering in his chest as he tried to calculate how much time he had. 6 weeks? A bit less. Why didn't he mention this sooner? Severus whipped around. He glared. That is not your job. But it is. I kill him or he kills me. Harry tried to regain his previous light tone. My destiny and all that. He tried to imagine how Fred would pose, just to make it less real. He shrugged. Might as well get it over with. If you attempt it now, he will kill you. Severus scowled at Harry. You will stay out of the war until you are an adult. You didn't.
No.
I did not. Which rather proves my point. Does it not? Severus gave Harry one of his most vicious looks, and, despite himself, Harry backed up a pace. I'm not you, he complained, and you're not going to be. Now finish getting dressed. Harry hurriedly pulled on his socks and then his shoes. That was all he had in the bedroom. He followed Severus out to the kitchen and picked up his school bag. So he asked, will I be trained? In what? Anything. Anything you think may help. I should be able to kill him by the time I leave here, shouldn't I? Because I will try. Severus whirled. 12 inches up, 3/4 wrap, Harry noted absently, and stalked into the sitting room. We don't have time to discuss this now. You mean you're afraid to? Harry challenged. My reluctance to discuss this does not make it less true that we do not have time. Severus stopped next to Harry's invisibility cloak, which was hanging by the door, and visibly worked at pulling his temper under control. I will speak with Dumbledore about the prophecy, he said tightly, and any plans he may have. We will discuss it next time we meet. Agreed. When? Saturday after lunch, my lab. You can help me with some work. Now get to bed while everyone's asleep. Harry nodded, but did not move. He found himself wanting to touch his father, but he couldn't work out how to do it. A hug would definitely be too much, and he wasn't sure he could bring himself to try it. Anyway, well, Severus demanded. Nervously, Harry reached out a hand and touched the other's arm, just below the shoulder. Severus jerked back. Sorry, Harry said quickly. What was that about? I hate to leave after a fight. I'm sorry. I know you don't like me being affectionate. Harry reddened at the sound of his own babble. He looked down. For a moment he heard his own breath in the silence. But I do, Severus confessed softly. He touched the outside of Harry's arm lightly, in an echo of Harry's gesture. I just don't know what to do about it. His voice grew stronger and harsher. I'm not certain I approve. I certainly don't deserve such a thing, and you should be more judicious in your affection. Some things are just free, Harry said fiercely. I do not owe you anything for having conceived me, not affection or obedience or gratitude or any of those things. And you do not need some banking of favors or virtue for me to love you. That just is. Frightened at having said so much, Harry smiled and added quickly, and we're fighting. Again. Of course we're fighting, his father answered dryly, picking up the way out. We always fight. To Harry's surprise, he did not fully retreat. So why do you obey me? He pressed. If you don't feel I'm owed that? You have ceded to things you consider unreasonable. I said I don't owe you anything for conceiving me. I do owe you something for taking care of me, more than you're required to. The Dursleys never took care of me more than they were required to. A good deal less, I would say. And I'm not that obedient. I stayed a few minutes after defense yesterday because I needed to speak privately to Professor Lupin. Harry, I better get back to my dormitory. People will start waking up soon. Harry said brightly. Severus snorted in amusement. Very well. Make your escape. It merely gives me longer to think about my response. Harry, feigning panic, flipped on his cloak and ducked out the door. On his way through the empty corridors, Harry thought about what he had said. To his relief, he did not regret any of it. It occurred to him that if affection did not need to be deserved, he had an easy solution to the problem of Ron and Hermione. He liked them, loved them in their own ways really, and though they were not, under current circumstances, fully trustworthy, he could still feel that and express it. In a glow of contentment, Harry hurried back to Gryffindor Tower. Who's there? Ron called wildly, with the artificial alertness of someone who has been suddenly woken. Harry could just see him in the glow of the low fire. He wondered if he could get up the stairs and into bed before Ron came looking for him. Harry? Ron called. Harry looked at the windows. From the barely lit room, the dark sky had a subtle blue tint. He judged it to be past 5 o'clock. He sighed to himself. He wouldn't have to fake a morning after fog at all. Or should he still be affected? Fudge, Ron said to himself. Harry pushed back his hood. Sorry to wake you, he said. Let's get up to bed. Shall we? Ron stumbled to his feet. What time is it? Dunno. Harry grinned. Still night, though. I stayed up till 2. Sorry. I fell asleep. Harry nudged him amicably, pushing him off balance. You know better than to wait up for me. Ron looked at the clock, then at Harry. He smiled slightly. Who's the girl? He asked. What girl? Harry countered, amused. I suppose that would be the easiest way to accidentally fall asleep, he mused. Give over, Harry. I can see you not wanting to let Hermione know, so soon after she dumped you. But you're obviously in love. I am not, Harry retorted. I have never before seen you all smiles before 6 a.m. Harry rolled his eyes. Ron did not think the way Hermione did. Well, there are all sorts of love, he demurred. Nothing romantic going on with me. Well, whose bed did you sleep in, then? No bed, no girl, Harry said airily. He yawned. I fell asleep on a couch. Alone. Well, what do you mean about sorts of love, then? Harry tried to recall how he'd sorted things out on his walk upstairs. Exhaustion made it difficult to think clearly, and he knew he shouldn't speak clearly, anyway, as he wasn't supposed to be capable of that right after returning. He decided a semi-coherent ramble was fine. Well, look, he said. There's the way I love Hermione, and that might be romantic, or it might just be that I love her in a simple way and then think she's pretty on top of that. I'm not sure. There's the way I love you, and that is simple, and I know it's not romantic, but then I don't think you're pretty, so no complications. Harry grinned at Ron, who gave him an uncertain half-smile in return. There's the way I love your mother, Harry continued, deciding he should make the separation from intimacy clearer, which is an uncertain sort of love that's half gratitude. Harry looked around the familiar common room, with its comfortable chairs, grouped for talking, and its bright colors, the red now muted by the dark, but bits of gold still glimmering. He loved Gryffindor, too, as a concept as much as a place, but he thought that saying so would muddy his point still further. He wasn't quite sure what his point was, for all that. His eyes were drawn to the glowing embers of the fire, and he remembered another low fire in the dark common room, where he had crouched to talk to Sirius, so Sirius could advise him on dragons. There's the way I loved Sirius, he said, a familiar stab of pain cutting even through his new joy, which was supposed to be one thing, but ended up being another, because he was supposed to be my guardian and look after me. But he always seemed to be the one who needed protection and reassurance. He couldn't mention his father, so he chose the next closest adult for comparison. Remus is closer to what Sirius should have been, a sort of mentor. He looked uncertainly at Ron. Does this make any sense to you?
No.
Ron looked not only confused, but anxious. Harry sighed. He really should have kept his mouth shut at the start. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. Harry nodded. He thought he was running on about 3 hours of interrupted sleep himself. He followed Ron quietly up the spiraling stairs, but at the dormitory door, he caught Ron's sleeve. About all that babble, one thing? What? That you betrayed me to Malfoy? You're still my friend, even if I don't trust you, right now. I did not betray you to Malfoy, Ron snapped. Even in the dim, bluish wand light, Harry could see his face darkening, and knew it must be red. I said I would, but I didn't. I went back on it. Okay? I do know how to do that when I've promised something stupid. I hate it, but I did get that from years of Fred and George tricking me into things. It wasn't like I took a vow over it or anything. His voice lowered. Will you please shut up about it? I feel completely miserable already. All right, then, Harry said, feeling rather a bully himself. Let's just forget it ever happened. Thanks. No problem. Harry smiled to himself as he followed Ron into the darkness of their dormitory. I've forgiven worse, he whispered, restraining a laugh. He stripped down to his shirt and tumbled into bed. Snape wasn't in the classroom when Harry arrived, but Draco looked with distaste at the scrap of toast that Harry put down to unpack his bag. With a flick of his wand and a murmured charm, he sent it to the rubbish. That was my breakfast, Harry complained. If you want breakfast, Potter, get up in time to eat it at the table like a civilized wizard. But you didn't have to throw it out. Harry, think about what sits on these tables. Draco snapped. You cannot put food on them, then eat it. Harry went rather green at the thought of Wednesday's potion's components. Point taken, he admitted as he trued his scales. How can you go out like that? Draco chided. Did you just roll out of bed? Yes. What is going on here? He hissed. Harry saw now that Justin had his wand out. He realized his own hand was in his wand pocket and discreetly eased it out. Whatever Draco had done had no effects that he could detect. Malfoy hexed Potter, sir, Justin exclaimed. Snape's black eyes turned on Harry. He examined him with apparent scorn. Potter looks no worse than usual to me, Mr. Finch-Fletchley, he sneered. Draco harumphed. He walked in looking as if he had been pulled off the street by some charity. I was just arranging his hair, as he apparently can't be bothered. I suppose I should just have ordered him to move. Harry's face was burning. He looked down at the work table. Stop it, he muttered to Draco. I promise I'll comb my hair. Perhaps you could share your explanation, Mr. Potter? Harry looked up. I promised him I would comb my hair in future, he said furiously. Could we please get on with class? Snape looked amused, but the look turned grim as he stopped near them in the aisle and said bitingly, prepare to spend far more time on your appearance, Potter, if you wish to associate with a Malfoy. The remark had the sound of a sly cut, but Harry knew it was a warning. This is what Malfoys value, and a Malfoy will make you into whatever he wants. Harry returned his attention to the tabletop. He refused to speak. After a moment, his father moved on. This moment was rephrased for platform-safe storytelling. If you ever sit near me again, I am not your doll. Looking like that, and I did not give you permission. They stared at each other for a moment. Wait your turn, Harry, Draco scolded. Who says you get to rant first? Harry protested.